Tag. Friday afternoon, yeah.
Ich habe allerdings gefragt, wenn du sollte gerade passen, wenn du
Okay, super.
irgendwie ein bisschen angenehm damit.
internship and want to try it like science first. Crazy. And then, of course, published in science that takes account of
What are your papers about?
Social networks.
What is the other concept? Yeah,
Kill someone.
I tried someone.
You've been doing the poster for years.
Oh. Yeah, I did so much of that.
Really they count each of them, how many lines you write in an article before knowing all this.
Do you find this kind of matters, like people who don't
Was the only one to get
Yeah, we have one position. It's Isabel. Yeah.
and there's another one that wants to put it out.
Okay.
things like
The second person.
No, like
Okay.
but he seems like a really friendly guy. Just
yeah, we have
In which department is Isabel?
Der muss mir vorstellen.
I haven't met her.
Let me get started in the middle workshop. Yeah. Okay, let me welcome you all to today's policy conference on migration and development. My name is Stephan Klasen. I'm the president of the European Development Research Network, and I'd like to turn over now to Ms. Annette Chammas, who is head of division on policy issues of displacement and migration in the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and who is in a sense the point person on the topics that we're discussing today in the German Ministry. And the German Ministry actually has supported this conference very generously, so I think we very much look forward to your opening.
Thank you very much. Professor Klasen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure
pleasure to welcome you at this year's European Development Conference on Migration and Development on behalf of the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. This is the 13th conference where EUDN, the network of leading European development economists, has partnered with the Development Organization to bring together researchers and policymakers on critical development issues. The topic of this year's conference, Migration and Development, is very timely indeed, and I will gladly provide some views of my ministry on this topic. But first of all, let me thank the European Development Research Network for the organization of this conference, as well as the lecturers and panelists from academia, international organizations, think tanks, donor agencies, and implementing organizations for agreeing to share their expertise on some of the major issues related to migration and development. In both public and political debates in Europe, migration has become a hot topic over the course of the last 2 years, sparked by the very large refugee flows along the Balkan and Mediterranean route. However, refugees are just a relatively small part of much larger migration flows across the world. Worldwide, there are currently around 250 million international migrants, making migration an important global reality that clearly affects the future of both developing and industrialized countries. South-south flows have become the predominant form of migration. Demographic forecasts, persistent income gaps, weak governance, political instability, and climate change point to a significant medium-term increase of human mobility. It is therefore useful to step back and analyze these flows and their implications for sending and receiving countries, with a view to impacting the political discussion which will take place in 2017 and beyond. Germany will host major international events which will deal with the issue of migration. The Global Forum on Development and Migration, GFMD, in Berlin in June, and the G20 Summit in Hamburg. We also attach great importance to the negotiations on the Compact on Migration, mandated by the UN Summit on September 19, 2016. To which the GFMD annual meeting may contribute by highlighting good practice on migration policies. In order to address the root causes of displacement and to facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration as laid out in the Sustainable Development Goals, we have to come up with long-term sustainable solutions. This entails finding more ways to strengthen the positive aspects of migration as well as to mitigate the risks. This year's European Development Conference contributes to this aim by looking at migration from a more comprehensive perspective and addressing topics such as the development impact of migration on sending countries, the integration of migrants in receiving countries, migration policies, and how to improve the migration process. Allow me to end by sharing some views on the future of migration policy, which is sensitive to sustainable development. We need science-based forecasts on upcoming large-scale migration movements. We will have to focus increasingly on migration induced by climate change. We need a much broader alliance of solution-oriented actors, including private business, faith-based organizations, diaspora communities, large donors, and NGOs. And we need to change the paradigm on return towards perceiving and supporting voluntary return as a driving force of development and an opportunity for investment. In doing so, I believe that we will be addressing some of the most pressing questions regarding migration and development today. I very much look forward to fruitful and stimulating discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chammas. Let me also now add some words of welcome. So as President of the European Development Research Network, I would like to welcome you to this year's Policy Workshop on Migration and Development. European Development Research Network is a network of Europe's developing economists, about 80 or so full members, another 20 associate members. The aim of our organization is to promote development research, to build capacity for development research in Europe. We do that by supporting PhD training, especially also PhD training for developing country students who study in Europe, to promote exchange with policymakers, practitioners, and think tanks, and to organize joint research projects on policy issues. And there was, for example, currently involved in a large project funded by DFID on the economic development and institutions. We are also the European chapter of the Global Development Network. And that's how we got started some 15 years ago. So policy workshops, such as the one we're holding today, are one of the main instruments for how we as a group are trying to engage with policymakers, practitioners, and think tanks. And we've had a lot of experience of such policy workshops in the past. And indeed, this is the 13th time we are organizing such a policy meeting with a development partner. It's the second time in Germany. In 2013, we had a very successful conference on finance and development. And so we're very glad that we could be back here in Germany again in 2016. And this, of course, was also made possible by the generous funding from the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Let me then briefly say something about the topic of today's discussion. As Ms. Chammas has already pointed out, there are more migrant flows than ever, and while we in Europe are very much focused on refugee flows that have been the main focus of attention in the last 1 or 2 years, the largest flows are actually south-south flows, migrant flows that are sometimes refugees, sometimes legal migration, sometimes illegal migration, that by now are actually the largest flows compared to also growing south-north flows. The second thing, of course, we observe is that while these flows are increasing, resistance to these flows is also increasing. You know, we've seen in the last few years, or particularly this year, several election results which pointed to where migration was a key issue, including Brexit, where the free movement of people within the European Union was a key topic. Was the elections in the United States. Yesterday's election in Austria, where this time a more open candidate was actually able to win. And there will be upcoming elections where migration is a big issue. So it seems we have a reality of growing migrant flows, but you also have a politics that has become quite toxic regarding migration flows. And I think it's important for us to understand first how these, what the impacts of these flows are, and whether we can, as researchers, contribute to a rational scientific policy debate on the impact these migrant flows have on both sending as well as receiving countries. So the point of today's meeting is not so much to reflect directly on the refugee crisis that we've suffered in Europe, but really to look at the bigger picture and focus on the long-term development impact of migration. So the policy questions we want to ask are, what migration regimes are enhancing development? What migration regimes are humane and feasible? And what migration regimes keep the interests of receiving countries as well as sending countries in mind? We do this today in 4 sessions. We start with an overview lecture in a minute, and I'll introduce our keynote speaker, and then we'll have 3 panels. First one will focus on the impact of migration on receiving countries. The second one will focus on the migration process, the way migration works and is organized, and how that can be improved. And the third one looks at the challenges of integration. We conclude today with a policy debate where we have representatives from international organizations and donor agencies to discuss how one can design migration policies that are furthering the development agenda, but are also are feasible within the current political climate. So thank you very much for coming to this event. Thank you very much also to the keynote speakers and discussants, and I look forward to productive deliberations. Thank you very much. Let me now turn over to Joachim from Braun, our local host, who is the professor at the Center for Development Research and one of its heads, and also was a founding member of the European Development Research Network.
Thank you, Stephan. Good morning and welcome here in Bonn. Let me connect to what you just said, Stephan. It is about 16 years ago that EUDN was founded here in Bonn as a European component of the Global Development Network. It gives me pleasure to welcome a few founding fathers and mothers. Françoise, you were there, and Aleppo, Jan-Willem Gunning, Ulrike Grote, first Secretary General or whatever, you managed it, and I'm sure there are others in the audience. It doesn't appear like yesterday. Lots of things have happened since then in development and global change, and the migration and employment and labor market issues are at the center of global change. And we will discuss those. Let me also give a vote of thanks to those who really did the local organization. It wasn't me, it was a pleasant team at Center for Development Research. Give them a round of applause. Those who handed out the name tags and organized the live streaming, so the serve you water and food during the conference and so on. So that's, I think, to be noted. Let me say a couple of words about ZEF, Center for Development Research. We are about 18 years old. Since EUDN was founded, about 400 doctoral students, mostly from developing countries, went through our doctoral programs. It's just one very important component of innovation in our work at ZEF. Migration was always a topic in our research agenda from different perspectives. Our department on sociology and political science, or ecology-related department and the economics department work together on these issues with a broad perspective. And I feel that's also important for our conference in the next couple of days, especially today. I think economists are particularly challenged with the migration issues because of very complex externalities. The biggest one, of course, is, or one of the biggest ones, is the impact of migration on political system stabilities. And I think we economists shouldn't shy away working with others or on ourselves on the larger political ramifications of migration, positive and risk-related, and not treat migration merely as a development management issue. That would be too narrow. I would like to also underline that since Tuesday of last week, Germany is chairing the G20 group. And a lot of emphasis in the so far declared thematic priorities of the German government, in consultation with the other 19, or 18 plus the European Union, is on Africa. On Africa and on resilience of financial systems, of economic systems, of environmental systems. So, of course, migration, refugee flows, the economic and political implications are very much part of the emerging, so far declared agenda, which the German government, through its chairman, Mr. Röller, and Minister of Finance, Schäuble, have declared on Tuesday and Wednesday last week. I think this conference here, Stephan, which you have, I think, very skillfully designed with your colleagues, can have impact on the G20 and on the so-called T20 process. This T20 means think tank 20, so the intellectual community which tries to influence the discourse of debate, and so we will all listen very carefully to the presentations and the discussions today. I now pass back to you, Stephan, with my appreciation and thanks. You're a tremendously energetic and wise leader of the EUDN as the president, and we are in your hands, and I think we disappear from the stage.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me now introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Klaus Zimmermann. You have his detailed bio in your pack here, so let me just emphasize the things that I particularly know him for. He's been a leading research the Institute for the Future of Work here in Bonn, and directed it for 15 years, I don't know, maybe 18 years, and many of us are fellows of that institute and have shared research and took part in conferences and so on, and so I think he's done a tremendous service to bring together the labor migration community in worldwide through conferences as well as through virtual networks. He then was also president of the German Institute for Economic Research for several years in Berlin, and currently is a visiting professor at the University of Princeton. So we asked him to provide an overall view on the impact of migration on development, and I look forward to your presentation. We have about 45 minutes so that we have some time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephan, Klasen. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizers, I'm very happy to be back here in Bonn, and in particular in this university club where I have been over the last 2 decades very often with workshops like this, and it's a wonderful environment and a well-chosen place. I also congratulate the organizers for the topic. Not only is migration, development, labor at the heart of my research and policy engagement, but looking at, in particular in a developed country like Germany or in Europe, in the middle of Europe, looking at development issue from the perspective of developing countries is a big specific challenge, and it deserves more attention. Now, we know that at this time, as already said before now, evidence is particularly particularly useful for policy making, but on the other side we also realize that evidence at the moment is not necessarily so much wanted. So we have to use these kinds of events to, as scientists, organize our debate with the policy community and the society in a way that not only provide facts and rational arguments, but visions and motivations. I think because the whole scientific, but also scientific engagement goes with engagement, yes, with the vision, with feeling, with the heart. And we should not lose that when we communicate with the wider audience, and hopefully have maybe one day in the future more success than we had recently. So this shouldn't sound too pessimistic. I'm optimistic as always, but we have to see where we stand and where we go. So my presentation today is an attempt to select out of the huge material which is available particular aspects which I was also asked to make it a little bit more deeper present, and I hope we can start with that outline, the communication of the day. I'm sure I will repeat or I will initiate debates which come back in the panel rounds through the day. Now let me first give you the overall objective. I would like to talk about opportunities and risks of forced and free migration for developing countries. And I would also like to talk about how policies in receiving countries can enhance the positive impact of migration for development. As you will realize, of course, it's already a way to channel and to restrict the presentation in two aspects. So we look at the problems of developing countries and challenges and chances in context of migration, but we also look at policy issues, but from the side, what can we do beyond development policies in general to use migration aspects to foster development further. Well, the broad table of content is the motivation first, the migration background, then I talk about opportunities and risks for development, and then policies in receiving countries, and then conclusions. Let me start with the motivation. Well, in a world with continued globalization and demographic changes, in many countries, adjustment processes are increasingly important, we have to realize. We have more resources available, fortunately, in the world. There's higher education. There, on the other hand, there are demographic imbalances. There's population decline, and there's a rise of big countries, Brazil, India, and China. As a consequence of all that, migration pressures will increase because there's more supply, but also demand for labor mobility. So it's, but this is pressure. When it happens, it not necessarily need to be further. Global, in particular, political challenges will occur, including ethnic diversity will rise with opportunities and threats. There is a rising number of political conflicts. There is the issue of political tensions and wars, particularly in developing countries, and we have natural disasters, and in the middle term, longer term, global warming, which will again lead additional migration. Most of that is forced migration, so this migration potential will substantially increase. So what we see in the last years is, I think, just the beginning of a phase. That's what my feeling is, that we are just at the beginning, and we should take also this challenge that we have globally to organize us better for the future than we have been organized recently, with a lot of negative consequences, because if society is unprepared, then it's the helpless activities further on will lead to frustration and anxiety among the population. Now, the new overall global political challenges include anti-globalism and anti-migrant attitudes. They are on the rise everywhere. We see this in the political discussions. We have national egoisms and the desire for ethnic homogeneity, which are coming up. We have from evidence-based policymaking, we move to what I call, or what has been called, to evidence-free policymaking. This is not a joke, it's unfortunate reality. And, well, if you do policy and you have not to, and you can ignore evidence, then you can be closer to what preferences are, what feelings are, what the voters want, and that is something what might be worrying at a time where, for instance, the EU Commission is becoming stronger and stronger in providing and collecting hard evidence for policymaking across Europe, just as an example. Yeah, so there's this split at the one side, we are more and more better as scientists to provide evidence and to help policymaking. Some policymakers would like to use it, but others are pressed with a debate which is not interested in academic details. Now, we have to, as I said before, we have to provide new visions. Now, I have to organize myself a little bit better because the sun is on the screen here, and I should at least a bit be able to see what I had written up. So now let's go to my next step, background, migration background. Now, as you can see, migration, this has been said before, it has been substantially increasing over the last decades, about 40% in that time frame. However, you see, we have to remember that, yeah, we are open. Maybe you may think we are now an open world, and currently, as we have ever been, but we are about as open as we have been before World War I. Yes, in between we had lots of phases of closed economies, big wars, and so on. So this is not a trend which goes long term to more openness. So we can just stand at a time where the world may become less open. That is that's certainly true. It will go with lots of economic problems, but it may go. Now, in this context, the issue of diasporas is important because here about 230 million people live outside of countries other than their countries of origin. At the same time, technical progress facilitates the communication and exchange of immigrants with their countries of origin. So the amount of diasporas and their potential impact on the origin countries is likely to have grown over time, and it can be expected to continue doing so in the future. So ignoring diasporas would be a stupid way to handle the issue. So migration is one issue, but migration not necessarily goes with complete absorption, integration, assimilation, at least in the short run. To the contrary, ethnic relationships persist over many generations even, and they have a positive and interesting potential in our context. Diasporas are basically the flip side of the coin of brain drain, which some people feel that people, if they move from a developing to a developed country, that then they are lost for the country of origin, but that's not necessarily true, and this has to do with the role of diasporas. Well, what is the diaspora? Well, these are various definitions. I don't want to go too deep to time constraints, but immigrants and their descendants who maintain a connection to their country of origin, having a collective organization of their feelings and thinking and so on. So they keep contacts to their home country and maybe also be mobilized for the interest. Now, we see diasporas first in many countries. We see some illustrations here. And when we talk about diaspora economics, then we mean all aspects which have to do with this kind of with these ethnic communities, their new home state and their sending country, and lots of the keywords listing here from, let's say, ethnic identity, family migration, social networking, remittances, family left behind, these keywords, but also exports for direct investments and so on, deal with these issues of diaspora economics. Okay, now you see a little bit color on the diaspora potential. You see some rankings, who are the most important countries sending people in total numbers: Mexico, India, not so surprising, on top, but smaller countries, including Albania, are relevant when it comes to the ranking with respect to share of those people outside of the country. So about 40% or 45% of Albanians are outside of Albania. So that is the kind of potential. Of course, not necessarily these people keep strong links to home, but and there is not much knowledge about the overall intensity in research, because we lack the data. But if you just take China and India, you see that the world map looks quite differently. And some people even argue that maybe in the long run, diaspora may overrun or undermine the national state, because in reality, well, countries are more virtual if we look into the diaspora component. Well, there's a lot of literature studying diaspora. I don't have the time to go into all the details here. What is dominant in the diaspora literature to study the development of diaspora is that diasporas play a major role in explaining and modeling the migration flows. Yes. So some people think the refugees just have entered Europe, walked so long to reach Germany or even Sweden because the welfare state is so well developed in these states. That's not true. It's because there are relatives or ethnic networks living in these places. I was at Harvard this summer, and one of my colleagues from the sociology department who was in Macedonia for weeks, and he was looking at the people crossing the border. He was interviewing everybody going there for weeks, why and where, and most of them wanted to Germany, but because they have family or other people from the ethnic origin. So I think this is a very important thing to realize, that of course there might be some other signals for movements, but these ethnic communities and diasporas which provide information, also maybe help for integration or else is central. Okay, now what we also know, what is interesting, is that the relationship between the size of diaspora and the average level of education is declining. So at the beginning, if people are single, alone, they may go move for economic reasons, but later on when family comes with them, then the average level of education in the group is declining, which some people think is a problem, but I would say not necessary. Now, let me go more deeper in the area after I introduced the diaspora aspect, but I find it's important. We have too much ignored in the debate that there is a chance for collaboration with the sending countries for the first side for the receiving country, but also for the sending countries. And this beyond foreign policy, yes, that is a different way of interacting and communicating, which we should understand and maybe use. Now let me first look at opportunities and the risks for development. There's, for development countries in particular. So with migration go a number of pros and cons, and I would like to look into those. Yes, now let me maybe, before I go do that again, look at the central theme we have here. Now, typically, when we look in the policy debate of let's say, a typical European country, and we ask ourselves in this debate, what can we do to stop migration, yes, which we do not want, yes? Then the argument comes, let's invest, let's increase the budget of the Ministry of Development, yes? And then if they spend more money in sending regions, then it will all be fine. The people that will stay there become richer, they don't want to move. Okay. Now there are two problems with that thing. First is we know that unfortunately development policies have not been so effective in providing what they should to do development. And second, even if successful, that would exactly provide the means for migration. Yes? So the hopes that through development, it's not the poor who are migrating. Yes, it's not the least educated. You need resources to pay your trip and to organize that. You need the best and brightest to do it. I mean, if you're not forced, if you are an economic migrant, you are chosen by your village. Yes, you're the hero of your relatives and families, and you are treated with money. And so not necessary. So my argument is don't believe in. I'm not against development policies, but it might be the best development policy, and that's what I'm arguing here in this context. I'm not saying that other things are possible, but I'm arguing the context to the opposite. We may use migration as a possibility to foster development in the countries of origin. Yes. So, but first we have to look at the huge package of opportunities and risks for development. Now, of course, there's a brain drain discussion. The argument is, yeah, the brightest and the best leaves the country, perhaps, not always, but though some people argue they're lost in the country of origin. That's the brain drain discussion. We have this discussion since the 60s. Of course, there are indications or anecdotes that this happens here and there, but in the broad level, the brain drain debate has more or less the conclusion that it's not as bad as this literature was suggesting. It has to do with the number of gains which come with mobility, in particular with remittances, with increasing export rates the country of origins get, with foreign direct investments, which can happen, investments in underdeveloped capital markets, and with the transfer of knowledge, human capital, skills, and technology which may appear. So, yes, and let me, without much time, go to these issues, but just reminding us for the debate that this is relevant. So, in many countries, remittances are more important than export activities for development. Also bilateral trade, there's lots of studies in the trade literature looking at exports and imports, which are affected by migration. So this migration of your, if you're a developing country, and if the migration happens, then there are two effects which will be, you can get, you may demand more goods and services from that country, but that's not so relevant. The more relevant aspect is that your country is able to export more goods and services to the countries people move to. This has to do with many things, because people, your ethnicities, so to speak, in the new country, they still demand goods and services your country is delivering, but also the whole trade relationships might improve. So there is evidence that this takes place in various ways. I have no time to go now into details. The same is with foreign direct investments. There are many ways where the diaspora in particular can help to invest in their countries of origin. The key word in this context is diaspora bonds, where the diaspora is motivated to invest in the country of origin, and a number of states have had positive experiences with that kind of investment. Now, last but not least, migration, even in times where we have lots of transfer of knowledge through the internet, yes, everything is global, everything can be known everywhere. Nevertheless, even we observe that in studies, let's say in Europe, when somebody, if people change their jobs, then innovations or transfer of knowledge not only takes place to places where people go, so people physically, when they move from one country to one country, but also one company to the other, transport knowledge. So also there is a proven feedback back to the company where the person has left, and the same happens with migration and mobility. There are a number of studies showing that innovative activities are fostered by migration. So they are in this sense complementary. Now, let me now, after looking at some, after we have looked at some positive aspects of mobility into policies in receiving countries. So the issue is not to talk about development policies as such, but in what context, in the migration context, can we use this flow to help countries of origins to develop better. So I have the following keywords here. First, migration issues in receiving countries. What happens in those countries? The key issue of attitudes in the native population. We realize that if we don't attack that issue, there is no basis for a development policy. Yes, if nobody has a sympathy for development policy, there is no spending for development policy. If migration can be helpful in the context, if migration is not accepted, then we have a problem, and we know that we have a problem from the now one way out is circular migration. It means that people are coming, but they are also going. That's what the public debate normally ignores. Yes, people are flooding a country, so that's a public feeling. But at the same time, probably often the same amount of people are leaving the country. Is ignored. Yes, when last year we had this debate in Germany, we had more than 1 million people coming. No, more than 2 million people, I don't go into the exact numbers, came, yes, but about 1 million left already again. So net it was more than 1 million. So lots of people are coming, but lots of people are going, yes. So we should see this as a process, not as, that's a very important point for the debate. That's all very often completely overlooked. Now, okay, refugees in Europe and how we deal with them. Of course, we are not talking about refugees as such today, but the question is, that was also the question I was asked, to what extent can forced migration be used for helping development? Yeah, we have to ask about policies and policy measures in receiving countries in general. So now, yeah, we have lots of issues in Europe, not only refugees, we have also the welfare migration debate, which happens from time to time. We would like to have more skilled migrants and don't get them enough, and so on. And we have the issue of European mobility, as the Brits are afraid of Germans and Poles, yes, it's like the Swiss are. And that is, these are issues which belong in some extent together, yes, which we have to address when we look into public perception. There is no big evidence that migration was problematic, yes. To the contrary, I mean, the Brits voted against a broad literature saying that EU enlargement and mobility was good for the United Kingdom. Yes. So that is, we have to realize that this is a fact first, and we have to understand why. This has a bit to do with, I mean, not with the usual things. Okay, yeah, the employment, people are more employed, yes, if they come with a channel of employment. That's the third one from the left. Refugees are a little bit more employed than family reunification people, and all are less employed than typically than native born, besides of those coming on the employment channel. So there are of course differences with channels, but in general the effects are positive. Also, I mean, the usual fear that inequality would rise with migration is wrong. The opposite is true. This is a graph showing that the largest share of foreign labor in a country is the better is equality. Okay, this is of course correlation or causality. I'm aware of that, but there was analysis proving or supporting that this can also be true in a more academic based sense. So what I want to argue is the real facts are not negative. It's true in Europe, it's also true in the United States. So the recent report from the United States has shown that a commission from the academics, from the National Academies of Sciences in the United States was a big commission. Frank Braun was the chair, so that the broad evidence is positive. Nevertheless, the attitudes in the US and in Europe towards migration and foreigners and immigration are highly correlated with, let's say, the fear that there are economic disadvantages of having migrants. Only when, and that's another interesting aspect, when countries have particular efforts to have labor migration, then this pressure is lower, is smaller. So people realize that if migrants are useful for the economy, then this is acceptable. That's very important to understand in this context, I think. And it's when you look at this kind of analysis here, what people want from migrants, then need to work, that they work is a large, plays a big role. I just want to give that signal. So the desire for work is on two sides. First, with the migrants, typically, unlike what some people think, migrants when they come to a country, they want to work. This is true for labor migrants anyway, but also for refugees. And this is not a bad thing. Sometimes the argument is, oh, if they want to work, then they are not real asylum seekers. Yes. No, if they have reached the continent of Europe, they are safe. Yes, where they then work and where they are is depending on what is good for them and what is good also for Europe. And that's why I think it's not a bad idea to give up an old position that refugees, asylum seekers, before they are recognized officially, are not allowed to work. This was a kind of strong position. Now, how is the relationship to development? The point is, what is also often ignored, that those people who seek asylum, who are war refugees, are first temporarily in the host country. Many of them are then there in the long term, but again, also asylum seekers, refugees move on at some time. Many of them move back to their home countries if the situation is improving. That's why the argument education and labor integration would be not worthwhile because it's all lost is wrong, because if they go home or on, they have a better chance to develop also the country of origin. So my argument is we should, one of the issues we can do is we can when it comes to refugees, jobs for refugees are important. It's good for the acceptance among the natives. It's an integration tool and an investment also for development. Now, this is one point I want to make. Another point is coming now before we come to policies. Yes, this is just a kind of warming up for the policy suggestions I have at the end. The other issue is circular migration. Yes, so policymakers typically think that they can manage migration. In particular, they can manage labor migration. But that is a big mistake, and often it ends in the exact opposite of what the policymakers wanted to have. So now, one big example, and it's elaborated since decades, by the way, without that the US government is reacting to it, by my Princeton colleague Doug Massey, a famous sociologist who is studying Mexican-American migration. Yes, and this is one of his typical figures. So there was once a labor migration program, de facto, the Paseo program. Mexicans went across the border and worked and went home and brought money home. And then suddenly the country decided, the United States, to stop that. And what you see is that the curve from the left to the right, from the up, that this is labor migration, and the other curve which goes up is unauthorized migration. So what happened is that there was the exact replacement of work migration by illegal work migration. Now, even recently we had proposed or calculated that after all the efforts Obama did to stop Mexican-US migration, there were several millions more Mexicans in the country than otherwise would have been if these measures would not have been undertaken. Why? Well, why? Because if you come for work and you want to earn money and you want to bring it home, yes, you want to go home at some time, but if you cannot go home because it's critical, you stay longer. And you also bring family, and suddenly you have a completely different picture of yes. Now this is replicated, was separately developing in Germany in the 70s. You may remember, some of you, that until 1973 we had, not only in Germany but also not only in many countries, we had intensive labor migration. Yes, everybody was working. All the Greeks coming to Germany, the Turks were all working, 100%. Then 73, we stopped labor migration. We stopped it also with respect to active recruitment. From that time point on, and the left graph shows the stock of people in the labor force from the gas worker generations went down after 73. You see that the Turks a little bit not as good, this was the upper level. But also there, it went down. But look at the right-hand side. The upper graph, which was exploding, this is the Turkish ethnicity. Yes? Why were the Turks so different from all the others? Well, there's one simple explanation. All the others were members of the European Union, and there was complete labor market flexibility. That's why migration back and forth collapsed, because it was free. It was free, it collapsed. And but as in the Turkish case, it was not free. People couldn't return, so they brought family. And more people in the Turkish community were no longer available for the labor force because these were relatives and so on. So that is exactly the point what we have. That's why my argument is the best thing would be we would make the world open. It's maybe a little bit provocative in this context at this time, but if we would make the world open, we would have some short-term abruption and adjustment processes, but then it would be over. Remember when the east of Europe opened, 40 millions should come overnight, yes? But a few millions came, yes? The migration history tells us that the question is not that too many people come. The question is why are not coming more than we are seeing, yes? Mobility. The whole Portugal should be in Germany since many decades because the wage differentials are still very high. Yes, why are they not coming? So these are the real questions we have. Now, I don't want to go into the refugee and labor market issue. I just want to summarize that the negative effects are overestimated, which they can have for the native labor markets. There might be some employment effects, but they are typically not very large. That's the worldwide experience in this context. Now, here is another point I would like to make. This is about the waiting period. So if you are an asylum seeker in Europe, yes, and that's one of the issues we should tackle with respect to the employment issue. If you're an asylum seeker, so you have to register somewhere and you have to wait until you're accepted as an asylum seeker. Then you are a refugee. When you are a refugee, there is, according to international law, you have free access to the labor market. But until you are, a larger number of months go over, maybe years. Yes, sometimes a few months, sometimes much longer, typically much longer. Now the question is, how are the countries are dealing currently? There was a trend, there was once the position, no work for asylum seekers, yes? There is a change, in particular in countries like Germany, Austria, but also Greece, you see Portugal have very, very low time until you have to apply for asylum, and then you can, if you find a job, you can take it. And that is something which is differently regulated in all countries. And there are some, like in Ireland, where you can never work before you are not recognized. And my argument is, the longer you do, it's like with long-term unemployed, the longer you wait, the more difficult it is to start. And also, the longer you waste time also to invest, even if you would have to leave the country because you're not recognized or you choose to leave. There should be not too much an argument if we see it from a development perspective, no longer from a legal perspective alone. Okay, now policies in receiving countries. This is the last aspect I have on my list before we can go into discussions. Well, I would argue from my point as a labor economist, from standing in the receiving countries and looking what can be helpful for those who want to engage for developing countries, and how can we do that. Now, First, diaspora policies. I just have the keywords here, and then I go deeper. We can use diaspora policies to use the diasporas to engage for integration, also for refugee reception, and also as a byproduct of foreign policy. We have to recognize that typically receiving countries don't have a diaspora policy, but sending countries have. Yes, for instance, Turkey has a very intensive diaspora policy. The president of Turkey even travels to collect votes to countries. Here, he comes often to Cologne to speak. But Korea, for instance, uses Koreans, South Korea uses Koreans in the world. Uses Koreans in the world to help exporting Korean goods and services. Just as two examples for diaspora policies. Now, another keyword would be dual citizenship. I know, a very critical issue at the time, but having dual citizenship would be a way to support the development of the effective work of diasporas. Then we have to do more to understand return migration. People should be able to move back home or somewhere else. And then, not very important, facilitating circular migration. Many of you know that the European Commission for long is using or discussing this concept, but we have a circular migration contract already between Europe or states of European states and developing countries. And last but not least, jobs for SLEs applying for asylum status in this particular context. Now that seems to me a very important issue which needs more promotion across the European member states. This all could foster development in sending countries through the channel of migration. Yes, now I have a little bit worked out these issues, and I would like to use one of the keyword dual citizenship also raise the fact those who are concerned about that people would stay if they get early dual citizenship too long, if it's not in their interest. The reality is different. So if you have dual citizenship, then the likelihood to move away is higher than otherwise, because they easy to understand. People know that there is a way back at some time if they need it. They take more risks to be also more flexible, but something we want to see in the economic context. Yeah, then measures to encourage return migration have been typically not so effective, but to support voluntary return of diasporas might be one other issue to do. Now, circular migration, however, is for me a key role. If you talk with or visit developing countries, and I think most of us here have done that at some time, if you speak with potential migrants, or those who have been. I was last year for a research visit in Senegal. Yes, and we spoke with many, not only potential but return migrants. Well, of course, the local perspective is not always where they find jobs, and they would typically appreciate a legal channel under which they could qualify to come temporarily, because most of them, well, it looks at least, I mean, who can prove that, but that the likelihood that they would stay if their job is to earn money at home, then they would also return. So I would argue that in contrast to what they do now, and in the illegal status in a country, and and do jobs they were not planned to do so. Yes, it's not. The situation is much worse than they were dreaming of. Yes, and also already knowing more about reality would also help to stop some of the migration which happens. In Senegal, I found even schools which were trying to educate youngsters that they should not immigrate. Yes, so there are local attempts, and I think the option of having once a chance to if you have a job, provide to move. That's the basic idea of circular migration. So the basic idea is that as long as the receiving country has jobs, people can come for a certain number of years, and if they lose a job or if the period is over, they have to go home again with the option to come back as soon as something else is coming up. That this, some people say, oh, this doesn't work, people will disappear, into the underground, but there are many ways. The effective ways to enter a country is tourism. Yes? So also in the United States, a huge part of people, Mexicans, come not through the border. The wall Mr. Trump might build or not, they come through tourism, yes, and stay. Well, this might happen, but since as long as there's a legal option to return one day, people will, in most cases, they likely not overuse that instrument. So I mean, we have interesting experiences, positive. The EU has one with Moldova. There is also Spain has with Morocco circular migration contract, and we see that many of those people who came to Spain from Latin America, to work in construction in the last decade have left Spain again. So this is labor migration is a coming and going, and there's nothing wrong with both. That's what I would like to argue for. So certainly the instrument of circular migration could ease the pressure, in my view, from developing countries, and it would be a better development policy than many development measures we are undertaking at the moment. So there are lots of examples already mentioned a bit, yes, and last but not least, asylees for work, those people who are now arriving and will arrive in the future. We have a social and humanitarian responsibility, which we cannot escape that. I think we should accept that as countries. We need certainly more rationality. We need a transparent quota system across Europe. Of course, it's not human to let people walk from the south to Sweden or something like that. It's certainly better to have at the borders of Europe places where people can credibly be examined and also brought to other places in Europe where they are in the long term productive when they are staying, where they can learn their living. This has to do with economic motives, so we have to combine, we have to accept, we have to give up this idea that asylum seekers or refugees are just political migrants. They are also economic migrants, and for good reasons, not for bad reasons. If they want to earn their living, then that should be in our advantage, and they have to be there, and they go there typically where they're mostly needed. So the idea to allocate asylum seekers permanently for a long time across Europe somewhere is also a bad idea. Initially, initial help is needed, but not for in the long term, because the economic motives and the social connections they need to have also to integrate is better if we allow more mobility as soon as in particular a recognition has taken place, but for work even after the Okay. What we also learned from labor economics that in this context that an early profiling might help for these purposes. At the beginning, people should not be asked only where they are coming from and where their passport is, but also what deficits they are, what languages they have speak, or what talents they have, to be able to help them better in the next process. Okay, now let me come to the conclusions very shortly, because I have been intense in various ways. I don't want to have a longer list of conclusions, but I think three are important in my view. The first one is migration has a large development potential. So it's not that we can fight migration by development, but we can help development by migration, by allowing for more mobility. And we should remind us that mobile and open labor markets create welfare. That's something for an economist. Typically is very simple to understand, but outside of economics nobody understands that, as I realize. But is that migrants and also refugees, forced and originally forced, but also people who come for work, can help themselves, but also us, if we are allowed for more free movements. That is my belief in that, based on what I see as facts. Okay. Now, and that's why policies in receiving countries dealing with forced and economic migration should adopt a labor market perspective. And this is broad, the three conclusions. This is all three conclusions. I'd like to stop here and leave some time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we do indeed have time for discussion, but let me first thank our speaker. I think what was particularly interesting was, I think, 2 points. One, that instead of thinking about development policy to reduce migration, we might be thinking about migration as one of the best development policies. And the other point was pointed lots of unintended consequences. So dual citizenship promotes mobility rather than restricting it, and temporary work restrictions seem to actually encourage more illegal migration and more people staying. So those things I think are important to communicate more broadly. But it's time for questions and answers, so who would like to ask a question? Yes, this one. We have microphones, so...
Okay, my name is Eva Jaberger, KfW Development Bank's Evaluation Department. You did make us very hopeful that development policy can do something. The first thing you said, okay, might encourage new people coming because the countries get richer. On the other hand, you said, okay, might sense to issue diaspora bonds. So you must be of the opinion that there are some good things to finance in the originating countries. So my question is, if you think we should take the labour market perspective, what is there, what could be done in the labour markets of developing countries, because you won't get circular migration if there's nothing to come back to. Thanks.
Let's collect the second one and also please state your name and okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your nice presentation. Very insightful. I'm Isa from Center for Development Research, a junior researcher. My question is, or concern, I would say, is regarding to the role of diaspora on the development on the countries of origin. As diaspora boost the finance based on the origin of countries, sometimes they can also bring change or try to bring change by holding finance or remittance. In this regard, they might try to bring positive economic or political change in their countries of origin by holding finance or by lobbying. But developing countries sometimes approach or outreach this pressure by approaching other countries or multinational corporations or private investors outside or out there. And that action might nullify the role of diaspora or might change to destructive action. So what do you think that could be the role of that incoherent or inconsistent effort of the global community regarding the role of diaspora on the economic development of the origin of countries? Thank you.
Take those two if you want to respond to those two.
Yeah. Well, the first question. The question is if there's nothing what can be done in developing countries. That's why should diaspora be helpful or something? Well, I mean, if this is true, then all development policies should be stopped because there's nothing to do. We should not do anything. So the situation is helpless. But I don't believe in this. Yes, you also not. Okay, good. So we share that. Now the question is, how can we find out what is useful? Yes, and the question is, can we, you and me, sitting in an office here in a ministry, can we find out? Probably not so much. Maybe people who come from Senegal work here and know Senegal better. If they would speak with the government and there's some support of us here for this networking, may find easier what can be done in Senegal. When I was speaking with these former illegal migrants to Europe in the Senegal harbor, the argument was the lead person was a fisherman. Yes, he was actually the person, the captain on the boat which brought including himself, to Spain at some time. Now he was arguing, I'm a fisherman. Yes, we have lots of fish here, but the problem is when we transport them to the capital, the fish is all dead. So we need a place where we can cool the fish. So I said, why is not anybody coming and do some? Okay, I'm not saying that this is the solution of the problem, but I think what I'm arguing in the context of diaspora, it's a channel through which communication could perhaps improve and mobilize at the one side, let's say successful diaspora to invest, and at the other side, governments who would like to help to find the right way to make it effective. I have not the solution. I'm just saying that could be an instrument which could be better used.
I asked especially for labor market policies in developing countries, because that's what development money is doing already. Building infrastructure, starter packages for people who return, that is development policy in place. Yeah. Also perhaps the storage for this fisherman. But as you are a labor economist, have you got any special advice? What can one do in developing countries to develop labor markets there?
I was asked to speak not about labor market policies in developing countries, but about policies in receiving countries to foster work at home. And my answer from that perspective is that letting people come, circular migration, gets them work experience in countries. First, second, maybe gives them education, vocational training, and whatever. Gives them an instrument to be successful when they come back. If, on the other hand, most jobs in developing countries is in the informal sector, yes, and the informal sector is not an easy way to organize, as you know. Now, yeah, I haven't fully understood the question, but you're working. You talk about the role of diaspora in the communication process with the country of origin. That there are many political constraints. The danger is, of course, that there are a lot of different interests involved, because the country of origin has also political objectives, and the migrants in receiving countries have different views on how to follow that. Have I gotten your question completely right?
The diaspora would like to have change in political and economic systems in their countries of origin. Sometimes they do that by holding a remittance from sending through other means. But then when this pressure comes in, the developing countries outweigh that pressure by approaching other countries and not doing any change of political or economic, what the diaspora was asking. So that's inconsistency from the global community regarding the effort of the diaspora in bringing change the countries of origin would change the effort of the diaspora, either to be destructive or ineffective at all. So that kind of inconsistency from other developed or other countries would be, what is your view regarding the role of other countries in terms of handing support to these countries in terms of bringing change, economic and political change? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm skeptical that in this context, the organization of political change can go very far. Yes, because well, at least if it comes from government to government, that if, let's say, European countries would support certain diasporas to engage more for the home countries, then indirectly it might, in the long term, also lead to political change. If this would be an open objective, it will certainly lead to all kinds of political conflict between the states on the state level. So the country, the rulers of the sending countries would not like that, yes? And the question is, of course, I believe in also political change through long-term economic change. If things becomes better, then also political systems will have to adjust, in my view. That's at least a possibility. So one has to be very, I agree with you, one has to be very cautious, but should not overload this instrument. Also, this community will, the diaspora, so-called diaspora, is under attack from various various institutions. So the state of origin will say, oh, we would like to have a diaspora policy. They should promote our general ideas, yes? And the other side, the receiving country would say, oh, we would like to see a change in the political system. I think if it's at that level, then we have probably a different sort of war, yes, which is difficult. I was thinking a little bit more deeper, a little bit more simple.
I think we have time for just 3 very short questions, François, Joachim, and Jean-Marie, and then we collect them and then final round of answers.
Okay, thank you very much, Klaus, for this presentation. 2 short questions, but really big questions. Maybe the answer will be a bit longer. I mean, you rightfully insisted on this discrepancy that there is between the kind of analysis that we as economists make of migration and the impact on the development and the impact on the sending country and the impact, which is positive, we believe, on receiving countries. And insisted on the fact that this view is not shared by the public opinion and that there is a huge resistance, mounting resistance in all our countries. So my question is, first, what is behind that? I mean, why is it the case that we cannot convince people that there are favorable aspects to migration. And I mean, is it the case simply that the sociological aspect is so strong that there is no room, no space for the economic arguments, and therefore what can be done? Because we are really missing, as you said in your presentation, an opportunity to get a win-win-win improvement in the world. And my second question is about circular migration. Good. Why would it be the case that circular migration would be more accepted by people than permanent migration? And isn't it the case that circular migration is going back to workers' migration, as in the old days, and this would be more or less in contradiction with family reunification and family migration?
Okay. Joachim, maybe keep comments very short. Questions?
Yeah. For lack of time, I don't ask the question, but make it as a comment. Klaus, the relationship between income and migration is an inverted U-shaped curve. And so initially, when people get richer, they migrate more, and you rightly said poor people cannot migrate. But you forgot the downswing of the inverted U-shape. Rich people also don't migrate that much, 3% from Germany and 3% from Sudan, but in between 10 or 15%. So I think you left half of the story of the relationship between development and migration. Of course, it's a very long-term story for the next 30 to 50 years of growth in the developing world. What do you say?
Thank you. I'm Jean-Marie from NAMU. Yeah, my sense about more like liberal migration policies is that it's a political economic type of problem. I think I'm very close to what François was saying, and I have a sense that it will be difficult to think about more liberal migration policies. We are thinking also on more active redistributive policies towards low-income natives and labor policies towards low-skill occupations, which are where migrants tend to compete.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comments.
The inverted U-shape. I'm not doubting that if all developing countries are as rich as we are, that they will be immobile. But this is a long way to go, and we are talking about the near future that I was referring to. I don't believe that the adjustment of income will be so fast and relevant for the next decade or so. I would say we are on the upper. Yes. Now the issue of what do we do? I mean, François, with this difference between what people feel and think and what we as scientists think is true. Well, we have to realize that the context it has to be better understood, but we know some things. Let's say migrants are creating lots of trouble in areas where no migrants are. So if you don't know what it is, if you feel without control, that is certainly an issue. The other issue, like with the European Union, yes, we observe at the same time now that the European Union is less liked by Europeans, and we are more and more afraid about globalization and migrants. This is correlated. This has once been very different. Yes, Europe was an institution where states were willing to sacrifice, where people were willing to sacrifice to be part of something. So we have lost the vision and the emotions for that thing, and that's why I think to bring that back is the most important solution, and to make clear that there are positive examples of that change is good and not always problematic, and we have to make more clear. Of course, many people have lost. I mean, the whole Brits have lost, yes, but it was not the European Union who has caused the problem, but they think it is. That's why they voted out, and that's a similar issue with, I think, with migration. So we have to see more role models. Now, with circular migration, well, you can say, okay, so engagement for the receiving country is lower, yes, when you just come and then work or move away. But the people are coming are bringing back new information, and new people coming in and can also bring back information. And I think this circularity also takes the pressure that people think, oh, we are overrun. People come when they are needed, and they go when they are no longer needed. And it's something most of us have done in some parts of the world for longer. I'm on a visa at the moment where I have to leave after some time in the United States. It's very, very strict, and I have been in the United States a number of times. Where is the problem? Of course, people may be afraid that I take their jobs away. Yeah, some may be, but I think we have to understand that seeing more of the other world is perhaps helpful if we organize that right. So I still think that circular migration is the best way to take the pressure away which is coming, and which is interestingly also combined with the need we have. We have the need for more labor mobility in Europe. We have, on the other hand, the long term, the need of even more permanent migration. And maybe some of the circular migrants can stay. That's, yeah. Now, I mean, Joachim said a more open regime is not possible because it's against the zeitgeist, so to speak. Yes, at least at the moment. But, well, I mean, if I look at 2015, this year was split. The first half year in Germany, the first half year, the whole debate in the policy community, in the public, was about opening. And there was also this welcoming of migrants, refugees in the station. I have personally seen it by chance in Munich, where refugees came with rucksacks and the Germans were clapping. This was a little bit, I felt a little bit uneasy. I was uncomfortable in this situation because I knew this would look, okay, this is of course just a short-term issue, but this means that there is a line where it crosses, yes, and in a way we have a similar situation that we had when we got 9/11, which stopped the immigration debate to Germany at that time. So there are these political options, but between them we have to work, and I don't see that reality when people see that with open borders nothing will happen. That's much better than if we have more and more problems when we try to restrict more and more, because we're creating by these restrictions, we're creating the problems of tomorrow. I mean, I'm not against the Turkish community, I'm a friend of Turks, to be very clear. But the explosion of the Turkish community after 1973 was a policy mistake, yes? And now, if you would, the more restrictive you are in the south, the more people will come at the long term. And it will create lots of trouble, and in the long term the danger is much larger. So if somebody says we can defend the border, and he wins an election, and afterwards he cannot defend the border, his credit is over. The government is promising things. So governments who are promising to manage migration promise the wrong things. They cannot.
Okay. It's a good way to stop the first discussion. Thanks very much. We're a little bit before a coffee break, but let's try to be back by 11 for the next session. Thanks very much.
Order, please settle down. Thank you for coming back. Thank you. Klaus, your lecture stimulated a lot of debate during the coffee break. Thanks a lot again. We have now a panel, distinguished speakers. Between now and lunch break on migration for development, or development impact of migration for sending countries. So we looked at the sending countries. Afternoon then has other topics. Our featured speaker is Hillel Rappaport. He is professor of economics at Paris School of Economics. There's a more complete CV and web link science in your program. So they'll forgive me that I will not give a more comprehensive introduction. People can read and definitely read you. You have the floor for about 30 minutes, and then we have 2 discussion openers. Hillel, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Joachim, for the introduction, and to the organizers for the invitation to present an overview of research. So when Stephan contacted me to ask me to give an overview of research on migration and development, he gave me some degrees of freedom as to what I should pick. And as you can see from the title, I decided to focus on the diaspora effects on sending countries, so very much in the spirit of what Klaus emphasized in his own presentation. So I call this the diaspora externality because it's a kind of the effects I'm considering are unintended consequences of individual migration, but yet I think this is very much important for development, and I think this is kind of frontier research on migration and development. So, as I said, migration is an individual decision. People decide whether to migrate based on the cost and benefits for themselves and their families. This decision is affecting the receiving and the sending countries. This is not taken into account by individuals, but this could be taken into account by markets. This is the case, for example, when we study the wage effects of immigration, the labor market effects of immigration. So in this case, this is not an externality, and sometimes it's not taken into account by markets, and this is what we call in public economics, what we call an externality. And these externalities, I believe, are very, very important for development, and this is what I will try to argue and explain. And I think there are externalities can be good or bad. So the example we use for bad externality would be pollution. When people consume produce, they pollute, and this is bad. But there are also positive externalities, like when people decide to invest in education or health. This is good for others as well. So there is a market failure, which is a call for policy. Okay, I will not talk about policy, but I will try to identify, characterize some of the externalities which I think are very important in the context of migration and development through the existence of diasporas. But before I do this, let me mention a few well-known negative externalities. One which has to about immigration, so externalities for the sending countries. One is, maybe I can move this, or So one example of externality, negative externality would be, and there is a lot of examples of this in the political science literature, is that immigrants from diasporas can fuel civil conflicts, civil wars in their home country. That would be a negative externality. Another one linked to remittances. Also, there is some good research on that, relatively old, is that the remittances can create real exchange rate appreciation and create a kind of Dutch disease, very similar to natural resource curves. Or maybe the most discussed negative externality in the literature is what is called the brain drain. So in growth models, we interpret this as a Lucas externality. If people with more than average skills emigrate, and we know that migration is very much selective and positively selective. On average, people are better educated than those who don't migrate. Then that creates a negative externality in the sense that what governs like the scale parameters in the growth regression, the total factor of productivity, is affected by this change in average human capital. So that's bad for all those who stay. Okay, so these are examples of negative externalities linked to migration in the context of developing countries. So there are also positive externalities, and I think that largely the diaspora externality belongs to the positive side. But before I go into the detail, I want to say a few words about the brain drain. So I think the brain drain, even without the feedback of diasporas, is not necessarily something bad. I did some research on this, and there is a big literature, including using micro data, natural experiments, and so on, showing that essentially when you have an option to emigrate, you invest more in human capital, and that eventually more educated people, or the average level of human capital, can go up in the home country even if there is skilled immigration, thanks to the option of emigrating. People invest more in human capital. So that can be a positive externality due to high-skilled migration to brain drain, turning into brain gain. I call brain gain here something not linked to diasporas, but just to how the stock of human capital is endogenously formed in the context of migration. And then the two types of diaspora externalities that I want to talk about. I want to say something that has been already mentioned by Klaus, is the fact that having a diaspora is something which is promoting the integration of the home country, the source country of migrants, into the global economy. And this is something very important. So I would say diaspora networks promote economic integration of the home country in the global economy. And I want to also dedicate some of the talk to another dimension, which has not been discussed, I think, which is more about cultural integration. Although it's not very politically correct to say so, we all believe with some degree of confidence that development is also about culture. Mentality, fatalism, attitudes towards governance, institution, gender roles, fertility, and so on. And I think diasporas also affect that, affect cultural integration, cultural evolution of the home countries, and this is difficult to quantify and compare to other aspects of diasporas, but I think certainly potentially very important in the long run. Okay, so this is the map of the talk. First, the economic integration through diasporas, and then the cultural one through what is called social remittances. So we'll say in the first part, the topic is trade, API, other financial flows, and knowledge diffusion, but this will be more about academic research done on these topics, including a bit of my own. which is overrepresented, but it's quite natural in this presentation. And same thing for social remittances. I think the two main domains where social remittances have been identified is in the realm of political values and preferences and in the realm of fertility. So economic integration, diasporas, and the global economy. The first, most obvious thing that economists have looked at is trade and migration. They make the argument that, let me start with the end of this slide, that when you learn international economics in undergraduate studies, you learn the neoclassical model where they teach you that trade and factor flows are substitutes. So if you move goods, you don't need to move factors, and conversely, if you move factors, you don't need to trade, okay? Because everything contributes to factor prices, equalization. So that creates substitution between different dimensions of international economic relations. Well, empirically, this is not true. Empirically, we see that things move in the same direction. Statistically, they look as complements, and there are good reasons for this. The neoclassical framework assumes that frictions are exogenous, that the world is either frictionless or that there is a certain degree of friction, and for that, which is exogenous to what happens. And here the point is to say, well, migrants reduce frictions. Migrants reduce asymmetries of information across countries, and so they facilitate the movement of goods, the movement of other people, the movement of capital across countries. So that creates complementarity dynamically between migration and trade and between migration and FDI through the information reduction effect of migration. So this works essentially bilaterally, and this is why the framework to analyze this thing is the gravity framework, to analyze bilateral exchanges of goods and of capital. There is also a preference effect, but this works through imports. Okay, migrants themselves demand the goods from their home country, or can create demand for their home country goods among the native population of the receiving country, but that will work for imports only, while the information effect can work both through imports or exports. So most of the literature is focused on exports because it is after identification of the information effect. The first important work here, really focusing on information, has been done by Jim Rauch about 15-20 years ago. He focused on the role of ethnic Chinese networks in facilitating trade between home country of Chinese immigrants and other countries where there are Chinese networks, essentially. The important thing here is that having Chinese, say, in Thailand and in the US will increase trade between Thailand and the US, okay? But it has shown quite convincingly that this trade-creating effect was present only in goods which are called differentiated. So goods for which the quality is uncertain, you have contracting issues, there are problems of information, and not at all for goods which are standards, for which there is no information problem. And I think that was his identification strategy, which is quite convincing. That this was work on Chinese networks, and it has been generalized afterwards by many other economists, including these two, Febelmeyer and Bonn, looking at fully the full cross-section of countries. So that's for Chinese networks. There is cross-country evidence, which I mentioned, which is confirming this finding that migration creates or boosts trade. I want to say a few more things, because you can always, in cross-country settings, identification is always an issue, and I want to promote a paper which is forthcoming, which is looking at a very nice natural experiment. This is a paper by Chris Parsons and Pierre-Louis Vézina, forthcoming in the Economic Journal, looking at the experience of the Vietnamese boat people that came to the US So this is the natural experiment. You can see, I'm not sure if the pointer is working yet. So you have the timeline, you have two curves. This is the number of Vietnamese that came to the US since the 70s, so virtually before the fall of Saigon, there were no Vietnamese in the US. Then you have two waves of refugees at the fall of Saigon and during the Sino-Vietnamese War of 79, so 75, 79, okay? And then you have other flows. So interestingly, there was a trade ban, okay, an embargo on trade with Vietnam in the US until the mid-1990s, okay? So what they do is to use the number of refugees that were distributed exogenously within the US, across US states, as an instrument for the size of the Vietnamese networks in each state by the time, in the early 90s, in the mid-90s, by the time trade opportunities with Vietnam were opened, okay? And they show, and this is the graph, that using this you have a very positive effect of this exogenous supply of migrants, if you want, on future, on the development of trade 20 years after, okay? 20 years once the train ban on trade with Vietnam was lifted. Okay, and so the point estimate is also interesting. I think it's here. So most of the literature that I mentioned before finds an elasticity of trade to migration of around 10%. So if you double the number of the migrant stocks, you increase trade by 10%. Here they find something about double that. Once you're netting for virginity sources, you get a bigger estimate. Okay, so that's what we should take from this. So I think this is really first time very convincing evidence based on the natural experiment of the trade creating effects of migration. Let me move to foreign direct investment. The same logic. The same logic with one maybe difference is that you may suspect that for FDI and for financial flows, a skilled migrant may be more effective in creating the type of information exchange which is needed to promote financial flows, while the literature has not found an advantage for skilled migrants in terms of trade creation. Okay? And so the skill dimension will be more important. So the point here, it's been recalled by Klaus, is that migrants facilitate the formation of business networks, business links, occasionally political connections that allow to do business. You learn about the market, the opportunities, the regulation, you have people speaking the language, or you have information through workers on the type, on the labor force in those countries and so on. So information circulates, it is reduced, and this should, as we know, investors don't like uncertainty, and so that should be good for business. There is micro-evidence. For example, by Foley and Kiel and Bill Kerr, they show that firms in the US which have patents with immigrants listed as inventors invest more in the origin countries of those inventors. So this is direct evidence really at the individual level, at firm level at least, but using individual inventory data. There is macro evidence. I have a relatively old paper and others have worked on the US, showing that when you have more immigrants to the US from a given country, that increases bilateral US FDI outflows to those countries. Interestingly, here you find the difference between skilled and unskilled migrants. And so let me say now something about trying to put things together, migration, trade, and FDI. So that, and there are many, so far migration and trade has been looked at by some papers, migration and FDI have been looked at other papers, but there are many interdependencies here that are not addressed in these papers. So in a working paper we have with two co-authors, we kind of start from the fact that for a firm, exports or FDI are two substitute ways to enter into a foreign market. And so we should take this into account in terms of the decision of the firm. And we have a theoretical framework where which is an extension of the Melitz model with heterogeneous firms, where this is known from the theory and from its empirical regularity that the most productive firms tend to do FDI, firms at intermediate level of productivity tend to do exports, and the less productive firms stay on the domestic market only. So what you can think is, ask is, what is the role of migration here? Okay, so from what we saw before, the role of migration is to decrease the cost of both exporting and of doing FDI. What will happen? Will that increase FDI more than exports? Well, the thing is that, if you believe in this framework, firms that do FDI, so if you decrease the cost of doing FDI, this is from, say, from here to here, this is not the cost, but the threshold of productivity required to do FDI productively, profitably. This increase in the number of firms that do FDI will come at the expenses of exports, because they will do FDI instead of doing exports, while the increase of exports will not come at the expense of FDI. So you have an asymmetry here, which gives you some prediction that when you reduce information cost, you should disproportionately increase FDI compared to export, and this is what we test with and find support for in both cross-country and within-country data looking at different sectors. Confirming that there is a positive effect on trade, positive effect on FDI, but more so for FDI, so the FDI to trade ratio, both bilaterally and at the sectoral level, increases when you have more migrants. Okay, let me move to other financial flows. So here, this is not about migration, but the type of financial flows received by developing countries. So you see FDI here in yellow, and it's yellow in the original figure here, it's more orange. This is other financial flows, mostly bank loans, and dark gray is portfolio flows, purchase of equity flow. So you may ask, so also with the same argument as for FDI, whether migration makes a difference. And so this is what we looked at with two co-authors, Kugler and Levitan. The very same information channel. So what we find, but this is, I would say, weakly identified, is that when you have more migration, again, this is bilateral data, when you have more migration, you have more bank loans, for example, to the country from which the migrants come from. So if you have more people from, say, South Africa in Germany, German banks will lend more, will give more loans to South African investors. Okay, but what we were really interested in is to say a bit more than this and look whether this is consistent with the channel we believe is behind this, which is the information channel. So if you believe the story, you should find that where there are more information problems, you should find a stronger effect, and this is exactly what we find. We believe more in the heterogeneous effects that we see here. So where we have, so here you don't have the interactions, but when you look at countries that don't have the same language, the effect of migrants is stronger, or don't have the same colonial history, or don't have the same legal system, the effect is stronger. When you look at skilled migrants, the effect is stronger. When you look at short-term versus long-term bonds, you have no effect on short-term, but all of the effect is on long-term, which is where the information problems are. When you compare bonds to equities, you find an effect for equities, but much smaller for bonds, because we know equities is more information sensitive and so on. So this is essentially the message that the more information issues there are, the more migrants are apparently effective in reducing these information issues. Okay? And for developing countries specifically, also the effect is stronger when you interact migration with developing or non-developed country status. You see an effect. Interestingly, the effect is not there for the, well, less regression, but for the Poisson, which is indicative that most of the effect is at what we call the extensive marking, whether you start lending to the country or not, rather than how much you Okay. So last thing in this part, which is kind of a transition also with the, it's not financial flows of trade, it's not yet cultural diffusion, but it's now technology diffusion or knowledge diffusion. And also here there is a lot of research which has shown that migrants contribute to diffuse innovation, let's say. Okay, so to diffuse innovation to their own countries, and contribute to innovation in the receiving country as well. Okay? So there are different ways of looking at this. Most of the literature is about patent citation. So you track the diffusion of innovation through patent citation. Okay? And here, so I'm accelerating, but many studies, and these ones, Migueles, Agrawal, etc., look at this patent citation data and show that migration networks promote the circulation of innovation. In a paper with Danny Bahar, what we did is to take another measure of innovation. So the measure of innovation we took is look at a country, look at the export basket of a country. And if a country was not exporting something and started exporting something from scratch, you may argue that the country learned something in the process, okay, in the meantime, okay? So the motivation here is, like Franschhoek Valley in South Africa is a wine region near Cape Town, and it means the Valley of the French, okay? So the wine industry in South Africa started because the French Huguenots, which were expelled in the late 17th century from France, settled there and started the wine industry. So they carried with them some knowledge. Okay, so if you generalize, it means that the dynamic comparative advantage of the country should be shaped by the mix of immigrants it received depending on where they come from. But you may also ask whether you have transmission of knowledge in the other direction. So this is the summary of the paper. Sorry, as a Frenchman, I should present other things than these two successful examples of junk food. So assume you have Italians in the US, so you would expect, on the one hand, the US to become better at producing pizzas. Okay, so that's the same story as the Huguenots in South Africa, but also maybe they can teach Italians to do hamburgers, and so you should see a rise in hamburger exports in Italy. Okay, so of course pizzas and hamburgers are not goods that you can trade. That's just for the metaphor. If you look at real data on traded goods, what will we find? So the argument here really lies in the economics of innovation, where it's shown that knowledge, a big part of knowledge is tacit, which is why knowledge diffuses only locally. And it's tacit means it can only be transmitted through human interaction. Okay, so if you believe this, an implication is that the diffusion of knowledge internationally should follow the diffusion of people. Okay, so this is what we tested using germs in the export basket of countries as a measure of innovation. And as you can see here, both at the extensive, whether you start exporting something, or the intensive margin, the growth of exports, you see that both immigrants, weighted by the comparative advantage of their origin country, and emigrants weighted by the comparative advantage so this is at the product level. So we have 1,000 goods or something like that. So we look really at specifically whether your capacity to export, say, pizzas is affected by your mix of immigrants, depending on whether they come from high comparative advantage in pizza's country. Okay? And we find an effect for both immigrants, but also for emigrants. So this diffusion effect from emigration, which kicks in only for developing countries. Okay, so we believe this is a story which is very relevant for developing countries. Another example is that if you are in Germany, so you can find very good beer in Colombia, for example, because there are German immigrants in Colombia, but also in Turkey, because there are a lot of Turkish immigrants in Germany, and they learned how to do beer. Okay, so that's the Let me move to the last part, which is about cultural integration, what is called social remittances. So social remittances is a term which has been coined by Peggy Levitt, an anthropologist, to designate the transfer through migrants of behavioral and cultural norms to their communities of origin that can encompass a very wide set of values, of preferences, of beliefs, and so on. So there is no limit to the things that can be studied along those lines. The literature, the economic literature at least, has looked at two main things. One is political remittances. So when you ask how do immigrants affect the political evolution of their home country, you can think of many different channels. You can think, for example, of self-selection on political lines. If those who are liberal-minded leave the country, that should be bad for democracy in their home country, for example. You can think of remittances, which may lower the calls for reform internally, because it's a kind of safety net. You can look at what diasporas are doing, and there is another channel, which is the diffusion of preferences. Okay? So this is what I want to talk about. There are two cross-country papers, one focusing on foreign students by Antonio Spilimbergo in the American Economic Review 2009, which is finding cross-country evidence for the fact that when students go to study in foreign countries, but only in democratic countries, this seems to improve democracy in their home country. And I think he uses a number of arguments that can be generalized to any type of migration. So in a recent paper, we look at the cross-country evidence for migration in general and find about the same qualitative result, that openness to migration, to emigration in general, has a positive effect on institutional scores in home countries. I don't want to talk too much about the identification. We do many different things, but which are kind of technical, but decent, relatively. I want to focus more on one country case study, which I think is interesting. It's joint work with Thomas, who is here, and two other co-authors. We looked at Moldova. So the point here, I think the insight we should take from the Spilimbergo paper is that destination matter. You have emigration, which can affect political outcomes in a home country through many ways, but why would where your migrants go make a difference? Okay, so if they go, ideally you would like a country, or you would like a kind of experimental historical setting where you have migrants that go to two different destinations, and you can show very different effects depending on whether they go, in our case, west or east. Okay, so the reason why and also you expect the effect to take some time, because it takes time for preferences to change at the individual level and to be transmitted to others. So the setting we use is this setting of Moldova, which you can see here on the map, not because we were interested in Moldova since we were children, but because it has two features that are important for the empirical exercise we want to do. First is that you have a bipolar migration. Some go east, some go west. About 1/3 go to the EU and 2/3 to Russia. And arguably, the EU and Russia are very different contexts in terms of democracy scores and political freedom and so on. And the second thing is that you can argue that, I will come back to this, but the political history of Moldova is such that you had no migration before the Russian crisis of '98, and it's only after that migration started, so you can control at the community level for pre-migration political preferences. Okay? So that's the main thing. So what you find in a simple correlation scatter plot, that so the dependent variable, so on the y-axis you have the votes for the Communist Party in Moldova that was in power until 2009. This was the last ruling Communist Party of Europe. And you have on the x-axis the prevalence of migration at the community level to the east and to the west. Okay, so you see very different correlations, and the paper is about whether we can give this causal interpretation. Okay, and we claim we do. So here you see the evolution of the votes for the communists. So the natural experiment is such that migration started after the Russian crisis, which sparked emigration out of Moldova. So you see the numbers, okay, rising gradually of migrants. But here you can compare the votes in communities that predominantly send their migrants to Russia and those who predominantly send them to the West. So this is kind of the common trend assumption validated very grossly. Okay, we do more in the paper, of course. And then you see some divergence. And in terms of coefficients, so on the graph it doesn't look so big, but think migration is about on average 20%. So when you look at the coefficients, they are easy to interpret because migration prevalence is measured in percentage of the community size, and votes is a percentage of votes, so it's 1 to 1. So a coefficient of -0.67 for the westward migration means that if you increase the prevalence of migration to the west by 1%, you decrease votes for the communists by 0.6.7%, which is really big. Okay? And think also that selection is playing against us. Okay? Because if in a community people who are liberal-minded decide to go west because they want to go to a liberal country, so communities or individuals, these individuals would have voted for the opposition party, not for the communist party. So emigration to the west, if anything, should increase votes for the communists, the share of votes for the communists. Okay? So anyway, so we find, well, relatively confident in the results we have in the paper. So let me conclude, maybe I need to conclude. I see you're coming closer, so don't take it as a threat, but as a signal. I'm close to stopping. With something on fertility, I think also for development, we all know that demography conditions a lot of things. And so the discussion is how migration affects fertility through this transmission. It's not just of contraception techniques, it's about gender roles, it's about what is the right size for a family, the right spacing between birth, is it okay to have only daughters, and all these things are part of the cultural things which affect the fertility decisions. I think the central, the initial idea here belongs to Philippe Favre. He's a French demographer in Florence and a specialist of the Arab world. He just noted that in high migration communities of Morocco, fertility tends to be lower than in otherwise similar communities, while for Egypt it's the contrary. In high migration communities of Egypt, fertility is higher than in other communities of Egypt. And he conjectured that this may be due to the fact that Moroccan migrants go to the west, which is a low fertility region, while Egyptian migrants go to the Gulf countries, which are more conservative and have high fertility. So he conjectured that there may be some transmission of these preferences. He showed descriptively that this was a plausible hypothesis, and after that, some papers, either for Egypt, Bertolli and Manchetta, or cross-country, Bendoki and Schiff, confirmed this. And in our paper on France with Dodin and Franck, we try to see whether we find evidence of this in the context of France, which is an interesting country because this is the first country which experienced the fertility transition. And so we believe that we can learn from this experience. And but France had no international migration, but a lot of internal migration, so you can exploit the differences in fertility within France, which is what we do, especially between Paris and the different provinces, to do this type of exercise. So we built a bilateral matrix of migration across, or between, sorry, French districts, French départements, for the second half of the 19th century, and we found more or less what we were looking for, essentially a very strong effect of Paris on the lowering of fertility in the other regions, on sparking convergence in fertility behavior, which is consistent with the cultural diffusion argument because of the role that Paris played. We exploited the diffusion of the change in the railroad network to measure migration costs. Okay, so let me conclude. I think diasporas are important for development, but there are two reasons why they are important. I think it's not so much the direct effect of migrants through remittances or through return migration. These things have been studied for quite some time, but I think a new understanding of this is really to understand this externality thing, both economically, more integration into the world economy through trade, FDI, and knowledge diffusion, innovation, and culturally, which it's a bit early, but I think a promising avenue of research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hilaire Rapoport. This was a lot of deep insights into migration and development relationships. I'm sure we will come back to discussions later on. Now we have 10 minutes of discussion opening by Thomas Rasbay from Kiel Institute. Thomas, you are encouraged to be suitably critical with your occasional course of co-author. Yes,
all right. I try my best. So thanks to the organizers, especially to Stephan, Klasen, for inviting me. It's really difficult, I should say, to discuss the presentation by Hilaire. So first of all, he's one of the leading academics in the field, so there's probably not too much I know that he doesn't know. And second, yeah, we've been collaborating for some years now, so I guess at least to some extent our thinking about migration and development has converged. So actually I was seeing him in Paris for the last 2 weeks, and I asked him to make his presentation a bit less comprehensive so I could come up easily with some points for discussion, but of course he didn't like the idea. So given these limitations, I have the following to say. So when we think about the impact of migration, we typically take a place-based perspective. So when you think about migration or the effects of migration from the perspective of destination countries or countries of origin, right? And if we take this place-based perspective, we typically ignore that it's above all migrants themselves who benefit from international migration. So especially migrants or individuals who move from developing countries to developed countries experience huge income gains. So there's very interesting work by Michael Clemens and Len Pritchett in the United States, and they show that for a typical individual that moves from a developing country to the United States, this individual will experience an increase in income by 200 or 300%. There's also similar experimental evidence for migrants from Tonga who were chosen by lottery to be able to migrate to New Zealand, and this study also provides income gains in the order of 200 to 800%. So huge income gains for migrants, right? And I think this basic insight is nicely summarized by this graph here, which basically shows that simply by moving from their home country to the United States, migrants can multiply their hourly wages. Now there's probably no or very few development policies available in the countries of origin that can generate the same order of income gains for individuals. And if you think about development in terms of sustainable improvements of living standards, of providing individuals with access to better healthcare, access to better education, and probably access to more democratic and better institutional environment, you can really think about international migration as development, right? So if you take this definition, you can really think about development more like in terms of people, not in terms of places. So when you think about development in terms of people, that means you don't care like whether these people will experience these income gains or improve in their living standards in their home country or elsewhere. So you really factor in the possibility to allow for international migration, whereas if you take the more traditional approach, the place-based approach, you really try to think about policies that can improve the living standards of people in the places in which they live. So you ignore the option to emigrate. So by migrating, migrants typically not only help themselves, they only support their families, so they send back huge amounts of remittances. So I think in 2015, remittances accounted for about 441 billion US dollars, huge amounts. That's about 3 times the amount of official development assistance. And by sending remittances, they widely share the income gains from migration with those who stay behind. Now, so we've learned that international migration is really an important means for people to improve their income, and they do so voluntarily. So migrants just take up better paid jobs. So what's so special about it, right? So why do we meet here in Bonn to discuss the topic of migration? Typically, we don't care or just happy if people take up better paid jobs. Well, it's all about really the externalities of international migration that matter, right? So if we take Hillel's definition of externalities, so unintended consequences of individuals deciding to migrate for destination countries or countries of origin, you can think about positive or negative externalities. So in the past, the academic and public debate is much focused on the, at least perceived negative externalities of migration. So think about the brain drain in countries of origin. Think about the argument that immigrants take away native jobs in countries of destinations. These are typical arguments that have been made based on the idea that there are externalities of international migration. So Annette has really summarized that there can also be a whole range of positive externalities, which so far have not been well studied, at least in the economic literature. And given that nowadays migrants are more able than ever before to remain connected with their countries of origin, to build bridges between their origin countries and destination countries, it's probably the case that the externalities that Hillel presented will only increase in the future, given that we have this interconnected world we live in right now. So, having said this, I want to just add 2 more points to Hillel's talk. So, the question that came to my mind is, how sustainable are actually these diaspora externalities that Hillel summarized in this talk, right? So is there some sort of trade-off between immigrant integration in destination countries and the size of diaspora externalities? Could it be the case that over time these diaspora externalities disappear once migrants settle and become permanent citizens and fully integrated in the destination countries? So it's not really clear, I think, theoretically, whether better integration makes these diaspora externalities more or less likely. But when you think about the case of social remittances, I think you can basically think about 2 channels. So on the one hand, better integrated migrants may be more strongly exposed to the values and norms of the destination country. So potentially they may be more able to transmit accurate and relevant information about the destination country to those who stay back home in their countries of origin. So this may actually increase social remittances. But on the other hand, better integration could also mean that over time migrants lose their ties with their countries of origin. And this may be particularly the case for 2nd or 3rd generation migrants who then are less frequently in touch with those who stay behind as they were born and raised in the destination country actually. So it's not quite clear, I think, which of these 2 effects will dominate in the medium or long run. and whether these diaspora externalities will survive or eventually disappear after some time. So there's very little evidence we have to answer this question. So there is one very recent study by Konrad Kuchadi and co-authors, and they showed that in the case of the United States, those counties that witnessed large flows of immigrants in the 19th and 20th century from Europe nowadays, so dozens of years later, or even hundreds of years later, experience more inward and outward foreign direct investment. So this may be some evidence actually suggesting that it's not the migrants themselves only, but also their descendants that generate these diaspora externalities. So at least in the case of foreign direct investment and the specific setting of the US and European migration, it seems to be the case that these externalities are actually long-lasting and survive into the next generations of immigrants. I mean, probably we shouldn't call them immigrants anymore, but just people who were descendants from immigrants and born in the United States. Okay, very last point. So Annette talked a lot about the externalities of people moving, but in addition to people moving from destination countries to, from countries of origin to destination countries, you have reverse flows of remittances, monetary remittances, that go from the destination countries to the countries of origin. There's a small and emerging literature that suggests that there may be negative externalities associated with monetary remittances when it comes to the institutional development of countries, migrants' countries of origin. So the argument is, the theoretical argument is that remittances substantially increase household income, and they allow households to substitute public services by purchasing better private sector substitutes. So for instance, think about private schooling instead of public schooling, think about private healthcare instead of public healthcare. So households that receive remittances are increasingly able to buy better private sector substitutes of public services. And that may be bad for governments in two ways. So on the one hand, governments will feel less pressure to spend the money wisely on public services, and they may use at least part of that saved spending to feed their clientelistic network or engage in other activities that buy them public support, for instance through public employment. And on the other hand, by households reusing their dependence on public services, they may also become less likely to monitor the government because they just no longer need these, or at least part of these government services. So there's actually very little research on these effects here, and you may also argue that, well, what I just told you may also apply to domestic forms of incomes, right? So the more income households earn, the more likely they may be to send kids to private schools, for instance. But I still think remittances are special in a way. I mean, first of all, remittances are income that is generated by migrants abroad. So that income is generated outside of the local economic and political context. And second, remittances are private transfers that are typically not taxed, very difficult for governments to observe. And since they're not taxed, households may also be less likely to monitor the government on how this money is then spent by the government. So, as I said, there's very little research on these effects, but at least some studies, not all of them are well identified, suggest that there may be some truth in these statements. I can cite some own work that is maybe contradictory. So again, looking at Moldova, one of my favorite countries, at least in terms of research, we find that migrant households are actually substantially more likely to donate to community projects than non-migrant households. I mean, there may be many reasons why this is the case, but it at least is not consistent with the view that migrant households lose their interest in community affairs back home. But in general, I would say This is like very few papers I could cite, and the jury is certainly still out to decide about the externalities of remittances. That I would read the evidence as more mixed than in the case of the other desperate personalities that he has presented. I will leave here. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next is Annette David. She is with Agence Française de Développement and actually in charge of some migration-related development projects, I understand. We look forward to your talk. Share your device.
I would also like to start by thanking the organizers and especially Klasen for the invitation. I have to say that I'm rather happy to be here to talk about migration development because ever since I joined the French Development Agency, I'm realizing that while for the academic community it's very evident that migration has a positive impact on development, and there's this link that we know when countries become more developed, we have more migration. Well, from a donor point of view, it's more difficult to pass this message out to the policymakers, and we keep hearing these questions and why are you making development and we still have migrants in Europe? So we're happy to see people that understand that, and I hope that we could reach out to the policymakers with this message. As Thomas said, it's very difficult to make some comments on the work of Hillel, who's the leading scholar on migration and development, and I'd like to take the opportunity of asking some questions and having some more feedback on some specific issues, on the externalities, and well, as we all know, externalities they appear in every economic action, as we might say, and as I have a more general equilibrium background, I would have thought that there would be more models that try to count for externalities, and on the papers that you cited is something that looks to be very evident. But again, I think we don't have enough literature that highlights these externalities at the whole economic level or at the global level. For instance, we might think that whenever we have remittances, well, there are lots of papers who show that there would be a Dutch disease effect, but at the same time, these remittances, we saw that they have an impact on the labor market participation of the origin households. They have an impact on education and so on. So one would expect to have externalities at the whole economic level regarding productivity, regarding, well, as you said, consumption and so on. And I think we would need more work, or there are already more papers on that, and I'm not aware of it, but I would like to see more things on how the externalities interact within the economy. And another question I have was also on the impact of migration on the civil societies of the home countries. Because if I understood correctly, most of the literature that looks at the impact of social remittances looks at issues such as democracy, as fertility, and so on. But I was wondering whether we could also see maybe empowerment for the civil society, well, the presence of NGOs, but then I was thinking maybe even building capacities, because we know that lots of return migrants, they return to work in, for instance, the public administration. So one might expect that externalities also happen within firms or within the administration, in the sense that, well, according to the classical theories of economic development, externalities will have a positive impact on the other workers. And then what I'm also thinking about is, what are the negative externalities of the mismanaged migration flows? Because we do have the positive externalities, or the negative ones of migration, but then whenever we have mismanaged migration flows, and I think we are experiencing this in Europe right now, we would have negative externalities. So for instance, the restrictive migration policies, we know that they have negative externalities, one of them being the human tragedy that we're seeing right now in the Mediterranean, with lots of loss of human lives. But then, as it was pointed out also this morning, whenever we have restrictive immigration policies, then the migration spells tend to be longer, and the time spent in an undocumented situation tends to be longer. Therefore, migrants, they have worse labor market outcomes, not being able to work, or at least not having the expected wage level, and therefore sending less remittances to their household. So one might expect that the restrictive migration policies will decrease the positive externalities of migration. Again, in the case of refugees, we witness a loss of human capital in terms of, for instance, of education, but also in terms of social tensions, in terms of frustration, and so on. It can also lead to political tensions at the global level. And again, by imposing restrictive migration policies, we might witness a missed opportunity in terms of growth, for instance, or in terms of a fiscal impact. And then I was wondering to which degree we consider return migration as an externality, because we know, and Jack Rothman did a lot of work on that, and so that if it's voluntary, return migration will have a positive impact on the development of origin countries. And some of the channels to which it happens appear in the paper on the externalities of the diaspora. Others have appeared in the Klaus presentation this morning. So one of the channels would be the knowledge diffusion and social remittances, with return migrants bringing back the social norms of their destination countries, be it in terms of democracy, of fertility, of women empowerment, but they also diffuse the knowledge that they have acquired abroad. In terms of investment as well, and if the migration is voluntary, then migrants can bring back the capital, the financial capital that they have acquired abroad, and invest it in their home country. And also there is a large part of the literature that shows that return migrants tend to invest more in during their migration in their origin countries, because they have this idea of return and they want to prepare it. Again, in terms of human capital accumulation, because they acquire skills abroad and they will bring it to their home countries, and this can also be a topic for the migration policy of the origin country, which needs to be taking into account this repatriation of the skills and knowledge and all the issues linked to brain gain. And finally, in terms of entrepreneurship, again with last papers showing that return migrants have a high probability of becoming entrepreneurs compared to non-migrants, for instance. So that's a very quick comments on the issue of migration development.
Thank you very much. I think you have a chance to address our three speakers, and we'd like to have a sign of hand. We have about 15 minutes. Who would like to kick it off? If there's hesitation, then I ask a question, but there is no hesitation. Good. Let's start here.
Hi, I'm Rita from King's College. Just wanted to ask about if any research has been done on negative externalities to the receiving country in terms of human capital accumulation, because at least in England now we're hearing things like, you know, there's less, I mean, there are very few engineers or there are very few doctors because we were depending on immigrants most of the time. So I just wondered if there's any research.
Please collect a few notes, yeah? Or three of you, and François? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the sweet presentation. Maybe I would like to start on the figure that Thomas showed at the beginning. We know that migrants are gaining a lot, although I think we have to correct the figure that were reported by the change in the cost of living, which is quite important. But even when you take that into account, the gain by illegal migrants is very, very high. And basically, we could say that from a global point of view, this is enough to justify migration. And then my question is whether we can think about negative externalities of such magnitude that this would be offsetting the huge gain made by migrants. And then a related question is, to what community do the migrants belong? When we evaluate the gains and losses of migration, we tend to look at the sending country to the country of destination, and very often the migrants are somewhere between. We talk about the gains or the losses for the country of origin, ignoring the fact that the migrants are with that country and should be included in that country. So this is a survey question. I mean, it's fine to work and to analyze and to identify externalities, but maybe as Annette said at the end, it would be nice to have to try to have a general evaluation, kind of Joachim kind of evaluation of the gains and losses of migration.
In fact, I have a very similar question. So, the first order effect that most people talk about is the remittances usually, which now figured much less in these talks than usual, which I think is very interesting and refreshing. If one now were to think about, in the spirit of what Anna said, trying to come up, what are the big ticket items? Would remittances still be the most important aspect, certainly in the short term for developing countries, or would you say that these externalities are actually rivaling that those effects and maybe more sustainable than remittance ones?
Let me break it here, and then we do. I've seen more hands. Then do another round. Hilary, would you start?
And maybe also reflect a bit of what the discussant said.
So I'll start maybe with the questions from the floor. No, so I think the negative externalities for receiving countries is what the political debate is about. So given that the focus here is development, it was not discussed, but we all have in mind. I think a recent book which emphasized the negative externalities for receiving countries, especially England, but more generally, is a book by Paul Collier on Exodus. And more generally, I think this is what is now called the epidemiological approach, that there's a suspicion, let's say, that migrants bring a lack of social cohesion into the receiving countries, less sense of solidarity, belonging, and so on, which could be detrimental to the host countries' institutions. Okay, and the epidemiological approach is to say also they bring lower productivity, lower, I don't know, work standards or whatever. I don't know of really convincing empirical evidence on that, but clearly this is a sophisticated way to talk about the negative effects of immigration on receiving countries. think it's difficult to say that remittances are more or less important. I think it's very difficult to quantify the relative importance of these channels. There are some studies that try to, to calibrate these things, production function, and evaluate what channel is more important and so on. I don't really believe in these approaches, although I contributed one. But I'm curious. The general tendency and the longer term you take, the more these things about the importance of transaction cost, of culture, of capturing part of the growth which is outside of your borders, I think is very important. So it's both an intellectual bet and also, I would say, the answer also depends on how you factor the future situation. Okay, so it's not really an answer, but it's more, I think, both are important and legitimate. Whether you want to put the focus here or there is both an arbitrage in terms of short-term and long-term, and also personal curiosity. Coming to the discussion, I agree with much of what has been said. I think the resentment problem, I will translate your question more in terms of mismanagement of migration can create resentment and frustration, and instead of emulating the good things from the receiving countries, you could reject them. So absolutely, that's a possibility. I don't know if research has been done on this, but certainly I would, if I would have a budget to use, I would certainly encourage research in this direction. And for Thomas, I fully agree, especially on what you said on remittances. In the first presentation, how migration can affect political evolution, I presented something on remittances essentially as a safety net. You become less concerned about your own country, and so this lower pressures to reform because part of your income comes from abroad. But it's the same kind of argument qualitatively to say you're not consuming public goods and so on. So, but I agree this is potentially an important challenge.
Thank you. Any quick points from you discussants on what you heard? I prefer to go back to the audience, accumulate a bit more, and in the end you get the floor. There's a question over there, please go ahead. Can you wait for the mic?
Thank you. Leo Karlovitz, GIZ. Thank you very much for these very interesting presentations. I myself was particularly interested in the relationship between remittances and the resource curves, but also bad governance. And I've been wondering whether you have any research or whether you thought of the effects that remittances and collective funds, for example, to stabilize post-conflict countries or countries in transition, whether you heard anything of what your knowledge is of them and whether they actually contribute to good or bad governance in these territories. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep the mic in the back. Was there a hand up over there? Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tessa Bolt from IIS at Stockholm University. So I was very interested about this research on social remittances that go from the diaspora to the sending country, so some of which I'm also aware of. I know this literature a bit, but I think for example, in the host countries, there's now much more debate about whether it sort of goes the opposite way around as well. And so in Turkey recently, we've seen sort of a move to, well, let's call it a more traditional system. And there's sort of been a concern within Germany that that also affects the Turkish diaspora here. So also a move sort of, well, away from more modern values. And so I'm just wondering, is there any rigorous research on this that sort of shows whether this concern is warranted or not, or is it just quantitatively just not very important? So whether you had any sense about that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All the way back there. Let's get the back seats talking. Yeah. Raise your hand again so that the mic finds you. Thank you.
Simone Chris from BIC. I've got two questions. The The first is, what can US development economists tell us about social inequality created by remittances in the countries of origin, knowing that it's not the poorest who migrate, and as remittances are private money, they are going, of course, not to the poorest in these countries. The second question relates to the last slide over there, this positive image about return migration. At first, I doubt that you can always talk about return migration, and maybe we should consider if it's not related to a life cycle aspect. For example, you go abroad, labor migration, and then maybe at a later aspect of your life you go again. If the children are going to school, you need money. And whether this kind of return is always sustainable, especially if going to the majority is going to Gulf states. And
enough pressure on the speakers. Thank you. But there were, I think, Klaus had anyone disappointed? If not, call upon Klaus. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. That was very, very important talk. Now, one issue you have not so much stressed was, which I think is important for development potentially, is, and how we politically look at it, is family left behind. Here there is a critical debate by policymakers in two directions. First, in the receiving countries, policymakers often say, oh, we don't want family, in particular if people just come for short-term work. In the sending countries, if they stay there, the concern is nobody takes care of them, and so on. There's lots of literature now in some countries, in China, or Mexico, and so on. There are sometimes positive effects, sometimes negative effects. What's your overall view? Should family come or not come?
Okay. Hilary, let me add one question, although the plate is already full. Most of your tabulations, the econometric results, presented migration in an aggregate form. And we need to disaggregate a lot more. We all know migrants are extremely heterogeneous. Diaspora communities are often very divisive and at each other's throat. Can I push you a bit more on the aggregation error if we just talk migrants and diasporas as an aggregate variable? But please take up whichever questions you're comfortable with, and don't shy away from the uncomfortable ones.
Okay. So the first question on collective remittances, I will leave it to Thomas, because he did research on this, and I didn't. The question on return migration, I didn't do research on this. I will leave it to Hein, who is over there. I will introduce him to you. He will answer your question much better than I could. So I'm reluctant to say things on topics I don't know well. So I will take the other questions. So your first question on is remittances creating inequality? Okay, so this is a well-known, relatively old question, and the answer is, as always in economics, it depends. So the argument is that to fund migration, you need to be sufficiently affluent and wealthy to, it's an investment, so only if you are affluent enough, you can make this investment. On the other hand, we know that there are dynamic effects. So statically at the beginning of the migration process, you're right, there is an increase in inequality. However, as time passes, two things happen. You have general equilibrium effects. The remittances are spent by the household, but they buy goods from or hire labor from other households, so that there is this diffusion. But also you have networks effect. The cost of migrating becomes lower, and so the option to migrate becomes more affordable to households at the lower end of the income and wealth distribution. So what we see in most studies, I mean, what I did with David McKenzie on Mexico, is clearly this inverse U-shaped pattern. First, an increase of inequality, but then a decrease. So the answer is that it depends on where you are in the migration trajectory of a community or any collective entity. There was a question which I will summarize as positive social remittances do not necessarily take place. Okay, I gave here example where they do, but we don't know, I would say, much about the circumstances where this happens. So here I can only suggest a few directions. Maybe this has to do with the integration of immigrants. Okay, someone asked earlier how important, or Thomas, you asked if immigrants integrate better, will it be good or bad? Maybe you need this integration if, of course, if migrants are not integrated or frustrated or segregated, there is no reason why they would transfer the values from the home country. Maybe it has to do with the characteristics of home and host countries, the match between the two, the circumstances that led to immigration. If it's a political immigration after a revolution, for example, is not the same as economic migration. So I think these are open questions, not much research on this, but definitely a very good question, and I think research should go in that direction. For the family, Klaus, I don't know well the literature on this, so I know it exists, but and is kind of mixed, but I think Thomas, I'm dropping on him where I don't feel comfortable. So when I'm out of my comfort zone, it's for Thomas. And Joachim, you're right, most of I mean, I presented both research using microdata, so here we have, we know the individual, or at least at the community level, we have some good data. But for the cross-country studies I presented, they are based on aggregated data. Sometimes we can disaggregate, for example, by skills or by gender, but this is the best we can do. So here it's a matter of perspective. I agree with you that it would be good to have much better data. The unit of our consultation for now, compared to, for trade is quarterly data or monthly data. For financial flows, it could be every second, potentially. And for migration, it's every 10 years. We have around the census, so we measure international migration. So it's very poor. But 20 years ago, there was nothing. That started this migration, comparative international migration data started to be collected and harmonized only about 10 years ago. I think the future is big data, okay? From big data, social network data, data from cell phone, etc. We will have high frequency data on migration. We will be able to differentiate different types of migration, permanent, people going back and forth, etc. So it's just the beginning. There is already big data measures of migration at the urban regional level. It's not yet international, but we're going this direction, and I think for in terms of sheer measurement, this is where my hope is, rather than the marginal improvements on how we collect census on these type of things.
Great. Okay. Would you like to take
So I'll be very selective because I realize I'm standing between you and lunch. So regarding remittances and collective funds, so at least in economics we call this, or social sciences more generally, we call these remittances collective remittances. So remittances that were money that is not sent back to private individuals, but rather to communities whatsoever. So this is happening. So I've done some analysis of collective remittances in Moldova and the Philippines. I mean, first of all, you see like these funds do not go to the poorest parts of the countries, right? So they typically go to the countries or regions of origins, so where migrants come from, where they still have family members or friends left behind, and it also seems to be the case that there's some sort of strategic component involved there. So at least correlations suggest that
migrants who may only be temporarily away and ultimately plan to return to their home countries are more likely to send collective remittances, potentially because they want to increase their reputation when they come back and maintain membership rights in their communities. You also see that the more children and family members stay behind, the more likely migrants are to send these remittances, so which suggests that you still need some sort of link to the country of origins for these collective remittances to take place. But in the Philippines we could also show that the diaspora seems to be altruistic in the sense that when a province is hit by a typhoon in the Philippines, migrants seem to channel donations, in this case also to those regions, even though they may not be coming from those regions in the first place. So it is taking place, but there's, at least as far as I know, not too much research about this. I don't know anything about collective remittances to conflict zones, so I'm afraid I can pass on that. So also, just coming back to the social inequality or economic inequality that migration may generate. So I've already expressed collective remittances, like remittances, tend to favor the places where migrants come from, and of course these may not be the poorest places in these countries. But I think in addition to the role of migrant networks, we also have to realize it's basically immigration policies of receiving countries determining who actually is able to select into migration. Of course, I mean there will still be a financial component left to shoulder for potential migrants. But we also need to realize that for many low-skilled and medium-skilled people from developing countries, there's basically no option to migrate to a developed country unless in the case of family reunification. So I'm not sure whether, given the patterns we observe, we should make the argument that migration is bad because it increases inequality. And I think in this sense we should also be more firm in knowing whether there are some negative externalities associated with the departure of these migrants, yeah? But still it depends on our policies to manage who actually is able to migrate and what the incidence of migration is.
Just to complete what Helena and Thomas just said on inequality, we have a paper on Egypt, for instance, in which we show that migration did increase inequality at a regional level, but it decreased inequality at an individual level, either national or within the governorate. And very quickly on Dutch disease and externalities, we have a model, a general equilibrium model with micro foundations on Egypt, Jordan and Tunisia, and there we do see that it depends on the case, and we see a very important effect on the exchange rate in Jordan. The effects, for instance, on unemployment also are very different between the two countries, with in one case the remittance impact on labor market participation being way more important, for instance, than the other macroeconomic effects. So again, it depends. We do have that that tends to show positive impacts.
Well, colleagues, let me simply say it's very reassuring to hear the large economic benefits related to trade, FDI, potentially financial flows resulting from migration. I would find it important that we do more digging about economic efficiency of remittances flows. A few years ago, Inter-American Development Bank had done a larger study on remittances in that region, and it didn't look good at all. A lot of wasteful consumption, impacts on corruption. So that remittances are 3 times development aid, globally speaking, may not say much about developmental impacts. The potentials are certainly there. I would also like to see more research on what migration does to perceptions of migrants themselves. Maybe a few more studies on satisfaction with life and happiness of migrants would be illuminating, and not just of people in receiving countries. Lastly, I think we all agreed in this session that externalities, broadly speaking, are the frontier issues which we need to address. I think we need to be clear what we mean by that and be a lot more disaggregated in communicating about economic externalities, positive and negative, without even using the word, so that the rest of the observing and listening world is absorbing what we mean in terms of indirect positive and negative effects. I would like to ask you for a round of applause to the panel. And now, without any further ado, there is lunch waiting for you outside, and actually I'd like to direct you upstairs. There is a lot more room upstairs. The food downstairs and upstairs is the same, so it's only a prep.
Okay. Silence, everyone. So welcome to this afternoon session, Improving Migration Processes. It's a panel of similar format as the one we had just before lunch. It's a main contributor, Dean Young, that will spend some 30-40 minutes giving introductory remarks, and then we'll have 2 comments. Yeah, I guess we are all set. So Dean, you may start, please.
Hello. Very happy to be here. Thank you very much, Stephan and the EUDN for inviting me. I think I'm an example of a very complicated type of international migration connectivity in terms of getting here. I'm originally from the Philippines. I went to the US for college, and that's where I met Stephan when I was an undergraduate, and Stephan was a PhD student at Harvard in economics. And I mentioned to him earlier that he probably didn't realize the long-term impact he had on my academic and life career, giving me advice as a young, naive undergraduate about what it meant to get a PhD in economics and how to pursue an academic career. So thank you, Stephan, for your influence on my international migration and career trajectory. So anyway, I was very happy to agree to come here today when Stephan invited me. And I'll be talking about migration policies for development. I think what I'll be sharing with you today is very complementary with what Klaus and Hillel and discussants talked about earlier today, but I'll be taking much more of an angle on what kind of policies can we think about that can improve the migration process and try to enhance the impact of migration on development of sending countries, of origin countries. And in doing so, there's a huge amount of ground to cover. I decided to focus on work for which we have fairly compelling scientific evidence. As many of you know, the last 2 decades or so has seen an explosion of a methodological revolution in development and other fields of economics in the context of randomized controlled experiments, randomized controlled trials, RCTs. And so what I'll be sharing with you today will really focus on high-quality scientific evidence, mostly RCTs, on migration policies that we can think about as potentially having a positive development impact on migrants themselves and on the origin places and origin families that they're connected with. There's a great deal of evidence sort of leading up to this topic, motivating this topic, that migration and the remittances that follow already are known to bring substantial benefits, particularly at the household level in origin countries. We have evidence that sort of migration leads to, and remittances that follow lead to higher consumption, lower poverty among migrant origin households. There's a lot of quite compelling evidence that there are increased investments in human capital and small enterprises. There's also some quite fascinating evidence that remittances appear to serve as insurance, providing a risk coping or risk management role for origin households as well as origin countries and areas. So that's another benefit beyond just sort of higher consumption levels, also more stable consumption that we should be keeping in mind. There's a great deal of evidence from a wide variety of sources that establish correlations between migration and development outcomes, and there's some more recent evidence that's started to establish very strong causal links between migration and development. I just wanted to share you sort of one example from my own work, a little bit sort of older work of mine, looking at a national experiment on Filipino migrants who were destined to many wide variety of destination countries around the world. This is basically taking advantage of a national experiment that happened in the form of the Asian financial crisis in July of 1997 that led to large and heterogeneous changes in the exchange rates that migrant workers faced around the world that were highly relevant for the remittances that they sent back home, obviously. So migrants, if you look at sort of across months from July 1996 to October 1998, in the vertical axis we have exchange rates indexed to 1 in July 1996. There was not much going on prior to the Asian financial crisis, but after the crisis, Filipinos who happened to be in the US and countries whose currencies were linked to the US dollar experienced a dramatic improvement in the exchange value of their remittances when they sent them home to the Philippines, something in the order of 50%. You've got a wide variety of, a lot of heterogeneity in that change. Migrants in Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan got a positive benefit as well, but not as large. Migrants who were in Malaysia or Korea really didn't see much improvement in the peso value of their remittances over that period. So this is a sort of a natural experiment that is sort of useful for analyzing what's the impact of exogenous increases in remittances when migrants send them home. And this just summarizes the results that I found, the main changes, the main impacts that I found from that study. Broadly, a positive exchange rate shock from the standpoint of the migrant and their family led to, first of all, higher remittances, about 50% higher remittances, higher educational spending, higher school attendance for both boys and girls. Interestingly, one sort of outcome that sort of has been of great interest in this literature is sort of labor supply. There's a lot of sort of concern raised that remittances might reduce people's labor supply, lead them to become more dependent on remittances and reduce their earnings at home. I certainly didn't see that, and if anything, there was actually a positive effect of hours worked in self-employment, which is almost certainly linked to increased entrepreneurship at the household level. Big increases in vehicle ownership, so sort of purchase of durable goods and in particular vehicles went up. And this was probably not just consumption of vehicles, but also use of vehicles for small enterprises. And finally, big reductions in the poverty rate. The only negative impact in this chart is sort of poverty, which is a bad outcome. So this is all just a little bit of sort of motivation for thinking about, okay, clearly we have a lot of evidence for migration and remittances bringing positive outcomes at the household level, but is there anything we can do policy-wise to enhance migration's impacts beyond just the ambient positive benefits that remittances have? I'm going to stop for a moment because obviously somebody here is sort of not liking the message that I'm delivering. So what am I going to be talking about today? This is a bit of a selective overview of a different type, a variety of different policies, but they span different stages of the migration process. We have evidence on, I'll be sharing with you evidence on migration programs themselves, and programs that bring migrants overseas, in particular temporary migration programs, are very sort of appealing to look at. I'll be talking about what we know about educating migrants, both sort of, on a variety of different dimensions that I'll talk about. One area that I've been doing a lot of work on is in thinking about how can we improve the use of remittances and the allocation of remittances within transnational households. And that's really about potentially giving migrants more control over how remittances are used. I'll talk about the impacts of reducing remittance transaction fees, which is a sort of major friction in the flow of remittances. And then finally, talking about sort of facilitating job mobility of migrant workers in their destination countries. So first, I want to talk about best practice temporary migration programs. So the broad motivation here is something that sort of we've already talked about today, just the massive wage gains available to migrants from international migration. This is the work that Zimmermann shared as well, the data from the Clemens Montenegro Pritchett paper, the place premium, showing the wage gains in terms of sort of multiples of home country wages that are available to migrants once they immigrate to the U.S. as just the data source for which this analysis was conducted. It ranges anywhere from a high of above 10 for Egypt, Nigeria, and Yemen. This is just a selection of countries in their analysis, to a low of 2 to 3 times home country income for Thailand, Mexico, Turkey, South Africa. Even the low end of these estimates is represents massive increases in income, many times larger than the positive impact of even the most successful other type of development program. So this is the big motivation, what I want to share with you right now is like some very, very nice evidence from David McKenzie and John Gibson, looking at the impact of New Zealand's best practice temporary migration program for migrants from South Pacific nations. So I think the motivation here is this is clearly an active, well-defined policy that developed and developing countries, migrant destination source countries, can collaborate on to implement. So what kind of impacts can we expect from a policy like this? So the program that they study is a very well-regarded study called the RSC program, the Recognized Seasonal Employer Program, through which several thousand workers come to New Zealand for a span of 7 to 11 months. So it's a fairly short migration stint, and they typically work in horticulture and viticulture. A lot of nice pictures of workers in New Zealand's wine industry. I guess strong pictures of wine. The wine industry perhaps is something that is popular in migration studies. The focus is on workers from South Pacific nations, particularly these 5, and it's what makes it best practice. There are a number of dimensions that the program highlights. And broadly, it's best practice in the sense that it takes into account the needs for workers in New Zealand as well as development objectives in migrant origin countries. And some of the key aspects of best practices are that there are fairly effective methods for preventing overstaying. So there are incentives for employers, incentives for employees, as well as home villages not to overstay. And it's not clear which of these pieces are the most important aspects of the non-overstay incentives, but my hypothesis would be that the home villages play an important part. I think there's a threat to home villages made that they will not get any further migration quotas if the previous migrants don't return. And that probably exerts a lot of influence. And so they end up with overstay rates of less than 1%. So from the standpoint of making sure this is truly a temporary migration program, it's quite a successful one. They have strong worker protections. So if one is concerned about exploitation of workers, poor working conditions, this is a program that has very strong worker protections. And then from the standpoint of displacement of New Zealand native workers from jobs, it follows a so-called New Zealanders First principle, which mitigates the impact of New Zealand workers by making sure that the jobs are only going to places with labor shortages that can't find New Zealand workers. So their empirical analysis focuses on just Tonga and Vanuatu, the 2 largest RSC origin countries, and broadly, just to summarize, their findings are very positive. They find positive development impacts on a range of home country outcomes. These are the outcomes in the origin households of these migrant workers. And they basically compare, it's not a randomized controlled trial, but it's a fairly credible difference in difference propensity score analysis where they compare migrant households with non-migrant households, and they find that migrant households have higher income, higher consumption, savings, higher durable good ownership, higher subjective standard of living, higher child schooling, at least in Tonga. And even though I think our gut feeling was, one's gut feeling would of course be that these would be huge gains from a monetary standpoint. This is a nice study in that it's able to quantify how big these gains are. Annual per capita income gains alone, this is sort of forgetting about the other gains in terms of child schooling, for example, are $260 in Tonga, $860 in Vanuatu. Just huge gains in comparison to, for example, the positive impacts of other types of development programs that aren't migration programs. Microfinance programs in India, typically, often find zero effect on income. CCT programs, $20 to $40 in Mexico, Nicaragua. $20 income gains annually for grants, capital grants to entrepreneurs. $5 for internal migration incentives in Bangladesh. So again, a migration program, but an internal as opposed to an international migration program. So I think that really, really clear evidence that this is a very, very positive program from the standpoint of household income compared to other types of development programs. So that's sort of like what I'm going to be saying about sort of temporary migration programs. I mean, there's certainly more work to be done on these types of programs, but this is a compelling first initial evidence of a sort of nicely designed temporary migration program in terms of positive development impacts. We can also think about programs that educate migrants. So these would be motivated by sort of information problems, imperfect information on the part of migrants, or potentially on the part of family members as well, about the migration process or how to handle migration income. One very important type of program is one that Toman and I am co-authors. Of course, I shouldn't take too much credit. Toman for really leading the way on this project. Trying to think about whether there's anything we can do to educate migrants in advance before they migrate, so that they can better integrate in their destination countries. And think about a number of possible barriers. We think about language, institutional differences, cultural differences, more broadly imperfect information of various sorts. And one policy tool that's been tried in many countries, including the Philippines, where we're focusing, is so-called pre-departure orientation seminars. So the Philippines has a very advanced system and very well-organized system of providing pre-departure orientation seminars to migrants before they leave. And sort of in the Philippines, this is provided to over 1 million people per year departing from the Philippines. And so this study is ongoing, but we already have some results to share. We basically worked with the Philippine government to create what we call an enhanced pre-departure seminar, enhanced PDOS, that basically covered in a great deal of detail, and sort of more detail than ever had been covered before, topics like pre-departure processes, settlement, building a support network in the U.S., how to get employed, household finance, financial management, as well as maintaining ties to the Philippines. The Philippine government was implementing this and try to see if they could find ways to maintain ties to the Philippines to potentially enhance the Philippine development benefit. The team on the project, in particular some of our staff in the Philippines, produced an amazing book that we handed out to people called The Handbook for Filipinos Migrating to the United States of America. So there's a lot going on in this project, and sort of, but to summarize, some of the most exciting results have to do just with the initial settlement process. Households that, in the treatment group, which is the sort of, I guess you'd call that pink bar, compared to the treatment group, the sort of bluish-gray bar, show much greater success with various aspects of the initial settlement process. They're more likely to have a government social security number, to have health insurance, to have a driver's license, to have a bank account. And in addition, so that's sort of like the first indication that we did something. People sort of settled better. We also have interesting evidence, if you're interested, perhaps a little bit trivial, that sort of people's initial actual travel to the U.S. is much smoother. They're less likely to miss their flight, for example. So that sort of, that was kind of a fun outcome to look at. But sort of, if you look beyond that, sort of 6 months later, there are other outcomes we can look at. They actually don't show much of an effect of employment, but it does look like, very sort of intriguingly, they have a higher expectation for their future labor market participation, more plans for getting their Philippine credentials, occupational credentials certified in the U.S., potentially higher plans for further education. And still to come, we have sort of surveys to establish longer-term impacts to see whether these expectations actually come to fruition. So I think that's to watch this space for further developments. Maybe sort of if you come back to this conference a year from now, maybe we'll have more to report. Maybe Thomas will have more to report. So that's education of migrants prior to departure. Something that's sort of widely done. Another type of program that's very widely considered and implemented are programs to educate family members and migrants themselves about how to better manage their finances. So financial education programs for migrants and their families. Again, the sort of motivation here is sort of remittances being a very, very large international financial flow, 3 times larger than ODA. Almost approaching in size, foreign direct investment to developing countries. Is there anything that can be done to potentially enhance further the positive benefits of this remittance flow? There are a number of different sort of experimental projects that have been done, looking at the impact of providing financial education to migrants and their families, or both. I think in the interest of time, I will focus on a couple. First of all, a nice study by David McKenzie, Bilazia, and Yoko Doi in Indonesia, looking at providing financial education prior to departure for Indonesian women going to work as domestic servants, maids elsewhere. And the neat thing about this study was that they actually randomly assigned people to treatment conditions where either only the migrant was trained, only the family members received the training, or both the migrant and the family members got the financial education training. And the results were actually quite striking. It was really only training the migrant and the family members together, or simultaneously, that led to the positive impacts. I think this is very, very interesting because it suggests that there's it's potentially what's going on is that families and migrant workers are making joint financial decisions. They are, they're in households that we might consider truly transnational households that have joint financial matters that need to be resolved, and simply intervening with one side or the other may not get the same impact as intervening with both, providing financial education for both, so that both can ultimately jointly make better financial decisions. And the key outcome they looked at was savings. There was basically, months later, higher savings in the origin household when you train both migrant and family members. And that was the key takeaway of that study. A related study was one that I did with Dinesh Seshan among Indian workers in Qatar. And this was a very simple intervention that treated the migrants only. We invited migrants to a one-time 3-hour financial motivation seminar with a motivational speaker. But one of the key themes was that the speaker imparted was the need to coordinate with your family and make joint financial decisions with your family back home. And so in that sense, it had a similar flavor to the previous study that trained migrants and family members together. And we really did see that happened. Like there was, within 12 months later, when we surveyed these households as well as their wives, we surveyed these migrants, male migrants in Qatar, their wives back home in Kerala and India. They all reported having more joint financial decision making, more discussions about finances with each other transnationally, and it actually led to substantially higher savings and higher remittances among the low savings subsample of workers. So those who didn't have high savings at baseline saw positive increases in savings as well as remittances within these households. So these are just sort of like the data from that study. Among the low savings subsample of workers in the project, blue is control, red is treatment, higher savings as well as higher remittances associated with having been invited to this motivational financial seminar. I think that the broad takeaway from this set of studies is that even though sort of financial education studies in general, if you look across the financial literacy or financial education literature, they're often quite mixed results. It's not really consistent that one finds positive impacts. Within the sort of migration context, I would say it's much more common to find positive impacts of financial education on a variety of financial decisions within transnational households. And this may be that the opportunity, it may be the case that the opportunity to improve things in a transnational household is just larger. And my gut feeling is that it's because these are households that are in some very commonly suddenly faced with the task of managing much larger amounts of resources than they had experiences with in the past. So you have a migrant worker overseas experiencing these huge increases in income, sending back very large amounts of remittances, sometimes leading to many-fold increases in the household expenditures. This may be precisely the right time to intervene with a household and give them better financial education and help them better manage their finances. Related to this, also in the context of thinking about how to maximize the development impact of remittances, is work that I and others have done on enhancing migrant control over remittances, over financial decisions at home. So just a couple of anecdotes to illustrate this idea, or to motivate this idea. These are quotes from migrants from El Salvador that we interviewed in Washington, D.C. in a study of mine. This first individual says, "I have many uncles and they get drunk, so I just send money when needed, or I send to someone like my sister who I trust." The second anecdote is a little bit sort of more long-winded. Basically, this guy is saying, the brother of my boss told this story. He sent about $50,000 to his mother over the years, and the intention was to build a house. Eventually, he came back and asked his mom for the money. She said she didn't have it. She gave it to an uncle, and he came to ask for the money back, and the uncle threatened to kill him if he came back to El Salvador for the money. So, kind of an extreme situation. I don't mean to suggest this is sort of the most common outcome, but it does illustrate the idea that when migrants have some demand for control over how their money is used. They don't always have good control, and I think the exciting prospect from a development standpoint is if we give migrants better control over how the money is used, would it end up being used for purposes that have more of a long-run development impact? And I think that some additional, it's merely showing a difference in, merely showing that migrants have a demand for control is one thing, but we also want to know what exactly it is that migrants want to control. And here's some data from, again, my work with Salvadorans in DC. We asked migrants in DC how they would want their remittances used back home across a number of different outcomes. The biggest category was daily consumption. They do want their households to have higher consumption levels, and they say 42% of the money should be used for consumption. But they also say a big chunk should be used for savings. They want sort of about 20% to be held as savings for various long-term purposes or as buffer stocks in case of emergency. And then there are a number of other sort of areas that I won't sort of go into. This is if you ask migrants. We also asked families in El Salvador, so we went out and surveyed the very same households that these migrants were sending money to back home, and they gave very different responses. They want sort of 65% to be spent on daily consumption, and only a tiny amount on savings, only sort of 2.5% versus 21% on savings. This emerged as the biggest difference in sort of preferences between migrants and their families back home. And so this raises the question, if you gave migrants better control over how much money was saved in the home country, would savings actually rise? So this sort of, sort of motivates this study. And this is what we did. Among this sample of Salvadorans in Washington, D.C., we developed some new savings products with a Salvadoran bank, Banco Agricola, and we implemented a randomized controlled trial where we randomly assigned migrants in the sample to either a control group or to one of 3 treatment groups that got different types of bank accounts that gave them different degrees to which they could monitor and control savings in El Salvador. So these were funds that were being sent back to El Salvador to be saved in Salvadoran bank accounts. But we basically gave migrants, sometimes in some cases we gave migrants joint bank accounts that they co-owned with family members in El Salvador, which they could therefore monitor and check to see how much money was in the accounts. And we also gave migrants the opportunity to open accounts in their own names, not shared with anyone in El Salvador, that they could clearly solely control if they wanted to. So this is just an example of one of the branches in which we recruited migrants in Washington, D.C. Here's an example of a family that we enrolled in the study and that was in one of the treatment groups. And here was a remittance recipient in El Salvador who we also surveyed. So this was sort of a binational study where we sort of surveyed people on both sides of the household. So what kind of, and we basically tracked savings at Banco Agricola, the bank we were working with. So in the control group, 12 months later, over the course of the next 12 months, average savings was about $186. But the question is what happens in the treatment groups. In treatment 1, where we offered a savings account for the recipient only, so this was not a savings account that had the migrant's name on it, it was just a savings account for the family member in El Salvador. We get a small increase in savings in terms of a point estimate, but not a statistically significant increase. But what really made the difference was in the treatments where we offered migrants some degree of monitoring and control over accounts. So in treatment 2 and treatment 3, we offered, so in treatment 2 we offered, in addition to the savings account for the recipient only, we offered a savings account that could be jointly owned by the migrant and the recipient. We saw bigger increases in savings there. And in treatment 3, where we offered the biggest, the greatest degree of control, we saw the biggest increase. And in treatment 3, what made the difference was, in addition to offering the first 2 types of accounts, we offered migrants accounts in their own name that they could solely control. And that sort of, that last difference, the $482 versus the $186 is statistically significantly different from 0. So that really was the, we view this as basically underlining that when you give migrants, a wide ability, sort of an expanded and multi-option ability to monitor and control savings in the home country, they take advantage of that and they do increase their savings in the home country. This is a, so the big takeaway is that sort of, there's among policy makers who are interested in remittances, there's a great deal of interest in channeling those remittances into savings accounts. And I think one of the key takeaways is that simply channeling remittances into savings accounts by itself is not likely to lead to a positive impact on savings, as we saw in our treatment 1. Where just giving, sending remittances into accounts in other people's names and the recipient's names didn't do much. But there's a substantial positive impact when you give migrants the ability to direct funds into accounts that they can monitor and control. I think there's very nice, just to mention another study by Amy Chin at the University of Houston and others. A nice complementary study also shows that migrants have a demand for savings in the U.S. in their destination places. So my study was about savings in the home country. Migrants may also have a demand for savings in their host countries, and this is what this study looks at, basically showing that sort of when the Mexican consulate gave people identification cards that they could then take to banks to use to open formal bank accounts in Texas. This led to increased bank account opening and higher savings in the U.S. So that's another dimension that one can go as well. I think these studies on control over savings certainly raise the question: what else would migrants want to control, want to direct their remittances to be used for? And there's a in the interest of time, I won't be able to go through those other studies in detail. But I and others have done work exploring other places that migrants might want to direct their money to. There appears to be, from self-reports, a great deal of interest in funding education in the home country. And I have a couple of studies in El Salvador as well as among Filipinos in Rome that document a positive demand for control over remittances going to education, and showing that migrants actually may show statistically significant increases in their remittances when you give them the ability to direct funds towards education. So I think there's a lot of potential in this area. But it may not be true that migrants want to control everything. So there's another study done by others among Salvadorans in the DC area, as it turns out by coincidence, looking at whether migrants have a demand for controlling grocery expenditures among recipient households. And they didn't find that there was any sort of interest in that. Migrants were not interested in controlling grocery expenditures, but they were interested in controlling education, savings. I think this broadly I take it as sort of suggesting that migrants may have more of a longer-term outlook, more of an interest in funding investment uses rather than consumption uses of their resources, and so there could really be positive development impacts of giving migrants more control on these dimensions. Another avenue that is of great policy interest that I've explored as well in my own work is reducing remittance transaction fees. The World Bank has a remittance price database, and a number of other policy and NGO institutions have established price databases to help migrants find the best prices for their remittances. What might be the impact of reducing remittance prices? You know, you might think, well, from a pessimistic standpoint, you might think, well, migrants have such high incentives to send money back home to their families that they might not be very responsive to prices at all. Why would they send more back home to their parents who are supporting El Salvador just because they get $3 off a remittance or something like that? So we did a study among, again, Salvadorans, actually Salvadorans and Guatemalans in the DC area, where we intercepted them and we gave them a gave some people in the treatment group a $3 discount card for their remittances. So remittances to El Salvador from these locations typically cost $8 per remittance for anywhere up to $1,500 per transaction. Most remitters were remitting in these sort of $200 to $500 range. Almost all these remittances were covered by that $8 typical transaction fee. We randomly assigned people to getting a $3 discount over the course of the next 10 weeks on their remittances. We found large positive impacts on transactions and total dollars remitted. Actually, there were 2 studies that we did, but I'll just share with you sort of a graph that refers to one study. So the control group is going to be the blue line, the treatment group is the red line, and these are weekly, these are bi-weekly, 2-weekly time periods from before the discounts, during the discounts, and after the discounts. So prior to the discounts, there's not really much difference between the control and treatment group. And then the vertical axis here, I should say, is sort of number of transactions, number of little remittances sent. We see an increase in the treatment group during the discount period, which actually sort of persists somewhat after the discount period. This is not only during the discount period, but for some time after, there's actually a positive impact on the number of transactions. Does this increase the number of dollars? It does. So if you have the vertical axis, the total remittances sent in each of these 2-week periods, we see higher remittances during the discount period as well as higher remittances for at least a couple of months afterwards. These are frankly surprising results that we don't, to be honest, have a rock-solid explanation for. But we think there must be something behavioral or not entirely rational going on. So we have, basically the magnitudes are too large to be explained by a purely rational model. We gave people a $3 discount per transaction, but they end up sending higher remittances both during and a little bit after the discount period that are orders of magnitude larger than the actual discounts they're getting. So they're not just taking the discount and sending a little bit more to mom and dad in El Salvador, amounting to the size of the discount. They're actually sending, orders of magnitude more. For a $3 discount, they're sending typically, it's in the order of $80 to $100, more over the period for which we see effects. My best guess as to what's going on here, and I think in future work we need to figure out the mechanism better, is salience. That simply having a discount, knowing that you have a discount, increases the salience of remittances. Migrants have busy lives. They're often working 2 or 3 jobs at a time, many hours a week. They may plan to send remittances to their families on a regular basis, say a monthly basis on the 1st of every month, but can't always do it or don't always make the time to do it as frequently as they would like. And having the discount gives them a prod to remember to do that. It makes the remittance transaction more salient for them. It may lead to higher remittance frequency. So that basically is what we see. We see migrants have higher remittance frequency, and they don't change the amount they send per remittance, so they just send a little bit more often, and that leads to higher dollars sent per time period. And so I think that what we take away from this is that, one thing I do want to make clear is that we haven't quite shown that generalized permanent reductions in prices would have the same effect. We didn't offer a generalized permanent reduction in prices, we offered a temporary discount, which is potentially quite different from a permanent reduction in prices. But I still think that's policy relevant. And in particular, one area that I think is policy relevant is when we think about ways in which we can help home countries, migrant origin countries, respond to natural disasters or other types of negative shocks. We think as a development community about mobilizing emergency assistance, foreign aid in these types of situations. Well, maybe clearly another type of financial flow we should be thinking about is remittances. Can we stimulate additional remittances to countries that have been hit by shocks? Can we stimulate additional remittances to Haiti, when it gets hit by a hurricane, to Turkey when it gets hit by an earthquake? Temporary, targeted remittance discounts could be an effective way of mobilizing substantial resources with very high returns, orders of magnitude return on the development resources. Finally, the last thing I want to talk about is facilitating job mobility of migrant workers. This is probably most relevant when we're thinking about temporary worker programs or legal for sort of documented legal migrants in the rich world. Particularly when it comes to these temporary worker programs, migrants often have formal restrictions on their ability to change jobs. Sometimes they're completely not allowed to change jobs. Other times they are allowed to change jobs, but their legal rights are fairly unclear to them. So there's a lot of heterogeneity in these types of situations, but one dimension of this is to think about when migrants do have these legal rights, are there opportunities to improve their information about the rights they have about changing employers and how to change employers. This could raise the well-being of migrants themselves, which we care about since they are human beings who we care about. And it could raise migrant earnings as well, as well as eventually the remittances and the support they provide to their home countries. The market failure we're thinking about here is very simple, just simply thinking about imperfect information on either their legal rights to change employers or other potential jobs that might be available to them, so you might think about alleviating their search costs as well in the labor market. And so Shailesh Shrestha, who's at National University of Singapore, and I did a study that provided migrant workers information on their legal rights to change jobs, as well as access to information on job openings. So not only alleviating the imperfect information on their legal rights to change jobs, but also providing them with some examples of job openings that were current out there at the time, and also a link to a website, or information on a website where they could search for jobs. We did this as an RCT as well, so some individuals were randomly assigned to the treatment that got this type of information, and others were a control group that we compared them with. And these were all Filipino women working in Singapore as maids. And this is just the flyer that we provided to people. Basically, we conveyed to the study participants that they can work in Singapore without using a migration agent. It was basically a middleman. They can change employers without a middleman. They can change employers without having to leave Singapore, so there's a misconception that people had to go back to the Philippines and then reapply for a different job in Singapore, and there was no fee for changing employers. So this is just all information that people were imperfectly informed of, and we documented in our inline survey that in fact we did improve people's information about this. They were more likely to provide correct answers to these questions if they were in the treatment group than in their control group. We also gave people information on job openings. You can't read this, you don't really need to read this. We just gave people a handout of different job openings that were available on a website that was called DW Jobs, Domestic Worker Jobs in Singapore. And these are just examples of job openings, and they could go to the website for more job openings that might be more current. What did we find? Not only did the treatment lead to improved knowledge of people's legal rights, it also led to improvements in job conditions. People reported improved work hours and other improved work conditions. So it actually didn't lead to a big impact on job changes, but what seems to have happened is that migrants appeared to, what we think happened is that migrants felt like they had more bargaining power with their employers, and were able to get better working conditions without actually having to necessarily take a different job. So we thought that was an interesting result. These impacts are higher among workers who had low knowledge of legal rights and worse job conditions prior to the treatment, which is sensible. We view this as just a first step. This is certainly an area that we think deserves further exploration. And in particular, we're now implementing a follow-up intervention with a larger sample size, where we're separately trying to separate out the impact of providing better information on legal rights with better information on other jobs, with assistance with job search, essentially, because those are two things that we bundled together in the first original intervention. Are we about done? Okay, let me just wrap up. So this is my summary slide. What do we know so far? The highest potential policies are certainly those that simply allow more migration. And I think regulated temporary worker programs are a very important place to start. We need to think about the types of temporary programs that the McKenzie and Gibson studied, the study in New Zealand. But dramatic expansions of these programs, while I would love to see them, and I think many of us would love to see them, are unlikely given the political environment. Doesn't mean we shouldn't push for them, but we should also not focus only on them. I think given that the existing stock of migrants is already huge, there are many policies that we can pursue to leverage existing diasporas. And I think we already have evidence pointing to a number of promising policies. Giving migrants more control over household financial decision-making in the home country, how remittances are used in particular, better financial education for transnational households, reductions in remittance transaction fees, and ways to facilitate the job mobility of migrant workers in their destination countries. We still need evidence in other policies and interventions, so I hope that one of the messages you take away is that we've developed a lot of evidence, but we still need much more evidence in other types of policies. I hope we all participate in that research enterprise together. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dean. The first discussant will be Melissa Siegel from University of Maastricht. Please.
All right, so first of all, thank you so much to the organizers for the invitation here, and I felt quite lucky to get to comment also on, we're off of the screen here, okay. To get to comment also on this presentation. So let me start by saying that I absolutely agree with the interventions that have been discussed here by Dean. I think they're all really good starting points, and I appreciate also the emphasis on policies or types of programs that already have quite a bit of evidence. Hein is going to say this is why he didn't use PowerPoint. It's okay, I can talk around it. It's not that important that you're able to read what's on the slide. I'll tell you what they say. All right.
Because the video, people would like to see the full screen.
Okay, well, you can fix it, that's fine.
So as you might have noticed, I do not have a name tag, but my name is Halvor Melum. I'm a member of EUDN. It's a pleasure to host this session. It will commence quite shortly, I'm sure. So you might spend your time chatting with your neighbor about some of the intriguing points we had just heard.
Now that there's been way too much attention on the PowerPoint, it's really not that important. I will make sure that you understand, and for those who are watching at home, probably loads of people. All right, so this panel is on how to improve the migration process, and as was said before, Dean was telling us about migration policies for development. And as I said, I do really agree with these policies, and I appreciate that they were highly focused on the evidence that's already there. And I'm going to try to go into a few of these and add a little bit. So the first recommendation was to expand best practice temporary migration programs. Again, I would say yes, and I think as Dean also said himself, yes, this would be a fantastic way to go, but it shouldn't be only focused on temporary programs. I think also some of the emphasis with temporary programs has to do with the fact that maybe this is slightly more politically feasible to sell in this political climate. So I think we need to think about really seriously facilitating more regular migration, not just temporary programs. And I think something that often bothers me, while I completely agree with trying to reduce remittance costs, there has been a huge attention put towards, trying to move remittance costs from 7% to 3% or 5% to 3%. And if we had put that same amount of energy towards trying to just let even a few more people migrate, the order of magnitude for the development impacts of that actually would be so much higher. So I already feel that at least our international development attention towards different topics is completely out of whack. We spend a lot of time talking about reducing remittance costs and a lot less time seriously trying to engage with facilitating more mobility. I mean, I think the development community somehow agrees with this, but it's not at all getting into the policy realms like the point on remittances have gotten. If you even see what happened in the New York Declaration just on September 19th, there's a lot on remittances and the SDGs. We even have an outcome on reducing remittance costs. But in all these declarations, there's very spotty language on maybe we could try to look into the possibility of facilitating orderly and safe migration. So you can already see there that there are huge differences. So educate migrants, and the idea of this is for a smoother transition into the destination country. I completely agree with this. So that's the idea of this is to try to help with integration or a smoother integration from the beginning. So right now, I know that this is still work in progress, and I only saw the presentation before, so I'm not sure actually everything around this. But right now, the impacts that were looked at mainly had to do with issues around jobs and kind of first arrivals, and if they had social security numbers and these kinds of things, which I think are great. But what would also be nice to see is whether or not this has affected their well-being more generally. Do they have kind of less stress now that they know more about what they should be doing and they feel more comfortable with where they are, more life satisfaction? And you talked a little bit about this, but I'd be very interested to see if there have been more increased aspirations, and then if those have also played out afterwards, which I think is also part of the idea in at least that study. So now, since the point of educating migrants is to smoothen this transition into integration, I would say that there's actually a lot that can be done then in the destination country. So if you care about development, We know that those migrants who are the most integrated also have the largest capabilities to impact their countries of origin and to give back, whether or not it's monetarily or with knowledge or with twinning programs, all kinds of other things. So I think this idea of facilitating integration is actually extremely important in a pre-departure phase, but also upon arrival, and this means getting people into language programs, allowing them to participate in social life in many different respects. And then I think we can see much, much larger gains in some of the research that we've done. In Maastricht, we have shown also that integration and transnational practices, as we call them, are highly complementary. And so actually it's those migrants that are more integrated that are also more likely to be transnational, to contribute back home. So I think there's a lot more that can be done there. And even within that and within the integration process, of course, there's also the issue of skills recognition, which is also important for the migrants who are abroad, being able to, really reach their full potential. There's so much more I could say on integration, but I know it's the next panel, so I'm going to try to not go into too much there. So enhancing migrant control over financial decisions at home, I think that is a great idea, and a lot more to be done there that I know you'll be following up on. So reduce remittance transaction fees, so yes, but again, I completely agree with that, and I've already made my spiel about too much emphasis being there. But so you said a little bit more about this during the presentation that we didn't see before, but yeah, my initial question was, okay, so would we see this same behavior if this was a discount forever? And I think what we're seeing right now is very much a sale effect as such, and you can kind of see this more in the psychological literature where people, you said it's already strange that the order of magnitude is so far outside of, the $3 discount, and I think that's because people are excited about a sale. And we know people do irrational things during sale periods. So the question is then if we would see the same thing, and I hope to see more of your research also going into that, of a more steady, period of a discount, or if this was really kind of the status quo, what would we see? But I should say that I really appreciate this study, because for a long time I've been saying we're pushing and pushing for these big cost reductions, and yeah, as I said, making all this effort, and we have actually no idea what the behavior of migrants will be. So I do really welcome a study that at least starts to look into this. Facilitating job mobility of migrant workers, yes, definitely agree with that. But there are a few other things. So right now, I know because of what you were looking at, a lot at kind of what origin countries can also do for their people. Of course, there's a lot that can be done from the destination country side, not only in integration issues, but also in programs from development cooperation from many others, to also try to facilitate a lot of these things. So one thing is to, if we care about development, just to try to facilitate connections with countries of origin. And this doesn't have to do just with money, because we heard also in the previous panels, social remittances is so important. Knowledge transfer also extremely important, and so the more facilitation you can actually do between those countries, opening up channels for easy travel back and forth. Same thing with regard to communication technology, things like that, also in the countries of origin are really important. And looking more and more at knowledge transfer, and I know a lot of countries have been playing around now with different types of return programs. And here I really want to talk about completely chosen, often much more temporary programs, because I want to get out of the idea that sometimes is sold that these kind of forced return programs lead to development outcomes. We have no evidence of that. We actually have evidence often to the contrary. So I think we need to take that completely off the table and stop using that rhetoric also in a policy sphere. But knowledge transfer is important, and we do see some evidence now of these more temporary programs of people going back to their countries of origin for 3 months, 6 months, maybe even a year. When there's some kind of training of a trainer or specific component built in for that knowledge to be transferred, I think there's a lot more that we can see being done here. And for a long time also we've had no evidence on that, and this is something that we're doing actually right now in Maastricht, is to do a real impact assessment on knowledge transfer at the individual level and at the institutional level over several years, to see if what we think is so great is actually so great, or maybe there are even other positive externalities that we haven't been thinking of before. So I think that I'll leave it there for now. Plenty of food for thought.
So the next discussion is Heine Haas from University of Amsterdam. Please.
Thanks a lot. Also, thanks for the invitation. I mean, after Dean and Melissa, I don't know what to add really. First of all, it's very difficult to disagree with Dean because he gave a, I think, superb overview of basically state-of-the-art knowledge in the literature, often produced by himself and his colleagues. And I don't have much to contest in terms of the findings you present. But let me try to at least comment on some issues and how to take some steps further perhaps in the future. Not so much with regards to research, but I think they are much more qualified than I am in many ways, but in particular how we take this thing up into debates and how we frame this. And I think it somehow connects partly to issues already mentioned by Melissa, and I try to avoid the issues you already raised. So how to improve the migration process is the title of the session. I think it's very much also about how to make migration into a better mechanism to facilitate development, well-being of households and migrants in origin countries. I think that is sort of the issue that we are discussing. I think the question that I still don't really find answered, more generally in that whole debate, is what do we actually mean here with development? Whose perspective do we take center stage? Is it the perspective of migrants, of enterprises, destination country governments, origin country governments, the communities and families of migrants? Are we looking at the short, medium, or long term? Are we looking at communities, regions, or countries? I mean, it's all sort of different angles at which we can look at this problematic. And depending on which angle we look at it, we may reach quite different conclusions about the impact of migration on development processes. And you presented some really great evidence on what migration particularly does at the micro scale, I think, of the level of the household and migrants, and suggested, I think, very useful concrete policies to improve those impacts. I don't necessarily think, and this is not really criticism, it's more a sort of an invitation to think about this. It doesn't really answer, I think, the crucial questions around dilemmas in terms of balancing interests of different so-called players in the migration field. And here I think particularly about the tension that's been around. I mean, for anyone who's been involved in the global forums of migration development knows about this, the fundamental tension between those saying migrant needs rights. That's in the interest of migrants, that's in the interest of the origin communities, that's in the interest of origin societies, and destination societies that rather would like not to see the international protection of migrant rights being improved. I think in my view, that is the real hot potato issue out there that is not really addressed. And I agree with Melissa that a lot of the rhetoric around return migration, or temporary migration, or circular migration and development is sort of a fig leaf to basically justify deportation policies of migrants who reside without documents. And without making any comments on the moral justification of those policies, it's very difficult to sell those policies also from my own research on return migration and our literature on this that's also partly produced at Maastricht University, that those type of policies are beneficial for development because the migrants themselves actually would have liked to stay, and there are a lot of social psychological effects that are quite negative. So I think we agree that sort of free circular migration policies seem to be the type of policy that many people prefer. And you already raised the issue, Dean, that these policies to increase migration, which would be the best instrument in a way to enhance the positive potentials of migration, are quite difficult to sell. Although I would agree with Melissa, this is not a reason for us as a research community to sort of think more actively about what kind of migration policy do we think about. And I don't necessarily think we do that actively enough. I think I understand our tendency of wanting to provide scientific evidence that clearly destroys a whole series of myths about the purported negative effects of migration, but I don't think we engage that productively in a way with the sort of migration policy field, where indeed, as you mentioned, there are a lot of objections against migration. The sort of zeitgeist, if you want to call it, the sort of idea where things are going is towards more restrictions. But how do we then facilitate a migration process that would work better for development, and whose development would that be? And I think here there's still a lot of work to be done. I mean, on the one hand, we need to do more and better research, but on the other hand, I think we also need to actively think about what kind of migration policies would that be. And there, I think we're somehow still stuck in also quite of a semantic confusion about what is circular, what is temporary, what do we really mean by it. And the sort of what I sometimes call the migration policy paradox, that at many migration and development high-level conferences, Western governments have pushed for circular migration, where, as I said, often it's a fig leaf to say we want to deport people without documents. This is not really about circular migration. The real dilemma is the following. There's a mountain of research done by other migration scholars like Doc Massey in the US and his colleagues that show with a lot of quantitative data what lots of migration researchers have been suspecting for a long time, and in a recent project I've conducted, the DEMIC project, we found exactly the same, that if you put in a barrier, whatever it is, a wall or a visa, you're going to indeed reduce inflows, you're also going to reduce return flows, which basically interrupt circulation. And that there's a lot of evidence, and look at intra-European migration, if you basically abolish controls and policies, a laissez-faire policy, you're going to get a lot of circulation. Now, I'm not holding a plea here for just abolishing immigration controls, because that brings up a whole lot of other issues about the welfare state and the protection of native workers and whatever. It's a huge debate, but I think somehow we need to engage with that debate. What kind of migration policy can we envisage for the future that would indeed enhance development impacts? There's one issue, Dean, that I hope you can, at least on the issue of evidence, perhaps give a little bit more input on. It's the issue of inequality. I mean, Hillel has already mentioned, it of course depends who migrates. If it is a relatively poor who are able to migrate either through a recruitment program or facilitated migration program, obviously the inequality reducing effects will be much more likely. And of course, if migrants are amongst the skilled and the wealthy, those inequality reducing effects may not be there. Actually, it may increase inequality. And I was wondering whether you had any comments on that based on the research you just presented. Last issue was, somehow the evidence you presented on how can we encourage, for instance, that migrants have a bigger stake in how their money is used back home. I wasn't sure where you were going. I mean, it somehow reminded me of the very old consumption versus investment debate. And in the past, it was often said, well, migrant remittances aren't used productively. And there was a whole countercurrent by Adams and others who said, well, consumption is good too, as long as it stimulates local production, for instance, nothing wrong with consumption. I was really wondering how you thought about moral issues there. Is it always good that the migrant decides what to have with the money, for instance, and for what reason do we think so? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hein. So now the floor is open for questions. Alex, please.
Yeah.
There is a microphone coming. Hold.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Dean, in your first slides, you showed this graph with the exchange rates, and the idea was that these would affect the remittances. Do you have any evidence of whether these also affect the flows of migration, and also among the flows of illegal immigration, which are presumably more flexible?
Okay, but then we take Eliana.
So I have two questions to Dean. One is a bit broader, maybe too vague, but feel free to disregard it in that case. For these policies that seem to work, and I think you gave a great overview, is there any research that would allow us to move away from the one-size-fits-all kind of model? Because you can think of migrants as having very different cultural background, Northern Africans as opposed to El Salvadorians and so on. Do we have a sense of whether these policy instruments are equally likely to work with these different groupings? And the second question, which is a bit related, has to do with the family structure of the people left back home. For example, in your Banca Agricola study, did it make a difference if those who were left were the spouse or the parents. This demand for control over what happens back home, how does it respond to the social structure there in the family structure?
Okay, then we'll take Stephan's and then the panel can respond.
Thanks very much for the excellent presentations. The question I have is how broad, what's the broadest we could think of in terms of a temporary migration program? Now currently they are very much used for seasonal work, low-skill work, often in agriculture. Can we actually reasonably think of them broader for, let's say, all unskilled work, different employers outside of agriculture, also a more rational process of, we could, for example, Europe have a policy of taking in 2 million temporary workers from North Africa every year for half a year or something, or is that, is it really that these programs really are very focused on this very narrow seasonal agricultural peak demand type of setting, and they can't really be scaled much broader than that?
Okay, thank you. So please, anyone?
First button, yes,
okay. In terms of Alessandro's question about exchange rates, yeah, so I think that natural experiment that I looked at in terms of the exchange rate shocks around the Asian financial crisis can be used to look at a number of different outcomes. I think looking at migration itself is a really interesting, a key outcome. I actually have another paper, thank you for asking, on return migration and how the return migration of migrants was affected when they got these exchange rate shocks. And the broad pattern is that when migrants got more positive exchange rate shocks, when the value of their earnings overseas rose more, they stayed overseas longer. They delayed return. So you actually saw less return when migrants got more positive exchange rate shocks, which is sensible. When households are sort of optimizing and trying to decide at what point they want to return, they decide to stay overseas a little bit longer if the value of remaining overseas rises. Eliana's question about heterogeneous treatment effects is always important for any sort of empirical research, including RCTs. I think as with a lot of areas in economics, we don't have a lot of RCTs yet. If we're lucky, we have 1 RCT per question. Mostly we have 0 RCTs per question. So I think one way to go with this is to look at replicate these studies in a variety of different contexts to try to understand heterogeneity and treatment effects. Certainly in my own work among these migrant demand for control, there was clearly heterogeneity among migrants in our sample in how much they wanted control over what their family members were doing, and we actually found on that dimension there was a clear difference in treatment effects. We found all of our positive treatment effects were concentrated on people who at baseline had expressed some desire for control over what their family members were spending on. So on that's sort of an obvious answer. There was heterogeneity along that dimension. You asked about family structure. We didn't find dramatic differences in our treatment effects depending on the relationship between the migrant and the primary recipient. Most of the primary recipients were actually parents. I mean, that was sort of the dominant type of remittance relationship, migrants sending to their parents back in El Salvador. So if you want to think about broadly what the results relate to, it's that kind of relationship. And Stephan's question about temporary migration, again, I think that we clearly don't have a great deal of RCT-based evidence on the question you asked about how we might expand the applicability of temporary migration programs. I would certainly speculate that going in the direction that you suggest would clearly enhance the benefits and the potential applicability of temporary migration programs if we expanded it to not just a specific sector at a specific high labor demand season, but to broader types of work. But I'll let my co-panelists talk about that as well, because they have more experience in that area than I do, certainly. Yeah, if they want to.
How quickly. So I think one thing is about how we see temporary, and usually the temporary labor programs that we see now are often seasonal, and if we envision them like that, so in a period of under 12 months, then it really means that they're best suited for things that have seasonality, like agriculture or even construction, things like that. So I think if that's how we're envisioning them, it's a bit hard to expand that to other areas because other areas have different needs, right? Different structural needs. So we've even seen some of the programs now with Germany having to do with bringing nurses over on a temporary basis. Well, that's a structural need that is not temporary. It's not that, you know, after 6 months or after 2 years, they no longer need the nurse. So it doesn't make any sense, in my opinion, to make that a temporary program. It should be a program, you know, that lasts much longer, so whatever the need is. So I think we also have to be a bit careful with our terminology on the temporary and what we mean by that.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I mean, there's a lot of evidence that, particularly for the most skilled workers, it's in the interest both of the employer and the migrant to stay longer. It doesn't mean indefinitely. But I think there's a certain risk of this whole discourse in setting ourselves new illusions like the guest workers. I mean, we just know from history of migration research, there is always a permanent dimension in migration and there's always a temporary dimension in migration. So I think to pin it down, I think these sort of experiments are welcome, particularly if you think about, you know, really seasonal and temporary work. But again, I think we have to really think about historical processes and how things sometimes actually worked without any explicit policy. I'd like to give the example of free migration between Morocco and Spain. A lot of people have forgotten that before 1991, Moroccans could move to Spain freely without visas and just hopped on a ferry 15 miles across the Strait of Gibraltar. And at the time, southern Spanish economy was already booming, particularly agriculture, but also construction. I was there at the time. A lot of Moroccans would go there and go back as well because there was no reason for them to stay. Actually, the Schengen visa that Spain was forced to introduce, didn't want to do it for Moroccans, actually was the starting point of so-called irregular boat crossings and permanent settlement of Moroccans in Spain. I always give this example, not to say I just open the border, but and at least to provide some counterpoint to this idea, once you will open borders, that everybody will come and stay. Actually, we have a lot of historical evidence making us question those assumptions. That does not mean that these type of policies that are included in your research cannot be functional, but I indeed think it's particular sectors where they seem to be working better or not. And this is perhaps, I wasn't clear enough, but this is, I think, we need to head to. It could go away, somebody said, go away from blanket prescriptions. Perhaps that's a nice lead to indeed, as a next step, to be much more precise about what policies can work in what area and which not. And I think in those particular migration programs you have studied, for instance, to New Zealand, I mean, those are very particular recruitment schemes that could perhaps work in certain circumstances. I think the danger is here that migration researchers again start to sort of sell guesswork illusions to policymakers, and I think that is a clear danger because it is no historical experience with such large migrations. It's going to be permanent, whether you like it or not. So I think, yeah, you really need to look sector-wise. It's very important. Perhaps I'm stating the obvious, but to just reinforce what you said.
Thank you. We still have time for a few more questions. There's one in the middle here.
Eva from KFW. First of all, I would like to thank Chaim, because he reminded us all that there are the big questions. We might not have the good answers, and the good answers we might not get via RCTs even, but that shouldn't stop us from at least talking about it and trying ways to find out. Coming back to your results, Steve, Chaim reminded us as well that savings might not be the thing which we all want, and perhaps if you had motivated your presentation not with migrants talking about bad uncle drinking, but about a mother in El Salvador who said, my son who migrated to the US doesn't allow me to spend enough money to feed the children here, we all would have looked different on it. Why do I say that? Even in your last experiment, if I sort of saw it right, where you helped the women find better jobs, the Filipinos, I think I saw on your slide, the last line, that this program at the same time went or led to less people being able to migrate. Wasn't your study another one? Okay, there we have the big questions. Was it really a good program then? Because Melissa reminded us, one a few more people migrating might do more than $3 less in the remittances payments. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess that was a lot to think about, so I should keep you busy for the rest of the session, actually. Please.
Thank you for raising that question. I wanted to come back to that. So I think this is actually a very important question when it comes to thinking about interventions that give migrants more control over how their remittances are used in the home country. So the broad question is, you give more bargaining power to the migrant within the household. Does that actually improve well-being within the household? And this is sort of part of a broader question that we ask a lot in development economics. And, different people in the household have different degrees of bargaining power. In other parts of development economics, we think about giving women more bargaining power, and we often presume, and there's actually evidence that leads to better outcomes for children. Can we presume the same for migrants? So I think you're absolutely right. As a general matter, it's very important to ask that. And so in doing a study like this, it's very important to look at broader impacts of well-being in households. Do households, in fact, appear to be better off when you give migrants more control? I think, in no study that I've done has there been evidence that people are unhappy with the situation when the migrants get more control over savings, for example, in the home country, or more control over education. But I think it's always an important thing to look out for. I would hope that families are making joint decisions. I've emphasized that in my talk as well, so that are for the mutual benefit of the entire household. Sometimes it can be good for the member in the household who's more forward-looking and more patient to have more control over long-run investment expenditures like education, schooling, small enterprise investments. And that, I would think, and I would hope that's what's happening in these households, that migrants have their family's interests in mind, but are directing a portion of the resources towards longer-term purposes rather than immediate consumption. And Hein also brought up the relevant point, which is that sort of we certainly shouldn't presume that consumption is worse than investment. Bringing people out of poverty is a fundamental gain. Having higher consumption levels is certainly improving people's utility, and nowhere am I saying that we should go into a situation with an objective of moving resources away from consumption, but rather I think the approach that I've been taking in this work is to give families more tools, to give migrants more tools and more options to sort of direct how their money is used in their home countries, and measure whether in fact this leads to improved well-being in these households. So I think that's a very important question to be asking, and I think every study that does something like this needs to be very careful about measuring whether family members appear to be happy with this arrangement or whether there are any negative outcomes happening.
Yeah, still a little bit of time. Lisa, you may? No? You're preparing all these notes. I was scared.
I was thinking. Coming back to this issue of, you in a way addressed it already, whose interest in the households come first, and I think it expands beyond that. If you also think about the governments, governments of origin countries and governments of destination countries. In my own research in Morocco, it always struck me that there was such a big gap between assumptions of, let's say, Western development NGOs or Western governments about the benevolence of Moroccan government. And actually that partly explaining why lots of migrants did not want to send money through formal channels. We often assume it's good, people have bank accounts and send the money through formal channels, but in countries where governments are fundamentally distrusted, people actually want to avoid that. And there is also some evidence that sometimes informal remittances are actually cheaper, more efficient and more reliable than remittances sent through formal channels. Again, this is not to say this is not to undermine what you said at all, but I think when we look at real situations or real countries, sometimes we have to understand those things happening within the context of that country, and that actually, in that case, could be something positive from the perspective of the migrant, obviously, in terms of channeling the money through channels that are more efficient, but may actually happen under the radar of governments that they fundamentally distrust. And I think somehow we assume sometimes that governments are benevolent, which of course they often are not. It reminds me of, I mean, this is a very old debate, the migration development debate. I mean, at the time of the so-called guest workers to Germany, from Germany, the Netherlands to Turkey and Morocco, there were already studies being conducted, this is back in the 1970s, on so-called worker saver schemes. And the Turkish worker saver scheme did not work, particularly because the migrants did not like the idea of this, their remittances being channeled into channels that the governments actually could control. So I think that is another dimension we need to think about. And this is a reminder, colleagues, I need to keep my mouth shut from now on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. This concludes the session, the session. So thank you, Dean, thank you, Melissa, thank you, Hein, and we meet again 3:30. Yes, 3:30.
I almost signed and then when I'm from the country. Before I go back there, one, I'm leaving at 6:30. I'm trying to leave at 5:30. I have to take for a conference. I'm really scared about this finance. So what I was thinking is that I could have put together the things that we had already talked about. I'm sorry, the picture of your paper that I have
So if you could please take a seat, we are ready to start the third panel. Before we start introducing the topic of the session and the speakers, I have a quick communication. The conference organizers have asked me to please let you know that if at any point in time you need to leave, would you mind leaving the badge there, because they are very green and they like to recycle badges, rightly so. So, this panel is about integration. This was one of the topics that was forcefully raised during the discussion of the previous session. What can we say about migrants in receiving countries? And the speaker who will lead us through a reflection on this topic is Tommaso Frattini. So Tommaso is an associate professor at the University of Milan and also associated with CREAM, which is one of the important European research centers doing research on migration, as well as AILA and the Center Luca Dagliano. Tommaso's research is very focused on this topic with a microeconometric and labor economists approach, and he has done very interesting work on the labor markets and fiscal consequences of migration, as well as on assimilation of immigrants. So this is what he's going to talk to us about. Tommaso, you have about 40-45 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Jana, and thank you for inviting me. So in this last session, basically we're switching a bit the focus from origin countries to destination countries, and I've been asked to talk about what we know about the integration of immigrants and what works. And one nice feature in the last speaker is that many of the issues that I'm going to talk about have already been touched somehow in previous sessions. And that's the plan of my talk. We start by giving you some overview, some facts and numbers of migration in the world and in Europe. I will then again give you some pieces of evidence about whether we should worry or not about immigrants integration with some data, and then we'll discuss what policy can do about integration. I will discuss about the role of migration policy as a whole, how migration policy influences integration patterns, and then we'll look at some specific policies like naturalization, citizenship acquisition. I will look at the role of enclaves and residential segregation, and then we'll discuss whether there is a role for policy to intervene in this area. And then I will try and give an outlook about the effects that integration has on sending countries. Although that's not really my area of expertise, but I'm just trying to think a bit about how what I've said before impacts on sending countries before concluding. So, basically, I guess all of you know, until a few decades ago, immigration used to be a phenomenon of the New World, so mostly confined to the Americas and Australia. However, today, most developed countries host large immigrant populations. In 1995, there were about 161 million immigrants in the world, so where we define immigrants as people who live in a country different from their country of birth. That amounted to 2.8% of the population. By 2015, there's about 244 million. So an increase of 50%. However, that has resulted in a lower increase in percentage of the world population because the world population has also increased. So by 2015, there's 3.3% of the world population that is migrant. This is not a massive number in terms of the world population, but when we look at advanced economies, and let's focus on OECD countries, the percentages increase. So in 1995, 6.6% of population of OECD countries was foreign born. In 2015, this is up to 10%. So the increase has been substantial. So there has been a change also in migration. It is more directed towards advanced countries in relative terms. And this table basically gives the same numbers as before. Let me just focus, let me just stress Europe. Here I've singled out EU28 countries and EU15 countries, and we focus in particular on EU15 countries. You see that the share of immigrants in the total population has moved from just over 7% in 1985 to 12.5% by 2015. So there's been quite an increase, although the overall presence of migrants in the European population is not massive. Like the average is just above 10%. Visually, you can see these changes, including the heterogeneity and the immigrant population in this map. So darker colors in this map mean that the countries have a higher immigrant population as a share of the overall population. That's 1995. This is 2005. This is 2015. You see that the map becomes increasingly darker, and we see also that there is a tendency, roughly speaking, for countries more to the north, west of Europe to have more immigrants than countries the south and yes.
Is that including the internal migration of the EU?
Yes, this includes everyone who is foreign born. Okay? Yeah. So I mostly define immigrants as foreign born, even though they're within EU. One defining feature, one key feature of migration in the most recent years is the increasing importance of refugee migration. That's already been mentioned. And this graph here reports the evolution of the stock of refugees in the world, the scattered line on the top.
between 1980 and 2015. And you see that there was a peak of refugees at about 15 million at the beginning of the 90s, then this number has gone down, and there's been a sharp increase in most recent years, as we all know, as we all have heard. And perhaps it's more striking if you look at this figure that reports the number of asylum applications. Again, this is the world number of asylum applications, scattered line, and you see that this was basically flat until 2014, and then peaks up in 2014 and 2015. So this is, of course, creating a lot of concern and a lot of media attention, and it's attributing a lot of importance to refugee migration, although they tell us that refugees are not the largest share of the migrant population in many countries. Okay? They're a sizable fraction of flows, but they're by far not the by far they don't constitute the largest share of the stock of migrants. Nevertheless, the bottom line of this table is what? That migration is now a pervasive phenomenon in all advanced countries, and that refugee migration has become increasingly important, although refugees are still a small share of the whole immigrant stock. So in 2015, in the EU 15 countries, there were 50 million immigrants, out of which only 1.3 were refugees, so 2.8% of immigrant population were refugees, and about 1 million were asylum seekers. So there were people who had applied for refugee status who were waiting for a decision on their status. So overall, less than 5% of the foreign-born population in EU 15 countries was some kind of humanitarian migrant. Although the situation is, again, very heterogeneous across countries, with some countries, especially Nordic countries, hosting a larger share of refugees than other countries, especially the southern European countries. Okay, so what do we know about immigrants' integration? Okay, I will now give you some data, especially focusing on the European situation. And the starting point, that we should keep in mind, is that immigrants in Europe have generally high levels of education. So the share of tertiary educated migrants, as I will show you soon, is relatively high. It's, in many countries, in most countries, it's only slightly lower than natives. Although there is some polarization in terms of educational distribution of migrants, with migrants being either highly educated or educated and underrepresented in the middle part of the educational distribution. Nevertheless, despite these high levels of education, we do observe substantial employment gap in many countries relative to natives. So these data come from the EU Labour Force Survey in 2015, and report the share of tertiary educated immigrants and tertiary educated natives for these countries, and the last column report differences in the share of tertiary educated individuals in each of the two populations. And as you see, I have highlighted in red the cases where the difference is positive, so there's a non-negligible number of countries where the share of tertiary educated immigrants is actually higher than that of natives. And interestingly enough, the UK, for instance, has a very high share of highly educated immigrants, and Ireland as well, okay? Much more educated than natives. At the EU level, the share of tertiary educated immigrants and natives is relatively similar. So there's a 4 or 5 percentage point difference in the share of highly educated immigrants. Interestingly enough, although perhaps it's not directly related to integration, the level of education of immigrants, level of education of natives is highly correlated. So this graph is plotting the share of tertiary educated foreign citizens against the share of tertiary educated national citizens across the EU. And you see that there's a very clear positive correlation. This is a 45 degrees line, so these countries below the line are countries where natives are more educated than immigrants, and those above are the other way around. But what is very clear is that there is positive correlation. So immigrants, more educated immigrants tend to go to countries with higher levels of education of native workers. When it comes to employment probability, instead, pretty much throughout Europe, immigrants have lower employment probability than natives. The exception here is Italy, where, however, the problem is rather than natives have lower employment rather than immigrants having particularly high employment rates. Okay, so, and on average throughout Europe, we have 12 or 13 percentage point difference in employment probability between immigrants and natives. Again, the gap, here countries that are darker are countries where immigrants and natives are more similar in terms of their employment probability. So you see that southern in Eastern European countries are countries where immigrants and natives have more similar employment rates, which suggests that this happens mostly because, or often because, the employment probability of natives is pretty low, rather than the probability of immigrants is particularly high. It is important to worry about the differences in the labor market integration of immigrants, because there's evidence that shows that the labor market disadvantage that first generation experience is often intergenerationally transmitted, okay? So, or may even grow over generations. So where the first generations do perform unsatisfactorily on the labor market, this is often transmitted also to their offspring. And additionally, there is evidence that the children of immigrants have worse educational outcomes than the children of natives. So it's not only a matter of their employment outcomes when they will be adult, but even at school, they tend to perform worse than the children of natives. This graph reports on the vertical axis the gap in math test scores from PISA in different countries relative to natives. So between the children of natives and the children of immigrants. So negative values mean that the children of natives do worse than the children, the children of immigrants do worse than the children of natives. And on the horizontal axis, we have the difference in the percentage of students with at least one parent having higher education between immigrants and natives for each country. So countries at the right of the zero are countries where immigrants students have a higher, are more likely to have a parent with a tertiary education relative to natives. Okay, so you see that here there is, again, a positive correlation between parental education and educational gap of their offspring. Okay, so when immigrants are more educated, their children also suffer less of a gap at school, but nevertheless, there is a gap everywhere, including in countries where immigrant children have more educated parents than the children of natives. So this underlines the presence of a problem in terms of integration of immigrant populations. Because of the importance that refugee migration has acquired in recent years, I'm also showing you some evidence about the integration of refugees. This graph reports differences in employment probability for, on average across the EU, okay, for EU15 migrants, so for non-EU15 migrants, and for refugees. So where I mean migrants, I mean everyone who is not refugees, so economic migrants and family reunification migrants. And you see that whether you look at conditional or unconditional differences doesn't make much of a difference. However, it is very clear that refugees have much worse employment outcomes than economic migrants. And this is true also within area of origin. Okay, so here we've broken down the sample of migrants in different areas of origin, and you see that even within each area, refugees, that are the orange bar, have higher employment gaps relative to natives than economic migrants. And the gaps are particularly large for immigrants from South and East Asia and from North Africa and the Middle East, which happen to be the areas where most of the current refugees are also coming. So this highlights potential problems for the future. These data date back to 2008, so have to do with refugee waves that predates the current one. But if we learn something from the past, that means that refugees that come from these areas may have a higher labor market disadvantage. Okay, so then what should we do about integration? What is the role of policy? I what I will do today is I will not focus much on policies targeted specifically to international migrants, as Dean has partly done in his talk before me, but rather I will argue, or I will argue that what we should worry about is to design, is to take more explicitly into account the integration consequences of the overall migration policy framework. And again, I'm happy that the issue of temporary versus permanent migration has been already discussed in the previous session, because I think this is one key issue when it comes to integration outcomes of migrants. So why do I think is the key issue? In economic terms, the basic intuition is that the longer the expected period over which an investment can pay off, the more likely you will be to make that investment, which in our context means that if I'm expecting to stay for many years in a country, I have more incentives to invest in country-specific human capital, because I will have many years over which that investment can pay off, right? So this suggests that longer visas give more incentives to invest in country-specific human capital, and therefore facilitate the integration of immigrants in host country, whereas temporary visas do not, give less of an incentive to invest in country-specific human capital. Seasonal visas give a very low incentive. So the shorter the duration of the visa, the lower will be the effort that we put in acquiring country-specific human capital, but also in acquiring country-specific social capital. So we care not only about the economic integration of migrants, but also about the social integration. That's another dimension that we should take into account. And it is important. One key point is that it does not matter so much whether migration will end up being permanent because I will keep renewing my visa or not, because what matters is whether I know that I will be able, if I want to stay in the country for as much as I want for the very beginning, right? Because the most important career decisions are made early on in the migration cycle. And these decisions are based on future expectations about where the migrants will live. And therefore, I will underinvest in country-specific human capital in the first year if I don't know how long I will be able to stay. And I will not be able to close the gap over time. So this graph basically gives you a visual depiction of the reasoning that I have in mind. So here we are comparing assimilation profiles of migrant A and migrant B who come to the country together. However, migrant A comes to the country on a permanent visa, migrant B comes to the country on a temporary visa. They start off with the same level of earning. However, the earnings profile of migrant A is much steeper than migrant B, and because the steepest part of the individual's earnings profile is at the beginning of the working career in the host country, then the two profiles will never converge and the gap will never close. So that's the kind of idea that I have in mind. And the underinvestment in country-specific skills like language or networking will lead to flatter earnings profile, and may also reinforce segregation in the host country, right? Because, as I mentioned earlier, it's not only about employment integration, but also about social integration. And this segregation will lead to migrants contributing below their economic potential. Furthermore, it has been shown that return plans also affect investments in children's education by the same, exactly by the same token as investing in one's human capital. I will also make different choices about education of my children, whether I know that I'll be allowed to stay or I'm not sure about that. So it has also intergenerational consequences that should be kept in mind. When we come to refugee migration, this reasoning still applies, and it still applies with an additional related point. First of all, there's different types of refugee visas, right? So you know that there's basically all countries that are signatories of the Geneva Convention offer the full refugee status, the Geneva Convention refugee status that gives full access to, that is permanent or has long duration and gives access to a broader set of rights. But most countries also have subsidiary forms of protections that are typically temporary and that are normally meant for people who do not satisfy the Geneva Convention criteria of refugees, but nevertheless are in need of humanitarian protection because, for instance, the country is in war. Right? So these types of humanitarian visas, of subsidiary protection visas, are typically shorter in duration. They need to be renewed every year, for instance, because the refugee has to prove that the country that she comes from is still at risk, there's still some unrest and they cannot go back. And of course, the type of visa that refugees get impacts differently on the type of integration profile that they will take. Additionally, another important dimension that has to do with refugee migration goes back to the fact that the most important investments in the host country human capital are those that we make at the beginning of the migration career. And there's a very recent study by Müller and others that has shown that in Switzerland, each additional year waiting for a decision on the outcome of the application for refugee status reduces the subsequent employment rate of the refugee by 4 to 5 percentage points, so 16 to 23% drop relative to the baseline. So there's about a fifth reduction in probability of employment for each additional year wait for the outcome of refugee status. Okay, so that's quite a sizable effect. And this paper is very nice because it has a very clean research design, but confirms findings of other more descriptive papers, but there's also a large number of observations, like another paper for the Netherlands by Decker and co-authors. And why does this happen? Why a delayed acceptance of the asylum application leads to lower employment outcome? There's at least two potential mechanisms. One is skill atrophy, if, as Klaus Zimmermann mentioned today, is open talk. Immigrants, refugees are, asylum seekers are not allowed to work while they're waiting for their decision on their status. They may not, their human capital can depreciate, essentially, so it's harder for them to find a job later. On top of that, there's a psychological discouragement effect. So if these immigrants are sent into institutions, and some camps or collective institutions are waiting for a decision, and the decision takes longer and longer, they grow discouraged about the outcome of their application, and this may lead to mental distress, and that decreases their employability, their subsequent employability. And the insurgence of mental distress and psychological problems among the refugee population is something that is well known in the literature and also highlighted by the Dutch study. And the findings of this paper actually suggest that this psychological discouragement that plays a more relevant role in explaining the result. Essentially, why the authors suggest that this is the most important mechanism is because there is not much heterogeneity in the employment rate drop according to the skill level of individuals. So individuals with different types of skills all suffer in the same way by the deferred acceptance of their asylum application. On the other, if it was a story about skill depreciation, then we would expect that individuals with more, that are more highly skilled, for instance, would depreciate their skill more rapidly. Okay, so whereas very unskilled individuals do not have much human capital to lose, and therefore should not suffer much from the deferred acceptance. Anyways, these are the results of the studies. This is an area where more research would be needed to clarify the mechanism, and it is very important, I believe, to clarify the mechanism through which long acceptance, long decision time on refugee applications leads to worse labor market outcomes, because the policy implications may be very different. For instance, the reduction in the number of months in which asylum seekers are not legally entitled to work in the host country is probably a wise choice, but will not be enough if psychological discouragement is what is most important. Okay, so another policy that may favor integration, that's been shown to favor integration in many countries, is naturalization or citizenship acquisition. There is a relatively large body of research for several countries that shows that citizenship acquisition has positive socioeconomic and cultural implications for migrants. There is most of the literature finds that citizenship acquisition has positive consequences, although there's also some studies who find that basically it doesn't play a big role. The trouble with all these type of studies is that there's typically positive selection into citizenship status. Okay, so citizenship status is not automatically granted to individuals, but people have to apply for citizenship. And there's a large literature showing that there is positive selection into citizenship. So we want to identify the role of citizenship on outcomes and to deal with this selection. And it's and that's the challenge for all of these studies. As a policy tools, yes. So it's not. No, it does apply to them. Well, it does not because they use a reduced form. That's what Gatman paper. They look at the effect of possibility of naturalization on outcomes. So they do reduce form. That's what I mean, that they have to circumvent the problem of positive selection into citizenship, right? So, right. So I'm not claiming that these papers are flawed, by the way. I'm just trying to, not at all, actually. I'm just saying that this literature is challenging. So the challenge for this literature is to find a design that allows them to circumvent this problem. One way is to, sorry, I hope I didn't give you that impression. They're all my studies, okay? Otherwise I wouldn't cite them. I'm just saying that that's a challenge that they face. From a policy point of view, there's a bit of a dilemma of how we should think about citizenship. So is citizenship a tool for integration in the host country, or it is the certification of successful integration? And there is an ambiguity about the role of citizenship, in this respect. For instance, in many countries, in order to get to naturalize, you have to pass a language test and cultural test, which seems to somehow speak to the fact that citizenship certificates the fact that you are successfully integrated. However, there's, on the other hand, citizenship has been shown to be also a tool for successful integration. What is perhaps less clear is why actually is naturalization a tool for integration. And that's where I guess we need more research. More research would be very welcome, because in most countries actually pretty much all rights come with legal status, or at least with a permanent residence. So what is more? What does citizenship give you that permanent residence does not give you? Some reasons why citizenship may be more important than permanent status is, for instance, that it gives you access to a broader range of employment opportunities, such as public sector opportunities, government jobs. Okay, that's one purely labor market related reason. Another one is more indirect, and it might be the fact that citizenship acts as a signal of commitment to the host country, and therefore employers have a higher incentives to invest in naturalized employees rather than non-naturalized employees. So on the labor demand side, as an employer, I invest in training someone who I think is more likely to stay in the country rather than with someone who may go back at some point. On the other hand, on the supply side, labor supply side, by eliminating any form of uncertainty about migration of the state, it may increase workers' incentives to invest in their own training and country-specific human capital, and therefore may facilitate their integration. So these are all reasons that the literature suggests are behind the pro-integration effects of naturalization, but that's an area where we probably need more research to understand the relative importance of each of these channels. And another perhaps even more interesting area of research is the effect that citizenship acquisition for immigrant children has on integration outcomes of the children and of their parents. Okay? So in many countries, citizenship is, unlike in the US, citizenship is not acquired by the mere fact of being born in the country. And at the same time, there is an increasing tendency towards facilitating citizenship acquisition for children of immigrants. There's a few papers, there's a literature that has originated by the German reform of the citizenship law in 2000, or 1999, but they came into effect in 2000, that has basically given automatic citizenship to the children of immigrants who were born in Germany, if they're provided that their parents have been living in Germany for a minimum number of years. And these literatures have shown that the fact that their children obtain automatically German citizenship increases parents' social integration and reduces return migration. So there is an effect of the children's citizenship on parents themselves, which is quite remarkable. Why does this happen? There's again, there's a number of potential reasons that are not easy to identify separately. One reason might be that the perception of changes in attitudes towards immigrants induce more efforts to assimilate in local culture. If I see that their host country treats my children as the children of natives are treated, then I put more effort into assimilate in the local culture. One more economic reason is that if we see parental assimilation as an investment in children's future outcomes, so if I'm more assimilated, my children will have better future outcomes. So I can see my assimilation as an investment in my children's education, and if citizenship increases the returns to investments in children's education, then this also increases my incentives to assimilate through my children. And another culture-related reason is that if citizenship makes my children more a part of the whole society, I don't want to be culturally disconnected from my children, so I have more incentives to invest in assimilating in the whole society, so I can be culturally related to my child, and I will not lose contact with him when he grows up. Okay? So, birthright citizenship for children has an effect on parents, but it also has direct effects on children's integration. Again, a number of papers have taken advantage of the German reform, and the citizenship acquisition for children has been shown to lead to improved health outcomes and better educational achievements, both in terms of children of immigrants choosing more academically oriented tracks, and in terms of having higher school enrollment rates. Again, the challenge in this case is that parents tend to invest more in their children if they know that their investments will pay, will have higher returns. So if citizenship increases returns to education, then I invest more in my child's education because the investments will pay more. Okay, so one other important point that is particularly relevant in the case of refugee migration is the role played by immigrant enclaves. So, the immigrant enclaves, an immigrant clustering of immigrants together is a widespread phenomenon. That's something we observe very often. And because immigrant location choices are both driven by economic opportunities and by pre-existing stock of migrants from their home country, especially when they have poor language skills. Is this clustering beneficial or damaging for immigrants' integration? Again, answering this question is very complicated due to endogenous sorting, and there's mixed evidence about the role of clustering. In the US, segregation seems to be beneficial for high-skilled groups, but less beneficial or not beneficial at all for low-skilled groups. Whereas European evidence, and especially evidence from Scandinavian countries, shows that living in enclaves leads to improved labor market outcomes for less skilled immigrants. That's the case of Sweden, or Danish studies show that it is beneficial for all immigrants regardless of their skill level. Why is that? Because basically living with the connationals facilitates access to the host society and therefore may be beneficial for integration. Although, so may be beneficial for economic integration, although it may create concerns about cultural integration. So there's a subtle line between clustering and segregation that is hard to trace clearly. So this begs the question whether there is a role for policy when it comes to immigrant enclaves. So should policymakers devise policies to avoid formation of immigrant enclaves? Well, on what basis there is a role for intervention? So we can even have policy interventions because there's some form of market failure, which there is in this case. So there are externalities given by clustering. However, it's unclear whether these externalities are negative externalities or positive externalities. So there is actually evidence that in some cases immigrants benefit from living together with their connationals. Another basis for intervention may be on equity grounds. If we believe that it is unfair that immigrants are segregated, then we may want to intervene. In this case, we should intervene when segregation is involuntary or hierarchical, and not when it is voluntary and non-hierarchical. But this is very hard to exactly find out when it's when we're talking about one case and when we're talking about the other case. And in any event, it's unclear what type of intervention would be feasible to disperse migrants. One possibility could be strategic location of social housing, and that's in general a way to reduce residential segregation. Another possibility is explicit placement programs of immigrants in different areas of the country where the policymaker decides rather than the migrant. And this is in fact something that has been adopted by several countries when it comes to refugee migration. Okay, so refugee dispersal policies have been and still are implemented in different forms in several European countries, and sometimes these policies are explicitly aimed at avoiding excessive clustering of immigrants in the same area, excessive clustering of refugees in the same areas. What are the outcomes of those policies? There is evidence that when it comes to integration, so we're talking about 1 minute. Okay. So there is evidence that the exogenous allocation hampers labor market integration of immigrants. Why? Because refugees would tend naturally to go where there is labor demand, and they can't, just because they're placed in areas where They're exogenous placed in areas where there's not much there are not many other immigrants who live there. And the reason why there are no other immigrants living there is that there is no labor demand. So they're actually placed in areas where it's very difficult to find a job. And this may even lead to an increase in criminal behavior. So they are not allowed to work because they cannot work while they're waiting for a decision. They are sent to areas where there's no labor demand. That increases crime. There's evidence for the UK about that. There's evidence also, however, that refugees tend to move out of the areas of initial allocation, and they also leave, therefore, the benefits they're entitled to. They move out where labor market opportunities are more abundant. So overall, the evidence on refugee dispersal policies tells us that the policy is not very effective and may even slow integration. So I'm out of time, so let me just, I will skip what happens to origin countries. Let me just mention one last point about the fact that immigrant cases require policy intervention. So if we are concerned, so why should we be mostly concerned about immigrant enclaves? Probably the biggest concern is about cultural integration of immigrants. If we have all immigrants living together, then they will not have many chances to interact with natives, and this will lead to their cultural segregation. So if this is the concern, perhaps we should not worry too much about the enclave per se, but rather we can think of other policies that encourage assimilation, like school assignment policies, or incentives to learn the language of the host country. And I will stop here. Let me just, the takeaway message of the talk is basically that if we are concerned about integration of migrants, we should probably not focus much on policies directly targeted to integration, which are very good once immigrants are in the country, but we should probably be more concerned with designing a migration policy framework that facilitates integration to start with, rather than intervening ex post when the gap is created. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommaso. So the discussant is Axel Kreinberg. He's head of unit at the Federal Office for Migration and Refugees in Nuremberg. And Axel has a background that includes business administration, but also history and political science. So I'm sure he will give us a number of perspectives on integration that go beyond what economic research has done so far. Axel, you have about 15 minutes for your discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much first for inviting me. I think that's quite interesting for me, as I'm not an economist, although I've studied a little bit of business administration. I see myself more as a political scientist, and at the same time, not only as a researcher, but also as a government official working for the Federal Office for Migration and Refugees. Therefore, I would like to start my small comments with the vision of integration which the Federal Office or the German state has. We see integration as a reciprocal and intergenerational process, and it has to focus on the whole society, at least when it comes to integration policy. And we would say that when we design integration policies and participation policies, we have also nowadays to have the coming generations in our view. And this goes beyond only structural integration processes, although it's very easy most to focus on the structural, because we have the data on the labor market and we have educational data, that's very easy. But it has only to focus on aspects like social integration, cultural integration, emotional integration, and so on. But this cannot be a task for the state alone, because the state cannot decree integration. Everything the state can do is to try to facilitate it. And in Germany, in 2005, the state started with this concept of supporting and demanding integration of immigrants with a state-driven policy. Although I have to say this policy is mainly focused on the structural level. Therefore, language is seen as the key competence for an independent life. Therefore, the state is promoting language courses and the language integration. But in the recent years, the focus on the labor market has become stronger, especially in the wake of the refugee crisis, and I think that's not for nothing that the current head of the Federal Office for Migration and Refugees is also the head of the Federal Labor Agency in Germany. So these policies are now, they're trying to bring them together. Therefore, on the one hand, the Federal Office offers a lot of language integration courses, so it's not only language, it's also cultural integration or cultural orientation, at least to say. And it also offers the so-called ESF BAMF language courses. ESF is European Social Fund. These are labor market-oriented language courses in cooperation now with the Federal Labor Agency. And these courses, as we have mentioned the refugee crisis several times now, are now also open for asylum seekers. But in brackets, only for those with a good perspective to remain. Because this is important to have in mind. The integration efforts of the state are only directed to the persons with a perspective to stay. Those refugees groups that are supposed to leave the country after the negative decision of their asylum claim cannot benefit from these measures. In the integration discourse of language and labor market access, there is a new topic popping up recently, and that's the question of values. We see that some sort of common values must be the basis for the living together and the social cohesion in a plural society. And especially in the context of refugee influx currently, it is seen as necessary to communicate early, mandatory and sustainable the value system of this country. This communication is to become an integral part of the integration processes, for example in the integration course and the orientation part, and shall already start during the asylum procedure. What is successful integration? Well, there are many definitions, but a very broad definition could be feeling of belonging, feeling responsible for this society. Very political formulation. Another topic that is popping up recently is the question if in the whole integration debate we have had some sort of blind spot. Maybe an error in reasoning, as the Minister of the Interior put it recently. And he referred to the possible underestimation of the importance of the meaning of religion for the living together of people. Because we are living in a society, in many European societies, where religion has become a private part of life, so not that relevant in the living together. We thought that this meaning was decreasing, but now there are more and more people coming in our countries for whom this meaning in daily life, the meaning of religion in daily life is much more greater than for us. And I think another thing that could be a challenge for the future, and in one or another form should be kept in mind. Okay, this as some sort of integration. Coming to Tommaso's presentation, well, I could make it very easy and say, okay, I agree with you. It was a great presentation, thank you very much. You summed up, I think, everything that is in the air in this point. Nevertheless, I want to try to make some comments at least. You referred to point one, you referred to the increasing refugee migration. I'm a little bit skeptic about the international data on international migrants. The UNHCR presented us data and say, okay, unprecedented data, but to be honest, all the data before the 80s are quite bad in quality. And I'm not sure if the level of international migrants, I'm only talking of international migrants, so border crossing refugees, is really that unprecedented high when we go back, or when we start our look at the from the 50s onward, and not only from the 80s onward. But what, and in brackets, what is much more important seems to be the internally displaced persons, so talking of refugee crisis internationally. But I think what has changed dramatically, at least in the last 20, 30 years, is that even if we suppose that the refugees numbers haven't increased that much, it's the way Europe is affected. Because many crises now took place in the neighborhood of Europe, and as you showed with this graph from on the European data, that the number of applications in Europe has risen enormously, and this is something that happened not before. Point two, educational level of immigrants. You said that in general this level is not that different from our normal populations here. But I think, and we had this question this morning already, that's the aggregate. But we have to look into the different groups. And as immigrants are enormous heterogeneous, the educational levels differ along different countries of origin and along different strata of immigrants from the different countries of origin. For example, when you look at the Turks in Germany, first generation Turks, I'm pretty sure you can't say that the educational level was more or less the same as of the German population. And the same goes for refugees. There we see the same heterogeneity. We have recent data from the asylum system and also from two surveys. The Federal Office made one survey of refugees that became that title between 2008 and 2012. And the second survey, a panel survey that started last year together with the Institute of Labour Market Research and the Socio-Economic Panel. And we will study these groups of refugees that came between 13 and 15 to our country for some years now. And we see the heterogeneity of the educational level. For example, in the group of the Syrians, we see quite high levels, at least for the Syrians that came in the last years, not for the Syrians that came 5 or 10 years ago. But at the same time, we see quite low levels also. We have, in the recent panel, for example, we saw that we have 1/3 of good education, but we have also like 20% of people that only accessed primary school or no school at all. When it comes to educational level, you mentioned it, we have the problem of transmission of educational levels. As we say here sometimes in Germany, education is bequeathed to the second generation, and the problem becomes more intense if the educational system does not help in this question, but leaves the children in this situation. The temporality of stay, as early as possible. What would be the solution? Shall everyone as early as possible become an undetermined stay, or shall the states only give undetermined visa? What about migration policy? What about the steering function that at least policy hopes to have with migration policy? I think that this is a challenge. And another question I would see is that, at least in the most of the European countries, we have labor market access policies. That if you come as a migrant with sufficient qualification, always nowadays you have many possibilities to get a title already with indeterminate stay. And that is the migration our countries are interested in. So blue scheme, and so on and so on. If these people come, they already have to stay. We are not that much interested in the low-skilled migration. And furthermore, knowing the migration policy, I would say that there is a sequence organized that in many cases you stay for 1 year and then you got a prolongation for 2 years, and after that you can get the undetermined stay. And this is quite clearly communicated, so why should be the indeterminate stay in the first point? Then you mentioned the question of the time span of refugees until decision, and you're right. And we have seen it this morning that many states, at least in the European Union, have lowered the time span when the refugees can access the labor market. But that's not that's an important point, but I think there are more important thresholds, and that are language and qualification. If you don't speak the language, not at least some words of the language, it's quite difficult to access the labor market. And we, from recent research, we can see that this problem remains. For example, we have asked refugees in a big survey that got the title between 2008 and 2012, and we saw, we asked them in 2014, and we saw that only 1/3 of this group was gainfully employed. And 1/5 was looking for a job, and 1/5 was not all employed. I think there are problems, and the problems we found out in our survey were especially the qualifications and the language. Another problem is that many people those who were gainfully employed, started employment, but in many cases on a quite low level, because they wanted to work. And we see from other studies that there's a very high aspiration to work. But the problem is they enter the labor market on low levels, and they may go on working. So there's no time for improving language and qualification. So they remain at the low levels, and we see for the future problems for upward mobility. You referred to this psychological aspect of long waiting periods, and I think there's some more, these discouragement effects. I think it's not only the waiting period here in Germany. It depends also on the length of the time they have been on the flight. From a study on resettlement, we saw that there are people that have a refugee story of several years, coming from, let's say, Eritrea, going to Sudan, going to Chad, going to Libya, coming to Germany. Sometimes more than 10 years, and this may lead also to a devaluation of qualifications. So I have 0 minutes. I wanted to say something to citizenship acquisition. I think there is more research needed. You already mentioned it, especially for the second generation. As you mentioned, the second generation almost automatically gets the German nationality. But when we come back to the problem of the educational transmission, what will happen with the integration of the second generation? And nationality or citizenship is not the only solution, as we can see in France, if you don't have access to labor market or to maybe education. Okay, I think I'll stop it here. Maybe more in the question section. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. So let's start the discussion. I wanted to open it with a question for each of the speakers. Starting from Axel, I saw that the Federal Office offers integration courses for asylum applicants. So I think it's interesting for us to understand a bit how much of this is about the legal aspects and how much of this is instead a broader effort to give elements of the culture and other important life tricks that immigrants might need here. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also if there is any research that tries to assess the effectiveness of these integration courses. And let me follow with a question to Tommaso, which goes a bit beyond that. So if you wish, we say it takes two to tango. you know, integration courses that work on the migrants might not be enough. We know that we need to change the attitudes of the natives. And it seems to me, but I may be wrong, that there's less effort in experimenting with policies in that direction. And so if you know of you know, examples or research that could tell us a bit about that, it could be interesting.
Yes, thank you for the question. As I've said already, the integration, the Federal Office offers the integration courses, and I also mentioned that we opened the integration courses to refugees with a good perspective of stay in the last year. So there's the biggest part of this integration course is about language, and there's also a module on this is called orientation course. And this course is about the living in Germany, the values, how living together works here. That is what the Federal Office is offering. At the same time, at least during 2015, there were additional language courses offered by the Federal Agency of Labor, because we saw very clearly that we had the refugee influx mainly from countries with a high probability to stay, and the responsible said, okay, we need measures, urgent measures to start the integration processes as early as possible, because we know that most of these people will stay in this country. And talking of the effectiveness and research, I mentioned this study, this refugee panel, so-called refugee panel, of the Federal Office, of the Federal Institute of Labour Market Research, and the German Economic Institute, or more specifically the Social Economic Panel. So there will be a panel research over several years. It started this year. And there we are asking more than 2,000 persons annually. And we got a second module financed by the Ministry of Science to ask another 2,500 refugees with a clear focus on family life. So we have altogether like 4,500 persons. We will follow them for the next at least 3 or 5 years. And the first wave of this research is already closed. We have published recently a first report, all with 3 organizations, and all these data from this research will be introduced in the general socio-economic panel, and the first wave shall be open to the scientific public, I would say, in the mid of 2017.
Well, I will start from Diana's question about policies to change people's attitudes. I'm not aware of that. I'm certainly that plays a role. What we know is that in general there's a more positive attitude towards refugees than towards economic migrants. Right? And this, right, so basically there's a tendency to consider refugees as more legitimate guests than economic migrants. And this might also explain why this also leads, I think, to an emphasis on refugees and asylum in public discourse and in policy making that goes perhaps beyond its actual role. But of course, I mean, the attitudes thing is key. There's of course some literature that shows that if you've been at school with other students from ethnic minorities or from immigrant background, they get better attitudes when you grow up. But programs to sort of improve attitudes in the whole population, I'm not aware of that. I wouldn't even honestly know exactly how to design them, except providing better information about the effects of immigration, on the size of the population, and what research tells about
the effects of immigration.
Perhaps this speaks to the need of better disseminating findings of research. Thanks for your discussion. Should I answer some of the points raised by the discussion, or we collect more questions?
Why don't we do this? We can collect a few questions, and then you can
Sure.
weave in your answers also addressing the discussant. Anyone from the floor? Okay, so Klaus, Hillel, the lady there, and Diego. So we can come to the front, please. No, could you come to the front?
Yeah, thank you very much. First question to Maso. The issue of integration is very global. Now, typically in the past we had this ideology that integration would in practice mean cultural assimilation. To what extent do you think that's still a useful concept? And to you, Mr. Kleinbrink, it's very important, it's very welcome that the German Labour Office works together with your institution to bring in profiling early. That is very welcome. Now, you mentioned language, yes, and we know that language is a very difficult thing. But what I understand is this integration course you have is kind of an introductory course that cannot really help to make people fluent in language. How far are we now? I mean, we had language courses in the past, but they were never so successful, if I may shortly summarize. Has it performance improved recently? That's
Could you please bring the mic to Hillel?
Thank you. So I had two questions and one also for the discussant. So it's very difficult to know when you compare them in the beginning, refugees to other migrants. They differ in many respects, by country of origin, characteristics, etc. Even if you control for everything you can, you may say that they are unobservable, such as the traumatic experience, for example, or this type of thing. So I'd like to know whether you know in the literature studies which have tried really to isolate what refugee status is doing to integration and to especially to labor market integration. On the dispersion policies, many of the dispersion policies that you mentioned, especially in the Nordic countries, have been done in a way mostly to evaluate also the effect of immigration on the local communities that receive them. And I wanted to know whether you know of policies that have tried to take refugees' preferences and destination or location into account and comparing what benefits or cost it brings to integration when you take refugees' preferences or refugees' preferences into account in terms of location. And regarding the effectiveness of the language training in Germany, I think Jana's question was more really about whether you have a research design assigning different training to different people so as to see whether one is more effective than the other, these type of things, rather than a very long run follow-up survey. So I think there are many people in the room that would be interested in maybe in making some proposals.
Very good. So the lady there.
Laura Scheinert from the German Institute for Development Evaluation. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations and comments. But there was one aspect I really missed, and that was the one of political integration. Matthew pointed out what can actually citizenship do in addition to other resident statuses, and one crucial thing is that it allows people to participate in politics, to vote, and all that. And Mr. Groundbrink, you mentioned that successful integration might actually mean a feeling of belonging, and isn't the right to exercise and isn't the ability to participate politically and to actually shape and design the country you live in by your exercising your political rights? Is that not also a crucial part of belonging to a country? So I was wondering if you could both comment a bit on the aspect of political integration. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take one last question for this round.
Hello, Theo from Bocconi. So I was surprised that no one pointed out to the role of misinformation about immigration. There were some mentions, but by the evidence of the last elections in the US, in the UK, we can claim that potentially misinformation played a huge role. Indeed, in a study we are doing, we show that providing right statistics about immigrants, the size and the characteristics can have massive effects on changing people's attitudes. So I wanted to ask you if you think that misinformation can play a role, and if it is the job of academics perhaps to do a better job at disseminating, or the government can actually do it by itself, and then the question of credibility of the information that is provided plays a role.
Okay, who wants to start? Tommaso?
Okay, so thanks for all the questions. I answer in reverse order, starting from Diego's point. That's what I tried to hint at when I answered Eliana's question before. So actually, it's true, there's a lot of misperception about immigration among the public. And it is true that perhaps a better dissemination of information, true facts about immigration might help change that. However, I think there's evidence also from the psychological literature that people tend to register information that confirm their beliefs and to forget information that does not. So I'm not sure how you could, so that certainly would be a welcome initiative to disseminate findings research better, but it would be interesting to see how that would, what type of large-scale effects that would have. Yeah, so that's a very important point. When I think about this, I think especially about the debate about the Brexit referendum, right? So in the Brexit referendum, there was a huge debate about the course of migration to the UK, and that was by large the most important issue. There is a very large amount of evidence showing that immigration has been beneficial to the UK. This amount of evidence has been distributed and has been publicized as much as possible, and been made available to all the possible, to all channels. I mean, there may be more, but it has been disseminated as much as possible, and it had no role, basically. So typically whenever you try and disseminate that research, someone comes up and says that you're being paid by the EU, so you're not credible, or disputes your credibility status. So it is very difficult to disseminate objective facts about migration because someone will always dispute that finding, and it requires a lot of information and of study to actually being able to discern between carefully researched evidence and uncarefully researched evidence. Another point about political integration, that's an excellent point, actually. That I should have mentioned that before. The reason why I did not do that is because I was mentioning economic factors leading to why citizenship could improve economic outcome. But of course, in terms of wider social integration, that is a key point. Citizenship allows you to vote in national elections. In local elections, normally you're entitled to vote when you are legally resident in the country. So that's the only extra bit that citizenship buys you. And you're allowed to vote, and you're also allowed to run for office if you want to. These, of course, may feedback into better integration, which leads into investing more in your assimilation in the country. Then the question of refugees versus migrants, and of course the point that
refugees do worse than economic migrants for many reasons, including the fact that they've been through dramatic experiences that make them less prone to work and to integrate. So they have different backgrounds for economic migrants, and that might explain part of the gap, perhaps even a large part of the gap. In fact, what I was all I was trying to do in showing these differences in employment probability is to highlight the fact that there is a problem of the labor market integration of refugees, and that is something that, whatever the reason, that we should deal with. So there are some policy options that are very easy to implement, like reducing the minimum number of months that people have to stay in the country before they're allowed to work, and this could be easily implemented. I'm not, so all the literature that I'm aware of shows that the refugees have worse labor market outcomes than economic migrants, actually. So I'm not aware of literature showing successful patterns or like it can give us some insight about what policies have worked successfully to integrate refugees.
Can I ask to be
more concise?
Because
sure.
There's one last question that I want to give.
Okay, so let me just briefly mention the cultural integration. Throughout the talk I only talked about economic integration precisely because I want to shy away from entering a minefield of cultural integration, and to address a few points raised by the discussant. The issue, for instance, of language courses offered to the refugees is clearly very controversial because there's a policy dilemma. On the one hand, you want to facilitate their integration as fast as possible in the country. On the other hand, as you also mentioned, you don't want to integrate them too fast, and then their application for refugee status is rejected and they have to go back.
So, Axel, did you want to say something before we have our last question?
Yes. The language courses, the Federal Office offers are designed to reach a level of B1. And at least the studies I know, the success rate is not that bad. Although in some cases, the person only reached the A1 level. But now we have, not us, but the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs has introduced a job-related language course system. So we start with the ESF BAMF courses, which will end at the end of 2017, and then the new job-related language courses will come into effective, will become effective, and will have a sequence. So several courses building one up to another, which in the end shall lead up to C2, so to the real professional level. How that works has to be seen. On the effectiveness, well, any research proposal is welcome. You can offer your proposals to this panel. There will be a competition in the next years. I'm not here to offer any research programs. Political integration and belonging, yes, of course, you're right. No opposition from my point of view, and misinformation. I think that is the challenge of our days. Today's in the German media, there's a story on an American enterprise that is working on micro-targeting, so trying individually on all the Facebook users to influence them, and he says that he won the election for Trump and also for Farage. So I think this will be a discussion how we as government administration or academia can influence the public. We had a very positive public towards migration and refugees in Germany until New Year's Eve. And then it changed dramatically. Why? Well, it's a question of the media, but there seems to be something more. And okay, when we are sitting here, we are probably not influencing any public because we are here in a bubble. And many of us academics and people working in the administration are living in bubbles and working in bubbles, and we don't influence the public. And maybe we have to discuss how we can do that better.
Thank you very much. So a 1 minute question with a 1 minute answer, and then this leaves 5 minutes before the panel.
It actually fits your last point, Axel. My question relates to the relationship between state actors and civil society actors. The management and the integration effort of refugees and migrants in Germany, for instance, but also in other countries, very much rests with volunteering and networks and support groups. How do you, from a BAMF side, manage that, coordinate, help, integrating the integration efforts? What's the strategy?
Well, there's a long-standing strategy of our integration department to work close to many NGOs and to counsel them, to bring them together, to show them, bluntly speaking, where the money lies and how to apply for the money, and to empower them to have a role in this game to get the money, because there is some money for integration work, but it is contested because there are huge organizations like Diakonie, Caritas, and so on and so on. They are not that keen that new actors are evolving in this field. But at least from our office, we are working for many, many years on this field to empower NGOs and migration organizations especially to become relevant actors in this field, because there's also the problem of non-information and misinformation, and we're working on that.
Okay, thank you very much to both speakers and to you for the interesting questions. So let's take a 5 minutes break before the panel session.
But anyway, what I do now is just choose. You could also have something like, because you also mentioned that they're more likely to get so that means you have
Please, if you take your seat, please. Okay, please. Okay, so this is the last session of the day. We realize that we have a very difficult task because this is what is between a long day, very, very interesting, very fascinating discussion during the whole day, and a cocktail, if I understood well. So this is difficult. It is also very difficult because this panel was supposed to address policy issues after researchers, academics would have told us about what was known and what was not known. And then this panel could have drawn the lessons and made a recommendation in terms of policy. And it turns out that during the whole day we talked at the same time about what was the frontier of knowledge in the migration field, but at the same time what were the policy issues and the policies which had been tried in different places and what the result had been. So this is making the task of this panel slightly more difficult, but definitely will keep the policy dimension of the discussion very at in the front, in the forefront in what we'll be discussing. Before I give the floor to the panelists, I would like to maybe summarize in a few minutes what we have said today, what are the implications of what we have said today, and basically I will be repeating some of the statements made by several speakers. I think that the main point is really that migration is seen as a fantastic and a huge contribution, potential contribution to development or to the welfare of sending countries, and in particular if you have in mind south-north migrations to developing countries. It has been said several times that the wage differential or income differential between sending and receiving countries was enormous, and because of that there was a huge benefit to be obtained. Now the difficulty comes when we look at the way in which this benefit is gained, is being distributed in the whole population, in the global population. And from that point of view, we know that the migrants themselves are getting the lion's share of the gain, even if we include the remittances that they send home as part of their initial gain. We know that sending countries have several positive externalities, as we have seen this morning, and we know that there are other externalities which are being felt by receiving countries. And among those externalities, some are positive, some are negative. It is very often difficult to quantify them, but there is no doubt that they are present. There may be economic externalities, there may be non-economic externalities. So from that point of view, we could say that because those externalities don't seem to be so important, if we wanted to have a policy that favor migration and development, the recommendation should be try to increase as much as possible the size of migration toward developed countries. But this issue of the distribution and the negative externalities make things slightly more difficult because of the political opposition by people who believe, who perceive that there is a huge negative externality in the migration for receiving countries. And I think that this has been also emphasized several times during the day. We are in a situation where there is, on the one hand, some truth, some evidence about policies having to go in one direction, and on the other hand, there is a political context where it is difficult to pursue that goal. And the political issue is basically the fact that some people have tried to lead the public opinion to believe or to misperceive several things, but the situation in several of our countries, not all of them, fortunately, but many of our countries in Europe and also outside Europe, is we are in some kind of low equilibrium trap, in which, because there is some political power, some political influence of some parties in the field of migration, then other parties don't dare very often to talk about migration, to take policy measures that will improve things for the receiving country, for the sending countries, for the global community as a whole, because simply this has become a kind of prohibited area for policy discussion. I know this is the case in my own country, and I know it is the case in many other countries in Europe. It is increasingly the case in other countries in Europe, and it is the case, of course, not exactly the same situation, but it was also a very important issue in the case of the United States election. So the situation we are in is a difficult one because, and maybe this would be the main question to the panel, would be, at this stage we have to navigate between, on the one hand, our conviction that there are many things that can be done in the migration field to improve their efficacy in development, and on the other hand, we are facing those political contexts which are making things extremely difficult because of misperception and because of the political game. So the issue is to find those policy measures, those openings where something is possible. It is possible to propose some policies, some measures. It is possible, maybe, as it was suggested in the last session, to do more in terms of information about what the truth is, what the evidence is in the migration field. But at the same time, we must be careful in making sure that going in that direction will not trigger some hostility or some hostile debate and some conflict between parties or within the countries we are living in. So this is a very difficult task. And I hope that our panelists will help us making some progress in that direction. The organizers of the conference asked the panelists of this session 4 questions, which I will repeat because I know that all of them will tackle one or the other of those questions. And the 4 questions are the following. The first one is, what can we think about the prospects for migration flows in the future? This may be in purely economic terms. This may be in political terms. This may also go beyond south-north migration. This may go this may consider the issue at the global level. So this is the first question. The second question is very much oriented toward the political concern I was mentioning. Well, what can we say about the way, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion lately in many countries, and in particular in connection with the Brexit, but not only, about the way to neutralize the causes for migration towards a specific country. And in the Brexit, that to do with the way in which the European Union is functioning, in the case of France and other countries, the idea is to say, let's help those, and this was the point that Klaus made this morning, let's help those countries develop, and there will be much less migration. Of course, this is completely an illusion, because we'll have to wait for a very, very long time for the differential of income between sending countries, developing countries, and receiving developed countries to shrink to a point where there will be much less incentives for migration. But I think the question is interesting because this is really something which is at the heart of the debate, the political debate on migration policies in many countries. And the last two questions are questions that we've already touched upon today. The first one is about the way in which we can improve the migration process. It is the way in which migration is being dealt with, or migrants are being dealt with in the European system. Very much has been said, not in the last session, but in the previous session, but maybe it would be good to draw the policy lessons from that session in a more systematic way. And the last question is, I forgot. I have to look to my notes, I'm sorry. It is so important. Okay, sorry, that's all completely obvious. It is how, given, I think, okay, the question is how to enhance the benefits of migration for developing countries, for sending countries. And I believe that there is two ways we can understand this question. One is to say, okay, in general, what can be done to improve the benefit that sending countries can get from migration, both in terms of the volume of migration and the way in which migration is being handled. But another way is to say, okay, given the fact that there is, or there are constraints coming from the political context on the volume of migration and maybe on some aspects of the migration process, what can be done to enhance the benefit for countries which nevertheless are sending people to our country. So this is the way in which I wanted to summarize some of the discussion that we had until now, introduce this panel. I hope that my colleagues in this table are not too much afraid of getting into such a discussion. And without further ado, I will give them the floor. We'll start with Hein, who already told us about some aspects of migration. As you know, Hein is a professor of sociology in the University of Amsterdam. He has been the founder and the former director of the International Migration Institute, and has been published a lot of very good work on this issue, and I'm very happy to give you the floor. Every panelist will have 15 minutes. And okay. And
Okay, thank you. Thanks again for the invitation. I start with a white PowerPoint. You'll see why. Thanks for putting the bar so high, by the way, to answer all 4 questions in one go in just 15 to 20 minutes. I'll try my best. I think we sometimes, as a research community, jump to policy conclusions without thinking about everything that's in between, and then we get disappointed because our recommendations don't get implemented, indeed because we don't take account of the political process. I also think that we as social scientists need to be more forceful in sort of convincing people who work more on the policy side that we need a deeper vision on migration, a deeper understanding of migration. And what I'll try to do today, in this 15 minutes I've got, is argue that we need a new vision on migration, and I think we need to advocate a new vision to migration much more forcefully to the policy community, because that new vision, or these new ideas that are developing, that have been mentioned here, are really important to actually get the right answers to the questions that have been posed, the 4 questions. All too often, particularly in policy circles, migration is either implicitly or explicitly seen as the antithesis of development, particularly when we look at the development on the origin sites and when we think about what drives migration. We still have a sort of misery view of migration that dominates when we think particularly about south-north migration and the drivers of those migration. What we instead need is a vision of migration as an intrinsic part, as a part and parcel of larger processes of social, economic and human development. And I think, without further explanation, I mean, the modern process of urbanization, I think, is the best example that you can't really think about modern processes of economic development and migration and not the other way around. And then the question, in a way, is not whether we like it or not, but that this is a normal process. So, and I think this is important to understand migration as part of the process, not as some other variable that impinges on the process, because it will really lead to very different conclusions about what drives the process. Now, we're all familiar with this idea that, yes, we know migration has some impact on development, both in origin and destination country, and the other way around. We have some ideas about how development impacts onto migration. So we all agree on this. This is a reciprocal two-way relationship. But I think it is a fundamentally asymmetric relationship. And I think that's the first realization we need to have, also if we think about policies. And actually one of my main arguments is we need to look beyond migration policy when we really want to address issues of migration and development, when we want to create, to foster better outcomes, if you like the term, of this two-way relationship. And that sort of brings me to the first question: how can we make development better fit for migration? Now here this notion that migration is a process that is driven by much bigger processes of change, which I summarize here as development, means that doesn't mean that migration doesn't have some effect on those processes, but there's a huge danger, because we as a research community all focus on migration, that we amplify migration, and although we agree that migration has positive potentials, there's a huge risk of singling out migration as the big change agent. We know, and we have seen a lot of evidence being presented here by various top scholars in the field, that particularly on the micro and community level, we know that migration and remittances, if we look at origin countries, have considerable benefits. We have also talked about so-called negative effects or externality, but the sort of consensus is that by and large these effects are positive. We need to appreciate the considerable contribution of both internal and international migrants in improving the daily lives and long-term well-being of migrants, their families and their communities. And this doesn't only account for expenditures on nutrition, education, healthcare and businesses, but also for house construction, building a church or a mosque or a pilgrimage, because that also adds to people's well-being. However, I think there's a danger that the micro-level contributions of migration does not necessarily mean that it implies development on the national level. And I think we need to distinguish these two levels very clearly. I mean, it's been clear for decades already in the migration and development literature that migration is not a development panacea. Despite their considerable benefits for migrants, their families and communities, migration alone cannot remove more structural development constraints, such as unstable macroeconomic conditions, political instability, or corruption, for instance. So, it also means we can neither blame migration for a so-called lack of development, let's say the brain drain, nor to expect migration in itself to trigger fundamental processes of change that are needed in order to foster sustainable economic and human development in origin countries. So migration in a way, and I'm risking myself I risk to stop myself out of business, isn't a big development game changer we sometimes think it is, neither negatively nor positively, and I would make that argument both for sending and receiving countries. That doesn't mean migration doesn't matter, but I think if we think in terms of policies, this is a fundamental notion. And we know from, again, decades of migration and development research, both by economists, anthropologists, geographers, sociologists, using a whole array of methods, that migration can set in motion vicious circles and virtuous circles if you look at national development. If states fail to implement reform, migration is very unlikely, although it has very positive effects on the micro and meso level, on the communities and the families, to sort of foster macro level economic development, and can indeed lead to remittance dependency. And some scholars have argued it can actually, for instance, encourage authoritarianism, because for some states, like in the past the Philippines, or in more recent times, Morocco and Turkey, and in Egypt, migration has been a sort of political, economic safety valve for rulers that sort of wanted to get rid of potential troublemakers. Well, how you think about that is a highly political and normative question, but I think it's an important notion to take in mind. We know also that migration can put in motion a virtuous circle. If development takes a positive turn, if reform occurs in origin countries, migrants are obviously the first to recognize, because of their language skills and their knowledge of both societies, new opportunities to either invest or return. Investment and business development. Make money, but also be more active politically, economically, in terms of investing back home. And already back in 1977, there was a research team, a Dutch-Moroccan research team, that said development is a condition for migration to contribute to development. That is sort of a paradox. Migrants needs something to go back to. So distinguishing these levels of analysis is very important. So there is a certain naivety in recent views that somehow in policy circles, development circles, that sometimes have sort of seen migration as a sort of form of self-help development from below. And you may even argue, and Devish Kapoor has argued this is fit well within a neoliberal agenda in which migrants become the persons who have to secure and bear the burden of development, and governments have no role to play anymore. So the recent sort of euphoria, or it's not that recent anymore, it sort of started off in 2003, is not entirely about remittances, doesn't seem entirely justified. But it also means that these very pessimistic views, like for instance Paul Collier's recent reinvention of the brain drain, are equally dangerous, as they present a distorted and shockingly uninformed view of the development implications of migration, and in fact may serve xenophobic agendas by suggesting that migration is undermining development and social cohesion both in origin and destination countries. I think we're at a risk that this whole pendulum, which swung towards more positive views, is going to swing back to pessimistic views because they're politically very convenient right now. The negative argument for migration is very attractive, and there will be also scholars or more popular writers that will play into those fears by writing books like this. So the nuance is lost once again. What about the other way around the relationship? About migration and development? Well, it's already been mentioned today that development often leads to more migration. And some of the reasons have already been mentioned. Migration is development, I would rather argue, than that development leads to migration. And this goes, in my view, way beyond the sort of expected income story, which certainly plays a role, and also people need certain resources to migrate. I'm not dismissing it, but I think it is a much more fundamental story. We know that most forms of migration, particularly from the global south, are part of an active and deliberate quest by individual people and families for better opportunities and well-being Instead of this, how it often looks like, a desperate flight from poverty and misery. Most migrants know actually what they're doing. You wouldn't always think so if you follow the media and listen to many politicians. The whole idea of migration pressure, I think, is flawed, because we know that there's a very high correlation between opportunities and destinations and where migrants actually go to. And I also think we need to redefine what human mobility actually is. It is not necessarily the act of moving, but people's freedom to choose where to live, which also includes the option to stay where they are. That is true mobility freedom. We don't have to use freedoms to enjoy them. Think about political freedoms. The freedom to run for office. You don't have to run for office, or you don't have to use freedom of speech in order to be able to use that ability. So people derive well-being from this option value of being able to move if need arises. And indeed, many people in developing countries these days suffer from what Jürgen Kahling has called involuntary immobility. The basic idea that you can't leave your country. Many of my Moroccan friends have said, this is like a big prison, I just can't get away. This doesn't mean that once you lift the barrier, people won't all move, because they didn't before 1991. But this is, I think, a very important dimension in the psychology of migration and creating migration-obsessed societies in the global south. So migration itself, using Amartya Sen's ideas, could be seen as a fundamental human freedom. People need access to financial, cultural, and human and social resources to use that agency to migrate. So it's both a freedom in itself and a resource, as we know, to access all sorts of other benefits, economic and others. That's the micro story. At the macro level, we need also to conceive migration as an intrinsic part of those larger processes of development and social transformations, rather than as a problem to be solved. And again, this goes way beyond average differences of income between countries. First of all, I think this whole debate, which often talks about migration from the global south in terms of migration pressures, sort of leaves out the other incredibly obvious for most of you here side of the story, which is labor demand. We look, for instance, at this graph, and we can run these graphs for many countries, of a moving average of economic growth and net immigration rates. These are highly correlated, certainly if you would discount refugee flows with immigration rates. This, by the way, doesn't mean that immigration policies have failed, because if we design policies such that when the economy does better, more people will qualify for residence permits, and of course within the European Union, people will move freely. And this is a big driver of migration. It's often discarded from this whole debate that sees migration as something, particularly when it's south-north, as being driven by a sort of misery perspective. But even from an origin poor country perspective, it's already been mentioned that in poor societies, human development generally leads to more migration. And this is not, again, only a story of economic resources. We also have to consider the increasing structural complexity of modern societies. Think about increasing levels of education and specialization requiring more people to move around. We know there is a neat relation, also if we look at internal migration, for instance in the United States of America, between the level of education and the frequency of moving. Because when labor markets get more specialized, often the geographical expanse of labor market increases as well, and more people get on the move. That is, even without thinking in terms of income differences, already a reason why in highly developed societies, rates of mobility tend to be pretty high, both out and inward. Developments as such, through increasing income, education, and access to information, doesn't only lead to more abilities, but also changing aspirations. Once people go to secondary and higher education, they change their aspirations. So without even one change in the origin environment, people have higher aspirations, want simply different lives. In my own fieldwork in Morocco as well, many youngsters who had good lives back home, once they went to secondary and higher education, they wanted to move to the city or abroad. And many of us, including me, have exactly the same experience if you grew up in a small place. So these are very important reasons why we see on the macro level, and this is a crude, and if you do it multivariate, you see the same pattern. Human development, if you develop 5 quintiles of countries, and you plot using the World Bank Migrant Origin Database, on average, the level of immigrants as a percentage of the population, here we see a very intuitive pattern where indeed, if we go into the high to very high, we see indeed percentages above 10%. We've seen those same percentages just earlier, but here is for many the surprise. and the uncomfortable truth for many policymakers that want to run a story that development in the poorest countries of the world is going to decrease migration. Well, we know nothing for sure, but it is highly likely that in such scenarios, more people will get on the move. But somebody, and several people said, it's an inverted U for its shape. So it also means that countries that are right now on the middle size, and these are typically countries that are now high immigration countries, like Morocco or Mexico or Turkey, are actually on the downside slope. So what it actually means, migrants will come from quite some different countries in the future, if I think about the future, than they come from now. We often have difficulties imagining how different migration will be. But just step 30 or 40 years back, we couldn't have imagined our current future, our current situation. So in my view, and this is assuming that Europe will continue to be politically stable, integrated, and some fair levels of economic growth, that is the assumption. Migrants will keep on coming, but probably from quite some different countries. Because Turkey, well, we don't know what's going to happen in Turkey, but let's assume some level of stability. But also countries like Morocco are turning into destinations, and the same goes for Mexico. So it's quite likely that migrants in the future, for instance, may more often come from sub-Saharan Africa. And that is a consequence of development, rather than a consequence of poverty, misery, and war. So I think these are very important insights. Well, what does it all mean? I try to say that, fighting migration is the wrong, you often hear it, combating migration, fighting migration. I think it's the wrong frame. Another wrong frame, in my view, is this sort of debate which we often see between pro and anti-migration people. For me, being pro or anti-migration is just something like being pro or anti-trade or anti-markets in general. It is not a useful starting point for migration. That doesn't mean that migration cannot have positive or negative implications, but what we also know is that migration has many effects depending, and the evaluation on the effects will differ depending on what dimension we look at. So I think it's important on a conceptual level that we see migration as a normal process, instead of being either the cause of social or economic ills or the panacea to structural development problems. And I think this leads to a few very important policy points, or policy considerations, rather than, I would say, recommendations. Because if we want to influence public debates, we as migration scholars and migration professionals need to become more, I think, savvy in the way how we sort of resonate with what the concerns are of people in the public and of politicians. The idea of the relative unimportance of migration as an independent factor of economic and human development leads us to different entry points into the debate. This doesn't mean that migration policy is not relevant. For instance, what's been said about, well, the best development policy is to make it easier for people to migrate. I would fundamentally agree with that, but we know what political constraints on that are, but I think we need to keep on saying these things as an essential input in the debate. But let me give two examples how the realization that migration is not going to be the big game changer, that migration is in a way relatively important as a game changer in terms of development both in destination and origin countries, can perhaps help us to engage more productively with public debates. Because for me, since Brexit, I've lived for 10 years in the UK, I just left before Brexit, didn't do it on purpose. And since the last election in the US, I've been in a sort of existential crisis. I'm serious in terms of my work, not personally. In terms of, does it actually matter what I'm doing? I've been doing migration research for 20 years, no impact. It just gets worse. So it really makes me think, and the blame is not just with us, it's also with the media and the politicians. 2 minutes, that's exactly how much I need. We need to think about, and I don't have the answer, I just have a few ideas. For instance, if we think about immigration policy, I think as a migration research community, we have to keep on saying the things we know, but we, I think, also have to engage to other fields of policy. What do you think about labor market policies? Whether you like migration or not, we have created in Europe and in North America over the last 30 years incredibly wealthy, but also economically open and partly deregularized economies with labor markets that have become more flexible. I think there's more research needed on this, but I think it's fairly plausible, something that Stephen Klaus has already hypothesized 10 years ago, that there's a fundamental discrepancy between, on the one hand, those policies that have made the economies more open in many ways and labor markets more flexible, and on the other hand, the political call for less immigration. You can't have both at the same time. But this is such a generic statement that for me it is still not a very productive way of relating to the debate. So let me give you one example. Let's imagine that the Dutch government is going to further cut back on subsidies for childcare, because so far the Netherlands, example, my country, has a reasonable system of government subsidized childcare. In the Netherlands we have very little migration of nannies that help people out in houses, because these are mostly provided by government subsidies. Let's assume that the Netherlands is going to cut down childcare subsidies. I think then, as a migration researcher, we need to relate and we need to explain to politicians whatever you want to do, but this is going to likely increase the demand, for instance, for all sorts of care workers that's going to migrate. Now, whether that's desirable or not is in a way not my task, but I think we need to sort of engage in broader debate about migration, because migration is not just about migration policy, and somehow we're stuck in the migration policy debate. The same goes for migration origin countries. I mean, it's been said as well, I'm sort of repeating what somebody else has already said, and then I will stop. Obviously, it's great to have better policies to facilitate remittances, to make it easy for migrants to invest back home, to increase their financial literacy, to set up programs that help them to invest in origin countries. But obviously we know there's a much bigger issue out here, is the general development and investment conditions in origin countries. Well, these are some very sort of ideas about ways I think the field should be evolving in terms of how policy and research and public sort of debates relate to one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hein. Our second speaker is, you will have noticed that looking at the program, there is one speaker missing from the program. This is Jacob Reiner, who was sick this weekend and could not join us today. So our second speaker will be Andrea Riester. She is deputy head in the Society, I guess, for International Cooperation, which is a society which is funded by the German government. And she has worked before joining that organization in the UNESCO, in the migration department in the UNESCO in Paris. And she is an anthropologist, and I'm happy to give her the floor.
Thank you. Well, thanks. When I was invited to be part of the policy panel, I assumed there would be policy makers on the panel, and that no, I'm not disappointed at all. I'm just trying to explain my reasoning for this panel, and that the question why I was asked to participate in the panel was that I should be kind of the stand-in for our Ministry for Economic Development and Cooperation, for which we work most of the time. And so what I wanted to do here is to, after Hein's more visionary talk, is to give you a rather, well, maybe reality check, and explain to you a little bit about what the Ministry for Economic Development and Cooperation is currently doing in the field of migration and displacement, because as you can imagine, the last 2 years have greatly influenced our work, and the ministry is very dependent on the public debate, of course, and that's why we as the implementing agency of the ministry are also kind of affected by that. And so I'm going to talk to mainly about the second question that was asked to us as panelists here, and that is this question about the root causes of migration and displacement, and what could development cooperation possibly do to, well, then we come already to the question of wording. Initially, there was a lot of talk about fighting the root causes of migration and fighting and combating the root causes of migration. And one of our first tasks, so to speak, in this debate was to get the wording straight, because combating and fighting are in the context of migration and forced displacement is quite a misplaced wording, since we're not waging war, and certainly not against migrants or against refugees. And as development cooperation, you would expect us to work towards a world without poverty and misery, and hopefully without war. And so this is why this whole debate geared towards a wording that now talks very much about the tackling of the root causes of displacement. I'm not so sure if that's much better, but there it is. And as you can imagine, especially in this area, there's a lot of political pressure to act and to show that there is lots we can do. Concerning migration and development, which is a field that I've been working in for the last 10 years, I'm happy to report that a lot of the things that you were talking about during the day has actually arrived in the mainstream discourse. So there's not much talk about curbing migration or stopping migration. And as for the development, for the German development cooperation at least, I can say that this idea that migration is a main driver also for development, and that there is a strong nexus between the two, has sunk. And the focus is very much on, like you mentioned, the freedom of choice. How can we make sure that people choose what's really best for them? If it's migration, how can we make sure that they can migrate safely and voluntarily and without external pressure? And if they want to stay, how can we make sure they can stay? So, and so I will briefly give you an outline of what's going on in these two areas. So the work of the development cooperation on displacement and the work on migration and development. So it's tricky. If you think about the acute causes of displacement, like danger to life and limb as a result of human rights violations, of war, of violence, of persecution, we have to be honest, we as development cooperation are pretty helpless. There's not much we can do in this phase. We cannot and we do not want to interfere in civil or intergovernmental wars. We cannot and we do not want to cooperate with governments who are systematically violating the human rights of their populations. So this is definitely in the sphere of diplomacy or military, but not the sphere of development cooperation. Then what we can do, again to a modest degree I would say, is helping to prevent structural causes of displacement from escalating. That's the kind of formulation that has been found. And this very much ties in strands of development cooperation that have been ongoing for decades. We work on crisis prevention, conflict management in fragile environments. We support regional peace and security structures. We also try to improve factors that, in combination or under the influence of external shocks, can lead to displacement, like the lack of rule of law, disparities within a society, lack of economic perspectives, environmental degradation, etc., etc., etc. This is basically the field where development cooperation has been working and is working constantly. So, but since last year, we've seen an increased attention to our work, and especially an increased urgent need for results. This is why the BMZ has started a special initiative, which is called Tackling the Root Causes of Displacement and Reintegrating Refugees. And this special initiative provides additional funds and puts a very special focus on how to support host communities with the integration of refugees and IDPs. So this has become quite an important field of cooperation in the last 2 years. And basically that's the part of displacement I'm not really the expert to talk about. I feel more safe and more comfortable with talking about this issue of migration and development. Yeah, like I said before, really this idea that you cannot, basically, and you should not stop migration has really sunk, and because that in many cases that would counteract the development goals to reduce poverty or to foster innovation, to improve education, or to support private sector development of financial inclusions, which all have strong links to migration, and where migration can be a useful can have useful contributions. Also, as has been said, of course you have to look at the level where these effects of migration take place. So it will vary between the individual level, the household level, and the national level. So it's not, there is no blueprint approach to migration and development, of course. So it really depends which country we're talking about. What's the migration history? What are the linkages to which other countries? Which networks do already exist? One way we approach the issue is by looking in specific migration settings, and then also try to bring that together with the existing German development cooperation portfolio, and see where are the strongest linkages and where could there be a possible reinforcement of efforts. So that would be working on the bilateral cooperation, but the Ministry for Development Cooperation has also a major program uniquely on issues of migration and development, and that basically has 5 components. So the first one is called Business Ideas for Development, and that supports individual migrants who have who want to found a startup business in their countries of origin, so they can get advice, they can get some training on how to write a business plan, how to clarify their investment idea, and so on and so forth, and they get additional support to starting up their business in the country of origin. The second component is called diaspora cooperation. This is where this program supports activities by migrant organizations who are based in Germany and who want to engage in development activities in their countries of origin. Quite often that will be the construction of a hospital or a school. Quite often it's also social business ideas, and there have been in the past calls for proposals, so to speak, where migrant organizations could hand in their ideas. They would also receive some advice and some further training on how to clarify and how to make their proposal more solid, and also how to cooperate with other institutions in their countries of origin to make that micro project more successful. A third component is the knowledge transfer through voluntary return, and this is definitely not linked to the so-called voluntary return. So this is really about people who decide at some point in their life that they want to go back to their countries of origin, and they can receive support through that program, and sometimes it's help with placement. They can receive placement support, especially in jobs that are development related. Quite often that's in public institutions, but sometimes it's also in research institutions, different types of jobs. And they will also receive a top-up funding to their salary for the first 2 to 3 years, I think, in order to smoothen the reintegration, so to speak. Fourth component is called, this is relatively new, it's called migration advice. That program has opened a number of information centers, let's say, in different countries, where potential migrants can get information about the possibilities to migrate to Germany or to Europe, but also receive information on alternatives. So what could they do differently in the country of origin? What kind of further education would be feasible, or what kind of job opportunity could be feasible? Fifth component is called migration policy advice. That again would be work at the national level. So there are some instances where governments have approached the German development cooperation and said that they would be interested in having advice on how to design their own migration policies. One example is Morocco, which has, I know that story quite well, has come up with its own migration and integration strategy a few years back, and are now trying to implement that. Germany is supporting a project that is strengthening communities, municipalities in Morocco in trying to implement the different aspects of that migration strategy, because that has not been very well elaborated on what's the role of the municipalities now in integration issues and also in reintegration issues. Then there's one more aspect that was mentioned in Dean's talk earlier on. There's this price comparison websites at the World Bank level, but there are various national websites on price comparison for remittances transfers, and Germany has one of those, and that's part of that large migration program at the BMZ. So, like I said, this basic idea that development cooperation cannot do very much in terms of, cannot and should not do very much in terms of stopping migration is pretty much there, and it's also been reinforced by the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which are kind of the leading document for development cooperation, and there is this target 10.7, which calls for the facilitation of orderly, safe, regular and responsible migration and well-managed migration policies. I mean, as Melissa earlier on said, it's a bit vague and nobody really knows how to really implement that, but still this describes the feeling that's widespread in development cooperation right now, that our task can only be to support better managed migration and to contribute to make it safer and easier and therefore hopefully more effective for migrants themselves. And this resonates very much with the older idea, let's say, of the triple win. How can you design migration policies that benefit the migrant, the country of origin, and the country of destination? This calls on the one hand for international cooperation, but it calls also for a more holistic view of migration. So you always have to look at the whole cycle of migration. What can you actually do in order to support migrants before migration, during migration, after migration? And these phases have to be thought of in connection with each other. And that also means that there are various aspects of migration that should be tackled together and should be dealt with together. And that was also the basic idea of the European Union's base document on migration and development. I would say the global approach on migration and mobility, which called for the mobility partnerships with third countries, and stated that 4 areas of migration should always be dealt with together. That's legal migration, irregular migration, migration and development, and the protection of refugees. There were a lot of flaws with the migration, with the mobility partnerships, but in hindsight, we still think at that point we had a better base to design migration policies than we have right now with the European Agenda on Migration, which has very much cut back on the topic of migration and development. So this has been kind of my overview of the approach of the German Development Cooperation at the moment, and I'm happy to answer more detailed questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And our last speaker is Eugenio Ambrosi, who is Regional Director of the International Organization for Migration. He is responsible for the EU, for Norway, and for Switzerland. Mr. Ambrosi has been working on migration in many different areas of the world. Prior to his present position, he was also an advisor to the office of the director of the IOM for Central Asia. He spent time in Argentina, he spent time in Senegal, so he has an extensive experience of migration issues in many parts of the world, and I'm happy to give him the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. It's quite a responsibility to be the last speaker of a very intense and interesting and rich day of discussion. And most, if not all, has been already said. So what I would like to do is to pick up a few issues that have been mentioned throughout the day, highlighting why, in our view, in my view, they are important in terms of policy development, and maybe add a couple of elements that might have been overlooked or not tackled enough during the day discussion, and I'll try to keep to the 4 questions to some extent. I would like to start by echoing something that Hein, I think, has said in his intervention. Migration is neither good nor bad per se. What makes it positive or negative is the way we manage it and the policy we actually devise. And I would also add the way we go about devising policy that handle specific migration aspects that might be related to development or might be related to visa regime or other aspect of the complex and vast world of migration. And of course, the way we should go about devising policy has to be as evidence-based as possible, hence the importance of the discussion we had today and all the aspect of research that we have listened to and examined in the discussion that we have had. Now, talking about evidence-based, there are a couple of elements that I think needs to be added to what was mentioned in terms of trends and numbers and figures that were given just before, in the panel before, on overall global migration trends. We have heard the number of international migrants. We know that the percentage of international migrants is more or less the same as it was 20 years ago, slightly increased, but not in any dramatic form. There are a few aspects that needs to be mentioned because they're extremely relevant in terms of the impact that these aspects have when we talk about migration and development. The first is that since Second World War, the number of forced displacement is the highest we have ever recorded. We have an estimated 60 million forced displaced, of which 15 million refugees, 51 convention-type refugees, and 45 million internally displaced. And this is growing. Of course, the vast majority of these 60 million resides in the Global South. And this is important when we talk about development and when we talk about how we utilize migration and mobility in order to foster development. It's a major hindrance. This is the first aspect. The second aspect that is to some extent connected and that I also think is important is that as far as we know as of today, South-South migration is still higher than South-North migration. Again, this is important in our view when we talk about development because you cannot distinguish a migration element that happens here from a migration element that happens in the country of origin of the migrants that we have in Europe. You have to see them in a holistic fashion. And when you talk about how to use mobility and migration to foster development of country of origin, you have to look at the whole mobility aspects that that country is affected by, and not just the mobility aspect that it relates to Europe. And a good example of that, right now the largest number, or the highest number of migrants that we are receiving in Europe through the central Mediterranean is from Nigeria. As has increased dramatically since 2014. The number of Nigerians arriving in Europe. Nigeria is a country that is heavily affected not only by regional mobility, but by internal displacement because of Boko Haram and other elements. So again, looking at how we use or we can devise policy to help using Nigerian migration to help Nigerian development is an element that comes into play, negative or positively. The last two aspects I would like to mention in terms of trends, the first, which poses a policy challenges that will come up quite soon, I would expect, is the demographic curve that we have in some region and in other regions. We are right now a negative demographic curve in Europe and an almost exploding demographic curve in Africa, which is right there, which is already a source of migration movement towards Europe. We will need to figure out how we handle this very soon, because I don't personally think that just thinking of keeping them out will actually serve any real purpose. So we have a challenge there. And the last one, we haven't mentioned, or at least I haven't heard, I have arrived that the conference had already started, so maybe it was mentioned at the beginning when I wasn't here, but we haven't really mentioned the impact and the challenges in terms of policy that criminal aspects related to migration and mobility are posing. Because a large number of migrants in the world today, estimated at about 50 million, are irregular migrants. And the vast majority of these 50 million are irregular migrants that moved through the services of smugglers or traffickers. Now, you might say, well, this is a criminal aspect, there's nothing to do with development. I'm not sure about that. It's of course a criminal aspect. It's both smuggling and trafficking are crimes that are sanctioned by international treaties, but they have an impact on development. Because an irregular migrant that moves through any of these networks of smugglers or traffickers does so by creating to himself, to his family, and to his community sometimes very high debts that he has to repay over a long period of time. Which means that, for example, a large portion of remittances of smuggled or trafficked migrants, for sometimes, go towards repaying the criminals, not towards any other use, for his family or for his community. It has an impact, again, I think, in my view. Now, these are some of the additional elements in terms of trends that I think are important to keep in mind. And I would branch on what was being said regarding the root causes by saying this all indicates that the migration field and the migration policy field is not only complex but also needs to be disaggregated by individual country or individual sub-region phenomenon. Because if we tackle the issue of migration as if it's one big block, we're not really going anywhere. Because migration experience, migration needs, migration phenomenon are very much different country by country. Migration from Senegal is not the same as migration from Kenya. It has nothing to do. So if you want to manage in a positive way migration from Senegal, you have to identify it for what it is and not just mix it up in a big basket. So one of the issues that we have when we talk about root causes is twofold. First, the language. Of course, fighting, combating, tackling the root causes is not a definition that we particularly like. In my organization, we talk about managing drivers of mobility because there is no fight to wage against anybody or anything. It's a question of managing the reason or the condition based on which people move, so that they would have the free choice of either moving or staying. Yes, it will take time before the various differential in income are more or less equal, but people don't move just because somewhere they gain more money. It's much more complex than that, the psychology of the migrants. So creating or managing the drivers so that people have the free choice of moving or staying is a very important element, and this is something that needs to be done in partnership with the country of origin. And here is one of the policy aspects that Europe has often forgotten. We think we can decide for the rest of the world what they need and how they should go about it. So we go to a country of origin and we say, you need to improve your border control in order to reduce irregular migration coming north towards Libya and then across the Mediterranean. Maybe we say that to a country that traditionally has no concept of border. The largest number of irregular migrants going into Libya and then some of them moving across the central Mediterranean to Europe move in a nomadic area between northern Mali, Niger and southern Libya. Nomadic since ever. There is no way you can tell those people that have to put some sort of line, imaginary or real, that is supposed to divide a space that has been forever the meaning of freedom of movement for them and their people. So we need to tackle policy issue related to migration, taking into account not what we would like as a recipient of the flow, but what is actually needed to improve the migration management and governance in the country and region of origin based on their needs and based on their culture and their history, I would say, to a large extent. A couple of comments on how to improve, what was the question, how can the migration process be better organized in Europe? This was mentioned also before in passing, but I think it's important. Earlier in the day, I think it was Ryan again that mentioned the friction and the tension that you often have when you discuss migration policy between right-based approach and country or governments that don't necessarily are not necessarily keen to have such a right-based approach. I think for all of us in Europe, we have no choice but insisting that any migration policy, be it development, be it immigration, be it visa, be it citizenship, whatever aspect of migration policy has to be right-based. We have no option, really. We live and come from a region that is right-based. Each of our countries are made of a system that is right-based. How can we deny that same approach to anybody else just because it comes from another part and it's not born here? So whether it is feasible or not, whether the current political context allows us to have such a right-based approach, whether the public opinion is willing to grant that, is to some extent irrelevant. We have no option. We have a moral obligation to insist on migration policy being right-based. I think there is a major breakthrough, actually, in the New York Declaration of the 19th of September of this year, because for the first time, 193, or how many UN member states there are, have actually subscribed a declaration where, for the first time, it is said, and approved by all, that migrants enjoy their fundamental rights, regardless of their administrative status. For the first time. 2016 is the first time that happens in the international community. We have to build on that, and we have to insist that that remains at the basis. We have heard the challenges of integration. I think all has been said, and I don't need to add anything except that integration is a two-way street. We need to put as much effort in helping the migrants and the refugees understanding how to live with us, as we need to spend time, energy, and resources in making our community understand how to live with them. It's not that straightforward. Education to diversity, multiculturalism, multi-religion is not that easy to happen. It doesn't happen on itself. Integration has to be built on both sides. And unless we do that, and we haven't done that enough, at least in Europe, we're going to run always behind the issue, and we'll never actually manage to tackle it for what it's needed. A couple of aspects that I also think important in terms of enhancing the benefits of migration for the development of countries, and on purpose I don't refer to country of origin only, because migration is beneficial for the development of country of origin in as much as it's helpful to keep our own development level. The first and most important policy aspects that needs to be tackled is the need to reduce irregularity. This is the biggest challenge. We have talked about a lot of extremely interesting things, but the big challenge of managing and governing migration is how to handle and reduce, possibly eliminate, irregularity of movements, because that creates ghosts in our society. That creates huge pockets of vulnerability. And that reduces the potential development benefit that migrants and migration could have for their country of origin, exactly because they are in a vulnerable situation, exactly because they are in a irregular situation. The only way to reduce irregularity is to create a system that would increase the possibility for migrants to legally arrive in Europe, in our case. If we want to be completely honest, right now, there is basically no possibility for a Burkinabe that wants to find a job to sustain himself and his family to come to Europe to look for that job. None whatsoever. The only option is for highly skilled through the blue card system of the EU, which in any case until now has proven to be completely ineffective for various reasons. So the need to increase the possibility of entering legally Europe is, in our view, paramount in order to reduce irregularity, in order to improve the possibility of migrants to become positive agent of development, both for the country where they actually reside and their country of origin, and in order to tackle all the negative criminal aspect that surrounds the irregular movement of people. These are the issues we are daily confronted with when we see people disembarking in Sicily or Lampedusa or some islands in Greece. And I think those are the aspects, some of the aspects, of course there are many more, but those are the aspects that we need to try to tackle as soon as possible if we want to ensure that our policy response makes migration positive for all, starting, of course, with the migrants themselves, which sometimes we forget to mention in our analysis. Thank you.
very much. So we just heard 3 presentations with 3 different perspectives on migration. All of them extremely interesting. I'm not sure that we can really draw from them very precise policy recommendations that we would like to make to our governments. But I also believe that those 3 presentations are rather convergent. And Eugenio Ambrosi ended up saying, that what was important was really to try to improve the prospects of migrants in developing countries to move to developed countries. And this is what I recall at the beginning, that there is an element of agreement that migration is, as Hein said, part of the development process, certainly part of the global and national development process, and from that point of view, it is a good thing and that it accompanies development and it causes development too. I think that at that stage it is difficult to draw very general conclusions about what we should recommend our respective governments, and I'm not sure that in any case these recommendations are very easy to make. But we have still 15 minutes left, so I would like to open the floor and Jim.
Thank you very much. It reminds me that in 2006, the EUDN conference was also on migration, and at that time I was working a lot on immigration in Switzerland, because as you know, in Switzerland, ever since 1973, we have some votes in the direct democracy that go, there are about a dozen of them, 4 to try and improve the situation of migrants in the country, and about 8 to 10 to try and limit the amount of migration in the country. So we were very much concerned then, and at that time we had about 10% of the population that were immigrants, up from 6%, and now we're at 25, and as we know, in 2014 we finally voted against it. So I was listening today, and I must say we've learned a lot since 2006, and if I'm thinking about policy, and we're not talking yet about asylum, which is a huge different one, but if I'm just talking about regular migration, I see the situation of the experiment in New Zealand as being positive. This was temporary, and it reminds me a little bit of the system in Switzerland, actually, where people are renewed every year. And the process in Switzerland, as you probably know, is one in which you vote and you have this interaction between the federal government and the lobbies who want some immigrants in the country, but often in discrimination, at least implicitly. So my question is, what is it that we could have learned from that, and maybe other experiences about how you can increase the number of immigrants, given that I understand that we have no choice but to have the MFN clause and therefore allow for the right to migrate, just as we allow for, or we accept non-discrimination in trade. But you said at the same time that we should not have illegal migration, but then if anyone can migrate, then what's illegal except for crime? So I think that's the difficult point. So.
Yes. Other Stephan.
Well, thanks very much for the intervention. I think it's summarized a lot of the debate and the difficulty we have. One question, I've personally also long argued that we need an orderly legal migration process into Europe for people that are beyond or below the highly skilled, and precisely for the type of Burkinabe who should have a legal perspective to move. The question then, apart from the legal feasibility of that at this current moment, which I think is difficult, although there are the Social Democrats in Germany, for example, have come up with a plank in that direction at least. They want to go more on the point system, which of course wouldn't help so much the unskilled Burkinabe. Apart from political feasibility, the question is how big does the chance have to be in order to actually really dry up irregular migration. So, you know, if Europe were to allocate 100,000 visas every year by lottery, like the US has done with the green cards, to people from African countries, would that have any effect on the illegal flows? Because the realistic chance, of course, would be very low, and the number of people who are potentially interested might be quite high, much higher than we might be willing to tolerate at this stage. So I guess the question is there a clear point how big such a system would have to be to actually really dry up the irregular forms of migration, or is that inconceivable at this stage?
Joachim? Stephan?
Virginia, I like your phrasing of managing drivers of mobility, rather than fighting this or fighting that. I wonder if two aspects shouldn't be emphasized more, and I address this also to your panel, Françoise, than so far. One is macroeconomic policy of countries, of developing countries, and secondly is changes in governance. I can tell you lots of anecdotes from an East African country where there was, which is a low-income country, there was a lot of enthusiasm for potential return migrants to accept a big cut in salary and go and personally sign some of their contracts and build an interesting institution in the country. A similar story from West Africa, from a West African country. The East African case, the enthusiasm faltered when civil rights and economic freedom were undermined and people turned away again. The West African country case was when macroeconomic policies went astray and economic growth prospects and career prospects were doomed. I think we need to keep this macro perspective of migration policy in mind. It's probably an agenda more for the African Union, in this case, from that region, or for the G20, rather than looking only at the micro perspective and project level. Development is not just about GDP, it is about long-term prospects in life, and that's why I don't think it's an illusion that this type of broader development policy can make a positive contribution to two-way migration and sustainable development. Heine, you may have a comment on that as well, because the macro picture was not in your framework. Maybe you want to come back on that.
Okay. Any other comment or remark? If this is not the case, then I will give the floor back to the panelists. Maybe I can start with Eugenio.
Very briefly, I'll take the first two questions together because they are more or less around the same issue. Of course, I'm not thinking that from one day to another we just open the border of Europe and whoever wants to come comes in. But you definitely need to have, between that and nobody comes in, there has to be some sort of middle way that is manageable and profitable for everybody involved, migrants as well as country concerned. there are a few aspects that needs to be taken into account when we talk about this, because again, we shouldn't fall into the trap of reasoning in a too mechanical way. First of all, we assume that migrants come to Europe because here they want to stay forever. The vast majority of them don't at all. They want to come to Europe because they see this as an opportunity to improve their situation enough to be able to go back. And so, if you do create some sort of system, we mentioned circular migration earlier this morning. I don't want to refer to that specifically, but if you manage to create some sort of policy that creates a system that allows this back and forth flow of people, you would already have a far lower problem than you have right now. An easy way to do that, for example, is to use more multiple entry visa. The vast majority, and this is another myth that we have to dispel, we all think that the irregular migrants in Europe are all arriving with the boats through the central Mediterranean. It's not true. The vast majority of irregular migrants are overstayers, are people that have arrived in Europe regularly and then stay. Why they stay? Because they know that if they go back, they can't come back. And so they stay. It's very simple. But you already would eliminate a large portion of irregularity, and you would create much more back and forth movement whereby people would not necessarily stay if they don't have an option, if they don't have work or whatever, because they know that they can go back home and come back in 6 months or 3 or next year or whatever it is. So I think that is very, very important and in a way very, very simple to at least start, and then you build on that. I don't have much to add on the macroeconomic aspects consideration that you were making. Of course, I think development as well as migration is far more complex than just GDP or higher salary, lower salary, etc. It has to do with a variety of things, but this is also a reason why it needs to be looked in a holistic fashion. And you need to look at the impact that these choices in one area, policy area, have on another. The subsidy for childcare that Hein was mentioning. You take that policy decision not thinking about migration, but it has an impact, possibly. So you want to factor that in. It's much more complex than simply summing up 3 or 4 specific elements.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess the interesting thing about migration and development is not so much that from a macroeconomic perspective is underrepresented, but it's in my impression it becomes more complicated because suddenly there are other policy areas which highly influence the policies that are being created. That's why Kenya or Burkina Faso, which I hold very dear because I did my PhD on Burkina Faso, do not play any role in German migration policies at the moment. And what's high on the agenda are the countries where a lot of migrants come from. So there, and you have a huge variety there. For example, if you look at the Western Balkan countries, which were very much a concern for the Home for the Ministry for the Interior, because there were so many asylum claims, but the acceptance rate was 0.5, very, very low. Still, there were very many asylum claims. So that's where that's what got policymakers really thinking about how do we cooperate with these countries? What do we have to do in order to regularize migration flows? And that's why we have, for example, it's not, well, it's been in the news quite a while, but it's still not that well known that there is an exception for, or there has been an opening for low-skilled labor migration from the Western Balkan states to Germany. The only thing that people need is a job offer, and then they can come back to Germany. So that was an attempt to reduce irregular migration flows and to kind of give something in order to receive something, to receive cooperation with readmission of the Western Balkan states. So this is where the real drivers for migration policies at the moment come from interior policy, and not so much from development cooperation.
Thank you.
On this idea of multi-entry visa and what I call the migration policy paradox, so if laissez-faire often means a lot of circulation, a lot of policies that try to manage migration, unfortunately lead to unintended consequences, pushing migrants into permanent settlement because it creates certain incentives. I remember talking to a Moroccan taxi driver who at some point found out that I was doing migration research. He said, "Oh, here's my Italian residence permit. The moment I got it, I went back to Morocco." And now he goes 2 months a year back to Italy to help in the harvest, and goes back home. I found it a perfect illustration how often things worked exactly in the opposite way. Obviously, it does not mean, I mean, you've already discussed it. I mean, I do think states have a legitimate right to regulate entry, because we need to know who stays, who has to pay taxes, who has access to certain rights. And as long as we have a nation-state system that we have currently, I mean, we can talk about utopia, but in the current system, I think it's naive to think about non-regulatory frameworks. And of course, any attempt at government regulation in whatever domain of policy leads to people falling between the cracks and some level of irregularity. So my personal opinion is some level of irregular migration is not the end of the world. In terms of, you can see it as a lubricant of economics. It has always existed. It's, for instance, a myth that the guest workers all came legally. We know that a lot of them came on their own account, were not recruited, overstayed, and also were regularized later on. So I don't think we need to create a moral panic, but obviously we agree that the presence, like in the United States, of 11 million undocumented is a big problem. But I think here I come back, and perhaps I haven't stated it clearly enough. Coming also back on the macroeconomic point issues you were mentioning, I think both in the destination and origin countries, this is very important. The structure of labour markets, demand, I think we all agree, is one of the key drivers of international migration. This means we have to indeed also look at how have our economic policies, as in the way they have developed over the last 30 to 40 years, whether you like them or not, that's not really the issue. How have they restructured and reshaped the demand for migrant labour? And there are very clear connections, and I think we have faced a discrepancy between the structure of labour market demand, which is not matched by legal opportunities for migration. This doesn't necessarily mean that we have to create for every single labour demand a migration opportunity. There are also other solutions, which is enforcement of labour law. If you see the inspection rates in many countries in terms of irregular work, they're incredibly low. And that shows that there is another real willingness amongst governments to actually crack down on it because it serves clear economic interest. If you see the City of London thrives on irregular labour, everybody knows that. The economy wouldn't be viable without. I don't know an easy way out, but it means we need to involve in meaningful debates about how do we organise our societies. I didn't mention the issue about childcare for nothing. I mean, is also created by the fact that we created certain types of economies where that sort of labour demand arises, whether you like it or not. The same for the arrival of high-skilled migrants. People like high-skilled migrants. They don't want low-skilled migrants. They forget that high-skilled migrants create a need also for low-skilled labour migration. Not only people who work as nannies and helpers, but also restaurant workers and all sorts of other occupations of which we know it comes along with those migrations. So we need to look at holistically. On the issue of macroeconomic policies in the origin countries, I couldn't agree more. And I think there's still much research to be done. I can give 2 examples. There's one PhD thesis that's been written a few years ago that tried to explain the very differential rates of migration from accession countries in Middle and Eastern Europe. And even if you put control for obvious factors like income, indeed, her conclusion was, with Cia Kurakova, that those countries have preserved better levels of social security, government-funded social security, has structurally lower levels of outmigration. I have an Indonesian PhD student who is looking at exactly the same issues. To what extent can differences in social policies like education, healthcare, provided by the government explain differential outmigration rates. It's a very complex story. I cannot go into details here, but I really believe, and this is what I try to say, that we should be going both in research and dialogue to broader connections between drivers of migration, both in the origin and destination, and broader policies beyond only looking at migration policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Hein. Okay, as I said, I don't think that we end up this panel and this day with very precise policy recommendations that we can immediately make to our various governments in Europe. But I believe that we end up the day and this panel with rather precise principles for policies. And I think thanks to the panelists here and thanks to the comments which were made, I think that we touched upon what were the most important or the most crucial questions in the development scene today. And this kind of excess demand or excess supply, I don't know in what direction it goes. I mean, excess supply of migrants that we are facing today. And very nice ideas or principles have been put on the table. And I believe that, as Hein just said, that both researchers and policymakers should be thinking more deeply into that. So I have to thank, we have to thank the panel for their very interesting remarks and reflections. I think that, Stephan, do you have something to say? So please.
Yes, first I'd like to give a round of applause to the panel. I would like to thank all the active participants at today's event, as well as Joachim von Braun and ZEF and his team, who I think we all agree extremely ably organized this day, who were well fed, well looked after, and even the drilling stopped when we wanted to. And so I think we had a very good day. From my side, I also want to thank Natalie Scholl and Philipp Lehmann, who were supporting me in organizing this conference. So thanks very much, and I guess we can
and I believe that we also have a special round of applause for Stephan.